All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you would rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please pray with me if you'd like to. Almighty God, we come before you this evening with gratitude for the opportunity to serve the people of this community. We ask for your guidance as we carry out the work before us. Help us to listen with open minds, lead with integrity, and always keep the best interests of our residents at the center of all we do. As we recognize St. Paddy's Day, we are reminded of the value of faith, perseverance, and a little bit of good cheer. May we carry that spirit with us tonight, approaching our work with humility, cooperation, and perhaps just enough good fortune to find the right path forward. Lord, bless our residents, this board, our staff, and all those we serve. May our efforts contribute to a better community. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I could remind everyone to silence their cell phones, and also happy St. Patrick's Day. Commissioner Townsend, would you like to introduce your guest?
I would, thank you. I have Tessa Toman with me. She is a prior St. Lucie County Fair Queen. She's a senior this year. She's been shadowing several of us up here, and today was my turn. I had the honor of being with her. So we want to welcome you, and I hope that you are in for a late night.
Welcome, good to see you. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and recess into the special districts, and we'll start with erosion.
We will now come to order as the erosion district. At this time, anybody that would like to speak at public comment for the erosion district, please come up to the podium. Seeing no one move, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I'll ask for the approval of the February 17th minutes.
Motion to approve February 17th minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. We'll go ahead and look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Before we adjourn this meeting, I'd like to invite up Joshua Revord. He is our Port Inlet and Beaches Director, and he'll give us a quick update on the status of our South County Beach Renourishment Project and the Fort Pierce Jetty Project.
Chairman Clasby, members of the Erosion District Board, Joshua Revord, Director of Port Inlet and Beaches for St. Lucie County. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our ongoing projects on our Atlantic shoreline. I'll start with the South County Beach Project, our coastal storm risk management project. That project's been going on for a month and a half now. We're nearing completion of that project. Just to remind the board, that project was 100% federal construction. So that was a result of impacts with Hurricane Nicole, a testament to our cooperation with the Army Corps of Engineers. I've been told we have 2 days of pumping left. They're currently down because of weather, and they hope to regain their ability to dredge and finish that project up swiftly. We'll be coming back around to do planting on the dune as part of that project. Immediately after that project, they'll be mobilizing into Fort Pierce. If you've been out there lately, you'll see that a barge is already attached to the South Jetty. They're mobilizing mats, they're bringing in dozers, so we're very much in the mobilization phase, and we hope to kick that off shortly. I think last update last week, they were hoping to shut down the jetty between the 18th and the 24th for that mobilization and initial push to put beach sand at the northernmost part of the beach. That slipped a little bit, and I believe now it's the 21st through the 27th. We'll get with Eric to make sure that the public is notified and all our regional partners there, just to ensure that everybody's in the know as we delicately try to transition from one project to the next. But we're excited about the project. It's long overdue, and we're hoping that we can abate any of those issues that we currently have with some of the residents.
And just real quick, the reason for the delay, I know, but could you just share with the board? I mean, with these projects, there's machine breakdowns that happen. They're operating in salt water 24 hours a day. Can you just go with that a little bit?
Chairman Clasby, yes, that is the case. We're working in an extreme environment. We have salt and erosion and corrosion. So we had a couple breakdowns through the process of the project. We've had a couple weather delays because of significant wave events offshore. Those are all things that contribute to timeline. We just kind of got the raw end of the stick when it comes to those combining, but we're almost done with the project and we're moving forward and we can't wait to start up Fort Pierce.
All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
There's no items on the regular agenda, so we'll go ahead and adjourn the erosion district.
All right, thank you. And we'll go ahead and move over to mosquito control.
We come together as the Mosquito Control District, and first item of business is public comment. Is there anyone that would wish to address the board at this time?
Well, my name is Alfred Hernandez. I was here last week, or last...
Is this regarding mosquito control?
Mosquitoes, or
Yes.
just open?
Mosquito control.
Okay, sorry. I just
Okay,
wanna-
we'll bring you back.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Next, we have approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve minutes for February 17th?
Motion to approve minutes for February 17th.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next is consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve consent?
Motion to approve consent.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And there's nothing on the regular agenda. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you. And coming back to our regular meeting, looking for an approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. There are no presentations. All right, now we're going to open it up to public comment. Come on up, Mr. Hernandez. When you come up, please give your first and last name, address for the secretary.
It's Alfred Hernandez, and I have a lot number, so I'll give you that. It's
Yeah.
1407-341-00250/1. I'm sorry, I just drove 600 miles for these 3 minutes to get myself heard. I'll reach out to each of you commissioners pertaining to this property that we have, and I've asked that you all would put it on the agenda so we can take care of this. I've received calls back. I have not received a call back from you, Jamie. I've called your office many times, and this is all going back to 7-year. I've owned the property for 7 years, and when I purchased it, it was supposed to be buildable, and this goes back to 40-year-old law, which, as we know, laws and zones all get changed. I've seen them happen here in your meeting for developers, but yet I'm asking to be brought on the agenda. Kathy Townsend's quite aware of it. We need 3 commissioners in order to have this signed off and sent to Tallahassee. So I'm asking you here today if you guys can put it on your next agenda. Is that possible we can get that done? I'm not asking for a lot.
Okay, so we don't address public comment, but what I addressed last time was the process. So you did reach out, you called pretty much every day, even though I explained to you that I needed a little time to look into it.
Okay.
Okay, and we're at the point where this coming April, it's gonna be on the informal to talk about it. Now, I know you said Ms. Townsend knows about it, but I went back to our last informal and I listened to those minutes. And she says right on there that we just kind of go over it every year. She knows there's nothing that we can do about it. However, I've looked at it, different eyes, fresh perspective. I've sat down with George, I've sat down with Maite and the team, and I think I've come up with something, and that's why it is going to be on the informal.
Okay, I
Okay?
appreciate.
But coming up here and putting
Yeah.
it, saying to put it on the agenda is not how it works.
Okay.
I had explained to you that what you needed to do is come and sit down and talk to all of us, and then something needed to be brought forward, and so that's what I'm doing for you via the informal this April.
Anything you need, I'm just 600 miles away, and it's been 7 years. This is a 40-year-old law.
I'm sorry, it's been
And
7 years.
This has become, there's homes built behind me, besides me. It's got all the frontage, it's got everything that's required just because it's a 40-year-old law.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay, so just reach out to me, please, if you would, or if you can.
Yes,
All
sir,
right.
we have.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. I appreciate it. Any other general comment?
Rick Reed, 2625 South US 1. Excuse me. I have two things tonight. One, real fast. The Cobra football team, which is a Fort Pierce football team, age 6 to 14, meets in my restaurant once a month. Primarily, the kids are all from Fort Pierce, and for whatever reason, and I don't even know the gentleman's name, I know when I see him, he's one of the coaches and he's an employee with the county, and Mario Wilcox had alleged something, and therefore the team can't use our fields here. And Port St. Lucie has been kind enough to allow them to go down there, although they don't play in Port St. Lucie. If we can't take care of our own, we're wasting time. I mean, these kids get out there every day. I wish government meetings were run as efficient as this team's meeting in the back of that dining room with 40, 50 of the parents there. So I would appreciate it if we would look into that. We shouldn't be sending our people to Port St. Lucie. And I thank Port St. Lucie for being kind. The next thing is, the last time I was here, shortly thereafter, you all received a series of emails, again from Mario Wilcox. I got there was a prophecy in there that the restaurant was going to be closed or sanctioned because of filth and all that. There was a complaint filed. Rodents are running all around the outside of the place. Inside, of course, I noticed them until after we ate. The server's thumbs were in the food. The place has a terrible smell, almost reeks of urine. And I'm sure the kitchen is messed up. The place is a hazard. That generated a health inspection. That next Monday morning, we got 100. We'd had one in 3 weeks. Before that, our annual 6-month, we got 100. That's not easy to do. And so I went and looked and found out that the individual that filed the complaint was Zora Alfonso, which is the mother or stepmother of Brian Kapp, good friend of Commissioner Fowler. Here they are. And I just wonder, Fort Pierce, I don't mind a fight, but I like an IQ over 10. This is something you'd expect from the city of Fort Pierce back in the day, and they're cleaning up their crap. I don't like this. When a citizen comes up here, they don't deserve this. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And I will fight for everybody. And I just came from court. Here's a permanent injunction against Mario Wilcox. He can't come within 100 feet of me, anywhere, anytime. Treat people right.
Thank you. Public comment is still open.
Good evening. My name is Pete Previtt. I live in Port St. Lucie. I am a member of the Planning and Zoning Board of the city. I'm also a business advisor with the South Florida Manufacturers Association, which is what I wanted to talk about. Manufacturing is a critical industry in the state. Just in South Florida, there's 6,000 to 8,000 manufacturers from Vero Beach down to Miami. One of the biggest challenges with manufacturing is finding good people to work in these companies. So we are partnered with St. Lucie EDC and the TCC, which is the Center for Economic and Educational Development, to expose manufacturing opportunities to young people and other folks. So if you ask a manufacturer, what's your biggest challenge? They're going to say, finding good people. The reason why I'm here is the next thing is, once they find good people and they hire them, it's very difficult for those people to afford housing. So what I wanted to mention was, any opportunities that you have to provide affordable housing in the county is really critical. We are trying to do the best that we can with the schools, IRSC, all these other organizations in the county to promote manufacturing. And then what we want to try to do is try to help these folks afford to live here. So affordable is a relative term. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much affordable housing left, but I know there may be a couple of items on this agenda. Anything you can do to help with approving affordable housing or fostering affordable housing so that we can get these employees to stay here in the county and work for manufacturing companies would be great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Public comment is still open. Seeing none, go ahead and close public comment, and we have a couple of proclamations tonight. Madam Secretary.
Resolution number 26-032, a resolution proclaiming the week of March 15th through 22nd, 2026 as the National Surveyors Week in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. Land surveyors are among our country's founding leaders and were instrumental in forming the layout of property boundaries in the United States, providing our citizens with the opportunity to enjoy the American dream of property ownership. United States Presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Abraham Lincoln all served as surveyors, contributing to the historical mapping of America in its early years. The surveying profession requires special education, training, knowledge of mathematics, the related physical and applied sciences, and requirements of law for evidence. Surveyors are uniquely qualified and licensed to determine and describe land and water boundaries for managing natural resources and protecting private and public property rights. The continual advancements in instrumentation have required the surveyor to not only understand and implement the methods of the past, but also learn and employ modern technology to find solutions to meet the challenges of time. The citizens of St. Lucie County, Florida recognize the valuable contributions of the surveying profession to history, development, and quality of life throughout our country, and make important decisions based on the knowledge and expertise of licensed surveyors and mappers. Now therefore be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida. This board does hereby proclaim the week of March 15th through 22nd, 2026 as National Surveyors Week in St. Lucie County, Florida. The board encourages all citizens to recognize the many contributions and ongoing dedication of surveyors to our community and throughout the United States. Passed and duly adopted this 17th day of March 2026.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have Steve Brickley from PSM Bowman. No? All right. Are you going to accept it?
Unfortunately, local surveys didn't show up.
We
for
have
recognition.
Alexi with
Thank you
us.
so
Alexi,
much
I'm going to
for
give this to you.
recognition.
If you want to say a few words, and then come on up. We'll do a photo.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Board of County Commissioners, County Administrator, Deputy County Administrator, County Attorney, and residents and citizens of St. Lucie County. I'm very glad to be employed here. Unfortunately, local surveyors have their own business after hours and no one showed up. Next time we'll schedule during business hours from 8 to 5, but I'm very fortunate to be here and get this proclamation. And, you know, will do my best working for residents of this county. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a picture. This way?
No, you were good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Alexi. All right, and then we have American Red Cross Month.
Resolution number 26-046, a resolution proclaiming March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in St. Lucie County, Florida. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida has made the following determinations. In March, we celebrate American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make humanitarian mission possible in St. Lucie County. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bring belief, comfort, and hope when help can't wait. This compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has for 145 years through the American Red Cross. Committed to readiness, recovery, and long-term resilience, the American Red Cross supports communities across the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast chapter before, during, and after disasters. Today, those who serve the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast chapter light the way during emergencies, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatments, childbirth complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24 hours a day global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that save lives. These collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let's celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. Now therefore be resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County, Florida. This board does hereby proclaim March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in St. Lucie County, Florida, passed and duly adopted the 17th day of March 2026.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Is Tracy Mitchell with us? Oh, she's coming up. I was looking for you. This is the Executive Director of the Red Cross, Tracy Mitchell. Good to see you.
Good evening, Board of County Commissioners. As she said, I'm Tracy Mitchell, Executive Director of the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast Chapter of the American Red Cross. On behalf of the team of Red Crossers here with me tonight, we thank you for the opportunity to join you as we celebrate March's Red Cross Month. Each year, March gives us a meaningful moment to honor the volunteers, donors, and partners who make our life-saving mission possible across the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast region. Their compassion and dedication ensure that when emergencies strike, the Red Cross is ready to provide care, comfort, and hope. Here in the Palm Beach and Treasure Coast chapter, we are proud of the growing strength of our community partnerships, especially in St. Lucie County, where I reside. This year, we are grateful to celebrate the addition of a new board member, also from St. Lucie County, which is another sign of our deepening roots and shared commitment to serving our neighbors. Recently, we had the privilege of joining St. Lucie County Fire and Rescue to install 154 smoke alarms in 2 mobile home communities in Fort Pierce. This effort was made even more meaningful by the presence of local chapter board members, community partners, County Commissioner Jamie Fowler, and Fort Pierce City Commissioner Curtis Johnson Jr., who worked alongside us in this life-saving endeavor. Their hands-on support reflects the heart of the St. Lucie community and the spirit of service that defines Red Cross Month. We are thankful for your ongoing partnership and your dedication to the well-being and resilience of your residents. We look forward to building on this momentum and continuing to grow our collaboration in the months and years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on up for a photo. Come on up. That'll do it, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. And with that, we need approval of the minutes. We have 3 sets.
Motion to approve the minutes for January 14th, February 17th, and March 3rd.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything anyone wants to pull from consent? If not, I'll accept a motion.
Yes,
Motion to approve.
I'd like to pull 2 things, please.
Okay.
First, I have a question on 10C8. If this is terminated, I need clarification. Will the funds be going into the staff medical account?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, currently this contract is paid from out of the health insurance fund, so those monies would stay in the health insurance fund, and continue to support the health insurance and the clinics.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that's where it was going to go, and it'll go back to the employees, correct? Through
It
the
will,
medical-
if
okay.
that's the will of the board, as we look towards renewals coming forward in the future and things of that nature, the funds will stay within the health fund.
All right, thank you. And then I'd like to pull 10C6.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda minus 10C6. I'd like that to be a separate vote, please.
All right. Anyone else want to pull anything? If not, I'll entertain a second.
Motion to approve?
Your second?
Second.
No.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll go back to 10C6.
I just, again, I want to state for the record that it's not that I would not support this. I still, after 3 times now, have brought up about the financials. I still have yet to get them. I would have thought that after the last meeting, somebody would have contacted me to show me financials. That still hasn't happened. I also want to say that we need to be mindful that this company does not have any experience in FBOs, and FBOs are much more than pumping gas. And I think that they should come here. I think that they need to be here. There's a need for their paint shop. But again, we need to be mindful of what we're putting our name up against without there being proof of funds. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I wanted this to be a separate vote, please.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cosby?
Mr. Landry, Maite, what protections do we have within this lease agreement as far as failure to perform, any kind of that sort of thing?
So there are several provisions within the lease that if they don't perform, there's a schedule of development. There's years on when they have to accomplish that, and we call that substantial completion. If they don't meet those targets, the commission can either take away a portion of the land if only a portion was done, or you can actually terminate the lease as well.
So I'm just trying to make sure the public's aware of what's going on here. I've already met with you guys, but as far as from the day we potentially approve the lease today to, how long do they have to construct?
5 years.
So 5 years, and if they fail to construct what they've said they're going to construct in 5 years, what happens?
So the board can choose, again, to take away a portion of the land. Let's say they only construct a portion of their schedule, and they could take away that piece that has not been completed, or you can terminate the lease altogether, and the land and the improvements stay with the county.
And what's the square footage lease price of the overall?
34 cents a square foot.
And that's substantially higher than most.
Yes, so our appraised value is 30 cents a square foot.
Okay. Yeah, I met with some folks at the Vero Beach Airport today, and they were kind of shocked that they were saying it was a good deal. So I'm in favor of that. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Moving right along to public hearings. All right. Starting with our county attorney.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. What you have before you is Ordinance 26002, establishing the Serona Community Development District. Attached to the agenda is a request of a draft copy of Ordinance 26002, which if adopted would establish the Serona Community Development District, a development located on the south side of West Angle Road, lying directly east of the Turnpike Road. Staff is recommending approval, and I believe there is somebody here from the district with a PowerPoint to present it to you today to give you a few more details.
Okay. Good evening. Yes, that is your clicker.
Good evening. Ginger Waldwood, Billing Cochran, here for the petitioner. I am not very good at this, so if someone can tell me if I do it the wrong way, I will not take any offense whatsoever. It's a pleasure being here, Commission. Also to the County Attorney and County Administrator, Deputy County Administrator, thank you for your time. I am here on behalf of the petitioner for Serenoa Community Development District. And I did it right. So, Most of you here already know what a community development district is. You have community development districts within your community. This PowerPoint is a basic PowerPoint, but then I'll get into specifically the Sarah Noah. But it's also for the audience here today to understand why we are here. This is for the establishment of the Sarah Noah Community Development District. It is an independent special purpose district. It is not an arm of the county. It is an independent district. What can they do? Well, CDDs can finance, acquire, construct, and maintain certain public improvements. They have the ability to issue tax-exempt bonds to pay for those improvements. They can levy, collect, and enforce special assessments for the debt service of those bonds, and also for the continuation of the maintenance of those improvements. They can place assessment liens on properties, and they can contract for professional services to provide those services. What they can't do, they can't take the place of a commission. They cannot regulate land use. They can't change zoning. That's in place. They can't finance private improvements. So a private property cannot be financed. HOA property cannot be financed. They cannot issue building permits, issue development orders, or provide any type of police and fire services. There we go. Now, how are they established? Well, as was stated by your county attorney, we had filed a petition to establish this CDD. These are the requirements that are required by Chapter 190 Florida statutes for a petition, and that is in front of you today. How are they governed? Well, these independent special districts, CDDs, are governed by 5 supervisors. Board members are also called. They are public officials. They raise their right hand. They take the oath of office. Originally, they are elected by a landowner's election of whomever owns the property within the district boundaries. Thereafter, when that district has reached 250 registered voters and 6 years, they must start going to a general election. In your ordinance today, I think it's section 10, I believe it's one of your last sections, you have a requirement that once upon you reach, the developer reaches the 15% of sales of the homes in this community, that they must go ahead and require an election of one of those homeowners to be on the board. That's not required by 190, but that is required by this commission, and it is in the ordinance, so it must be obeyed. It runs with the land. Okay, so we talked about this a little bit, what it is and what a CDD can provide. And some of the issues, or some of the reasons why a CDD provides some comfort is the public nature of a CDD, such as a city or a county. Everything is under the Sunshine Law. All of the supervisors must follow the Sunshine Law. In fact, every supervisor now, for the last 2 years and ad infinitum, has to take the 4 hours of required ethics training and Sunshine Law with it. That must be done by every single supervisor. So they are public officials. They must serve in the best interest of the CDD, just as all of you serve in the best interest of the county. The other thing that a CDD provides as to transparency is a website. It is required by law. There are certain items that must be required on the website that I put on this PowerPoint. But the board members, that CDD Board of Supervisors, can put whatever they want onto that website as long as these items are provided as well. Sarah Noah. So this is where Sarah Noah is located. This was filed with St. Lucie County because it resides within unincorporated St. Lucie County. It consists of approximately 113.85 acres north of Orange Avenue, south of West Angle Road, east of the Turnpike. The CDD proposes that it's going to fund and maintain the stormwater management system. So not only will they fund it with bonds, tax-exempt bonds, that is the intent, but also will own the stormwater management system and maintain it. Additionally, the funding for other public improvements is anticipated as the water and sewer improvements. including roadway improvements within the CDD boundaries and then also outside of the boundaries with Engle Road. Site plan has already been looked at you. This is not approval of the site plan. These items are taken up separately and have already been considered by this commission. So what are the costs of the improvements? The estimate today, as when we filed the petition, is approximately $19.8 million. That determination is made by working with engineers to provide those costs as the snapshot at that time. This CDD, as I said before, proposes that it is going to issue tax-exempt municipal bonds, which will be paid for non-ad valorem special assessments. They're not going to be property taxes, even though they may be seen on the trim notice and eventually on your property tax. They are special assessments. This is not a tax that St. Lucie County is imposing. This is an assessment that the district imposes itself onto the homeowners, the property owners. Those expenses of the CDD are also only borne by those homeowners that are living within that CDD. So that is the other part of the special assessments, the debt and that operation and maintenance. It is not paid for by anybody else in St. Lucie County, only those property owners within Serenoa. Additionally, every purchaser, before they actually sign on the dotted line that they're going to buy one of these single-family homes in Serenoa CDD, is required to be disclosed that they're buying into a CDD, and there could be bonds issued and special assessments levied upon the property. Additionally, with that, I know it's hard to read. I was trying to get it better. My apologies. I can't read it. I have to look at my sheet. But this is the disclosure that's required by law right before you sign that dotted line on the purchase and sale agreement for your single-family home. But there's brochures. So this developer will put together a brochure, and here's just again, it's really small, but here's just a sample in regards to the brochure as to what the CDD is going to be providing. They provided some of the information as to the HOA, because there will be an HOA to deal with the private matters within this community as well. We went over some of the things that the CDD is going to be responsible for. One of the important things is really dealing with the stormwater management system. To me, this is extremely important for the CDD to provide. The reason why is because CDDs are professionally managed. They're required to have a district manager by law. They're also required to have a district engineer by law. That district engineer is the one that is going to inspect and certify this stormwater management system. We'll do the regular inspections of the stormwater management system and also provide the reports that are required. Not only there are reports required by South Florida Water Management District, but also by the state. Legislation was completed a few years ago, and different reports had to be provided. In 2027, that 5-year report that has to be done to the state, which is about 40 pages, is also going to have to be done, again, for every CDD and for every new CDD. So that is an importance in regards to the CDD providing those services, is you know that you're going to have a Florida professional engineer doing that work, and also being managed by a professional manager that has the understanding of local government. Along with that, the CDD in this CDD anticipates also providing the services for the wetland preservation area. Again, important to make sure that that is being handled properly within the permits and staying in compliance with all those permits so people are not coming in and just slashing and burning. Oops, I think I went too far. So these are the requirements as to the approval of a CDD. So in your packet and in the petition, and also within the ordinance itself, you have to make certain findings. These are the findings that you have to make that are required by Chapter 190, which you have already heard from your county attorney and from staff, that this petition does meet those requirements of Chapter 190. And I thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And I have to say one thing. Your staff, including the county attorney's office, including the clerk's office, recording secretary, and the city manager, and I work with cities all over the state, I have been bragging about your staff for at least 3 months now. They have been a pleasure to work with. They are so professional and immediately responsive. And I wish every county and every city had a staff like yours does. And thank you very much for any of you who are here that are staff members. I know I'm not supposed to talk to them, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. They are amazing. So with that, before I open up to public comment, does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
before she sits down,
Sure.
I saw,
Just
I
trying
saw
to
in your,
avoid that.
saw in your presentation you say there's going to be $19.8 million of improvements. How much do you anticipate the CDD borrowing?
That's a good question. So that has to be determined by the Master Assessment Methodology Report. So we're not there yet. So the estimate as to the improvements is the maximum. That is the maximum. That is required to be part of the petition, so we have to put it in there. Once the CDD is formed, then the determination is made as to how much can actually be financed. I'll tell you right now, I've never seen in the last 20-some odd years that I've been actually in government that the full amount has been financed. This developer is looking to cap the amount of the assessments that can be passed on to, and I don't get involved with that, but can be passed on to that end buyer. And therefore, it will not be the 19.8 million unless the interest rates go down to about 2.4, which we're not at right now. Last bond issuance that we just did this week was 5.35.
Well, in my office, I already expressed to her how much I despise CDDs. I think the majority of that actually has to do with, regulations that may need to come down from Tallahassee more so than our board. But yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions while I have her up here? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up for public comment regarding this item. Seeing no movement, I'm going to close public comment, come back to the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Number 2.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, County Attorney Catherine Barbieri. You have before you ordinance 26004, scheduling a referendum election on November 3rd, 2026 for a proposed 0.5% local government infrastructure surtax. The board for a proposed extension to the existing 0.5% infrastructure surtax, proceeds from the surtax, if approved, would be used to improve public roads, reduce traffic congestion, reduce neighborhood flooding, improve local water quality, and other similar uses. Implementation of the proposed surtax requires that the board adopt an ordinance that directs the supervisor of elections to schedule a referendum election to allow the qualified electors of the county to vote on the levy of the proposed surtax. The cities and the villages have adopted resolutions requesting that the board adopt the ordinance for a period of 10 years. In this regard, attached is a draft ordinance that, if adopted, would direct the supervisor election to hold the referendum election on November 3rd, 2026 on the ballot question set out in the draft ordinance. If approved by the voters on November 3rd, 2026, the proposed surtax would be effective for 10 years, beginning January 1, 2029. The proceeds would be distributed to the counties and municipalities pursuant to the formula set out in the statute. Attached to the agenda are the resolutions from City of Port St. Lucie, City of Fort Pierce, and the Town of St. Lucie Village endorsing the proposal of the Board of County Commissioners of St. Lucie County to adopt their ordinance calling for the referendum on 2026 general election. The notice of public hearing was published in the St. Lucie News Tribune on March 5th, 2026, and a copy is attached. And staff is recommending approval.
Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clasby and then Commissioner Townsend.
Mr. Attorney, did we request the cities to pass an ordinance, a resolution to support this?
We sent it to them and asked them to consider it, and then they did, yes.
Any reason why City of Fort Pierce didn't respond?
They did. It's attached,
Is it
I
on
think.
here?
I believe. I know they responded, and I asked staff to attach it. They should have. If it's not, then it's totally my oversight, because they did pass it.
Okay.
I apologize if it's
I was
not
just wondering
there.
if there was a reason there. Okay. If it's
No,
on there, okay.
then if it's not there, it's my oversight, because I did pass when I talked to Sarah Hedges, the city attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
I just want to take a few seconds because I know that people are listening. This is something that benefits all of us because it's paid for with the roads and the swells and the sidewalks. Things that if this does not pass, comes back to us, which means we're going to have a shortfall of being able to maintain and take care of those things. So whenever this went through the last time, it was important that the chamber and the cities, as well as the fire department, came on board, and we all had an education that everybody went around and held town hall meetings and stuff. And I think we need to do that again this time to make sure that everybody still understands, because the growth that's happened here in St. Lucie County.
Madam Chair, if I could, just for the record, Eric Gill, Communications Director, to answer Commissioner Clasby's question. I did do a presentation to the City of Fort Pierce, and they were in support of. I don't know if that resolution's been agended and approved yet, but I know that the City Commission was in support of this, as we've had a working group of some of their staff, as well as City of Port St. Lucie, working on, this ordinance and moving forward. As Commissioner Townsend said, we are going to put together a working group to go out and talk to some of those HOAs and civic groups as we get into the late summer, early fall to do, we can't advocate as staff, we can only educate. You all as commissioners can advocate. But we will be out there doing education, explaining, where these funds, how much will be raised and where the funds will be spent.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clasby.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Yeah, this is definitely something the City of Fort Pierce, the county, and the City of Port St. Lucie, and the village all need, so.
Absolutely. All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. On behalf of the Infrastructure Surtax Committee, I just want to say thank you for your leadership, for bringing this forward again, in advancing this referendum. 7 years ago, this board promised the people of St. Lucie County that if they entrusted you with this half-cent surtax, every dollar would go toward better roads, more sidewalks, and cleaner rivers, and that an independent citizens committee would oversee it. You have kept that promise, and your staff has been exceptional at every step. The results are evident across this county, and we are deeply grateful. Now the most important work is ahead, making sure every resident understands what is at stake. This is not a new tax. It is the continuation of a proven program, and with potential state revenue cuts on the horizon, this local investment matters more than ever. To anyone watching today, this is your program, created by your vote and overseen by your neighbors. Please visit www.slchalfcent.com to see what it has accomplished. The Infrastructure Surtax Committee is in full and enthusiastic support of this ordinance, and we stand ready to assist in the education of the public about its importance ahead of the November election. Thank you.
Thank you. Still under public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close public comment and come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next, property acquisitions. Hi, Joanne.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Joanne Riley, Property Acquisition Director. Item 11B is a public hearing to abandon Tupelo Street. On February the 17th of 2026, this board voted 5-0 to continue the public hearing for the abandonment of Tupelo Street to this evening, March 17, 2026. Here's just a brief map of the area of Tupelo Street. And for the board's information and the members of the public, on March the 10th, 2026, county staff received an email from the petitioner, Patricia Carter, requesting a continuance again of tonight's public hearing until April 21st, 2026 at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the item may be heard, so that they can continue to work on the details that were addressed during the public hearing in February. At this time, staff would recommend that the board approve the continuance requested by the petitioner, Patricia Carter, to April 21st at 2026 at 6 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. And I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thanks, Joanne. I will open this up for, this is a public hearing item, so if there's anyone that wants to address the board on this item that might not be able to be here when we actually hear it on April 21st, now would be your time. Seeing no movement, I'll close it and come back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
We're going to continue it
Yes.
to,
A date uncertain.
April 21st, 2026 at 6 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible that same evening.
okay.
And we continue it to a date certain so that we do not have to go through the advertising requirements, Commissioner Cosby.
So
Madam
April
Chair.
21st?
April 21st, yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to April 21st at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter.
It's already been made.
You motion to approve.
Correct.
That's different.
Her, what she referenced.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Planning and Development Services. Starting with Keene Road. Good evening, Corey. Good evening, Don.
Good evening, Chair Fowler and members of the Board of County Commissioners.
Don, I'm sorry, if I could just have you pause really quickly. Our county attorney is grooming me accordingly, and this is a quasi-judicial item, and she would like these first. So Commissioner Clasby, if I can start down with you, please.
Yes, I met with the applicant and staff on this item, and members of the public.
And general discussion.
Discussing what we discussed at the previous meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowry?
Applicant, neighbor, staff, Ben and Corey, and we talked about the draft plan for the property and light commercial uses.
And I met with the applicant, Maite, Ben and Corey, and discussed their potential use for the property. Commissioner Lee?
I met with Anna Kanapska, if I'm pronouncing that right, and Ashley Gonzalez, who were the applicants, and the staff, Ben and Corey, and we talked about their project and what they planned on doing to it.
Commissioner Townsend?
And I have met with the same that Commissioner Lee referenced.
All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Fowler and members of the Board of County Commissioners. For the record, my name is Don Ariano, planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning atlas from AG1 Agricultural 1 to IL Industrial Light. On December 2nd, 2025, the Board of County Commissioners voted to continue the rezoning petition until date uncertain. A public notice has been provided in the form of a single-sided sign posted on the western Keene Road right-of-way. An ad has been published in the Tribune and an informational mailer sent to neighbors within 500 feet from the property boundary. The 10-acre property is located on the west side of Keene Road, approximately 1/10 of a mile south of St. Lucie Boulevard. The property is within the urban services boundary and the airport overlay. The existing future land use is TVC, towns, villages, and countryside. Properties immediately surrounding include a dedicated right-of-way, an existing conservation easement to the east, and lands designated with future land use, TVC, towns, villages, and countryside to the west, IND industrial to the east, and MXD mixed use to the north. The current zoning for the 10-acre parcel is AG1 Agricultural 1. The surrounding properties have the AG1 Agricultural 1 just to the south of the subject site, IL Industrial Light to the east, CG Commercial General and IL Industrial Light to the west, and a mix of CN Commercial Neighborhood, AR1 Agricultural Residential, and IL Industrial Light, as well as RVP RV Park to the north. The proposed zoning is IL Industrial Light. The purpose of the zoning is IL Industrial Light. The purpose of this district is to provide and protect an environment suitable for light manufacturing, wholesale, warehousing, activities that do not impose undesirable effects, noise, vibration, odor, dust, or other offensive effects on the surrounding area, together with such other uses as may be necessary and compatible with light industrial surroundings. Properties seeking rezoning should not be located within 500 feet of any aquatic preserve or other specially designated aquatic habitat or a Category 1 wetland. The environmental assessment provided determined that neighboring wetland is not a Category 1 wetland. It is isolated remains of excavation activities with no immediate connection to flowways or stormwater features. The site has access to water and sewer connections to the north. It is not located within 500 feet of wetlands deemed Category 1 or any other specially designated aquatic habitat. It does have access to the regional transportation network, and there is not anticipated degradation of surficial water quality. The petition conforms to the standards of review as set forth in Section 110603 of the St. Lucie County Land Development Code and is consistent with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan, goals, objectives, and policies. Staff recommends that the petition be approved by the Board of County Commissioners to amend the zoning atlas on the subject site from AG1 Agricultural 1 to IL Industrial Light.
All right, thank you. Any questions before I open it up for public hearing? Okay. This is a public hearing item. Anyone wishing to address the board? Seeing no movement, close public comment.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thanks, Don. Thad, you're in the hot seat.
Chair Fowler, Commissioners, for the record, Thad Crow, Senior Planner, Planning Development Services, here with our Planning Manager. Oh. This request is a request to amend the Land Development Code, a text amendment as we call it. This is the first reading. 2 readings are required. The second one is tentatively scheduled for your first April meeting, I believe. Should it get that far. We did meet the advertising requirements for Land Development Code text amendments, which are just basically an ad that was run. This amendment is a very simple amendment. Essentially, it is by a private developer, essentially. And the Land Development Code allows the text amendments to be proffered by either you, the Board of County Commissioners, the Planning and Zoning Commission, or any interested party, which kind of opens it up to everybody. So while it's really to address a specific situation, it does apply to the zoning district as a whole. The applicant is Robert Dudley, Noble Oaks Estates. And again, the intent of this change is to increase in the RS2 zoning district, residential single family, the building coverage from 20% to 30%. And that's, to be clear, the coverage of the lot, the percentage of the coverage of the lot by buildings. So now no more than 20% of the lot can be covered by buildings, and this would up that to 30%. However, it comes with a caveat, which would be it's only eligible for that 30% when the property is served by a central water and electric system, private streets, and a master stormwater system. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, I believe, extended that central water and sewer and electric to say central utilities, including power as well. Again, the applicant applied to address a particular situation in a specific subdivision, Noble Oaks Estates off South 25th Street, just south of Midway, which is just to the north here. You can see the St. Lucie River on the right, and I don't want to get too specific like I just did about where it is, because really it's about what it is, a text amendment. Due to the county inadvertently overlooking in the permitting process the building coverage percentages, these particular lots exceed the 20%, as you can see, 22, 23, and 26%. So they are in exceed that maximum 20% lot coverage. Hence the developer applying for this particular text change. As far as context here, I think that in our ag districts generally, you have that 20% lot coverage by buildings maximum. And when you move into more suburban residential category, a little bit higher density, it goes up to 30%. So RS2 is kind of at the cusp there. It's just before you can go up to the 30%. And I think the argument that we made when we looked into this is RS2 is held to the same standard as the ag districts, despite it being kind of a different kind of beast. In fact, RS2, we have a map that shows it, I think in your packet you saw it. It's often utilized for newer subdivisions that are coming into the county where people want a little bit larger lots, a little bit of room, and where they typically are required to have common area stormwater, central utilities. And what this does is this frees up building space on the individual lot that doesn't have to be used for well and septic, on-site stormwater, swales, things like that. There is precedent for this in the sense that in 2016, we changed for the plan developments. We took out the dimensional requirements, setbacks, and other standards, and said, hey, let's look at this at the time the plan development comes in for review. In 2020, more of a similar measure increased the lot coverage in the Ag 1 zoning category from 10% to 20% to kind of match the other ag districts. So essentially, repeating what I said earlier, the justification for this amendment is central utilities takes away the requirement for on-site well and septic, which can really take up a lot of a lot. Secondly, a master stormwater system reduces the need for swales and stormwater storage on lots. And also, a bonus, the presence of such a system reduces the potential for flooding that could be posed by higher building coverage. Thirdly, a private street takes the pressure off the county and the taxpayers for road maintenance that could be exacerbated by more impervious surface and standing water. So I think what this is saying is essentially engineered subdivisions essentially shouldn't be penalized like ag districts in the sense that you should be allowed to have a little bit higher building coverage because there is efficiency in these individual lots and common area aspects. So it's a little hard to see, but you can see the RS2 district across the county, and it is kind of in areas that are served generally by central utilities, not always, but if you look a little closer, you can see in the North County and White City, PGA reserved, and then west of Fort Pierce, you can see these clusters of RS2, and they're kind of at areas where you're moving into more dense areas from the ag areas, so they're kind of, as we would call them, transitional areas. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing at their February meeting, and as I said, they recommended unanimously to approve this with the clarification that the water and sewer be expanded to central utilities. We do find this text amendment to meet the standards review is in the Land Development Code, and we believe it does not conflict with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Therefore, we recommend that you, the board, evaluate the proposed text amendment as presented below and schedule a second reading on April 7th, 2026. And again, it's a simple amendment. It essentially raises the maximum lot coverage in RS2 from 20% to 30%, with the notation that this is only eligible with private streets, central utilities, and a master stormwater plan. I'm happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clausby?
Yeah, what year were these building permits issued?
2023, I believe.
Just for the, it's kind of separate from the text amendment, but what have we done as a county to make sure this level of error doesn't occur again?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Clausby, members of the board, I believe the error that occurred here relates to reviewing the building permits in contrast to the approved site plan. In this particular instance, the site plan had identified building envelopes, and I think there was a misunderstanding as to whether or not the building coverage when it was approved in the site plan was on a lot-by-lot basis as opposed to the cumulative area of the site plan. That said, we do have notes, we have additional training and things that have been implemented to ensure that lot coverage calculations are solidified and considered with each permit. Additionally, with the launch of the Energov system and a product called Bluebeam, we have through essentially an AutoCAD type option to be able to run those calculations and have more precise measurements. So that has increased our effectiveness and efficiency in implementing both our land development code standards and reflecting upon consistency between site plans and building permit and zoning plans.
I'm glad to hear we have a technology solution to double checking. In addition to that, the text amendment itself, I was a little skeptical of it at first. I actually originally preferred creating a new zoning district that would apply to this, and then others could apply to it. That way it didn't change a bunch of areas at once. But I did ask how many lots would this impact with this particular zoning district, and the requirement of the central utilities, water, sewer, stormwater.
Again, Chair Fowler, Commissioner Clausby, the screen depicts the various areas within the county that are currently designated by the RS2 zoning district, of which we have roughly 3 communities that have the private street, master stormwater system, zoning district, and central utilities. Noble Oaks Estates being one of them, a portion of PJ Reserve, as well as one additional neighborhood. So those particular areas would be eligible upon adoption should the board proceed and enact it at a second reading, where those property owners would have the ability to pursue additional structures, add-ons, things like that. For PJ Reserve, for instance, they would need to route that through their architectural review committee. There's other private authorizations that would need to be secured. For the other areas that are zone RS2, they would be tasked with achieving any of the missing elements. So if they have septic systems or well services for utilities, they could explore things like a municipal service benefit unit or similar to establish those central utilities to fulfill the criteria to be able to pursue the additional increase in lot coverage.
Okay,
Or,
yeah.
of course, new developments like where Tidewater 2 was petitioned. That site is predominantly within the RS2 zoning district for a new master planned RS2 community that could be achieved through their design.
A couple of things that made me more comfortable with it was that they have to have all of them. So they added the word "and," I think, twice into the ordinance. And so that means it really is limited the areas that it can go to. And then in my conversations with planning, kind of the justification for this is that area that is now going to be allowed as building would have once been covered by a septic tank. So it's a little bit of a bonus for coming on to central utilities, and it really doesn't impact the yard that much. So I would actually be in favor of it.
Any other questions for, okay. I'm going to open this up. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, I'm going to close it and come back to the board. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Dad.
Madam Chair, to be certain, that motion includes the second reading at the April 7th BOCC meeting at 6 PM or soon thereafter.
Correct.
Fantastic.
All right. Irene's next. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Fowler and members of the Board of County Commissioners. Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is the adoption public hearing for the Triangle Farms proposed future land use map amendment from Ag 5, Agricultural 5, to MXD, Mixed Use Development with Sub-Area Policies. The meeting was properly noticed with the publication in the newspaper, mailed notice to surrounding property owners within 500 feet, and posting of the sign on the property. We're familiar with the location. It's approximately 89 acres at the meeting of Okeechobee Road, Midway Road, and Shin Road. This map shows the surrounding area, which you can see is still largely rural. There's some large lot residential, agricultural residential to the southwest, but it's largely still rural. We have the fairgrounds, which is on occasion, a few times a year, very, very active, but more quiet. But we can also see to the southeast, this is part of the Wilder residential development, and Oak Ridge Estates is only about three miles to the south. The city of Port St. Lucie is right across the roadway from Shin Road and Midway Road from the property. So development is starting to edge out this way. The property is in the urban services boundary, as that urban services boundary was expanded just a couple of years ago. It's here clearly on the northern edge there. The yellow lines here are the city of Port St. Lucie's boundaries, and the green here is the city of Fort Pierce. So you can see they are not that far away. Some of the existing approved and proposed development in the area is shown on this slide. So again, while it appears very rural, there's a fair amount of residential development coming on the south and the east of the subject site. And of course, further out to the west is the proposed P1 Motor Club. The current zoning of the property is agricultural 5. It allows all kinds of agricultural uses and 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. To the southeast is the city of Port St. Lucie with an undetermined zoning district. We have institutional for the fairgrounds, but largely agricultural in the vicinity. The proposed future land use is for this area to be mixed. As provided, the mixed future land use designation is appropriate for sites that need special attention, special public input, because the standard future land use designations don't provide the necessary flexibility to address less ordinary circumstances. So in this case, it's in the newly expanded urban services boundary. So the full range of public facilities and services are expected to be provided in the area, but they are not all there yet. And then also just being at this very important crossroads of Midway Road and Okeechobee Road, being near the fairgrounds and the potential future recreation and entertainment district that the county has in its parks plan, make it this a suitable site to consider the MXD future land use. So here's again that the MXD future land use is to be used in those areas where traditional land use classifications do not afford the desired flexibility and community input in land use planning necessary to address local concerns and areas of special or unique environmental consideration. And the purpose and the intent is to identify those areas where innovative land use concepts are encouraged. So the MXD future land use designation can be accompanied by proposed sub-area policies, and the sub-area policies or specific use activity areas are intended to make sure that the development doesn't precede the availability of facilities and services. So the proposed sub-area policies for this Triangle Farms future land use map amendment are that 1, all rezoning shall be to the planned non-residential zoning district. Planned non-residential zoning district, as you know, requires preliminary development plans where uses and development standards are identified, and it's the subject of 2 public hearings. Second, the rezoning to the planned non-residential development district shall not be approved until development of equal or greater intensity exists within 1/4 mile, as would be consistent with the intent of Comprehensive Plan Policy 1.1.2.1. And all applications to rezone shall identify the proposed permitted conditional and accessory uses. The proposed sub-area policies identify some of the desired and anticipated uses for the site, and they are identified on the slide: a hotel or motel, eating and drinking establishments, a convenience store and gas station, the retail sale of tractors for use in agriculture, landscaping, or property maintenance, sale of heavy equipment and construction equipment as a conditional use. As you know, conditional uses, again, require 2 public hearings. A data center as a conditional use. Specialty contractor trades, that's plumbers, electricians, ceramic tile workers, and indoor manufacturing. These are anticipated uses. The sub-area policies also identify prohibited uses, and those include outdoor storage as a primary use, including parking or storage of recreational vehicles, automobiles, boats, or trucks. The policy then makes clear that the outdoor display of tractors and heavy equipment for display for sale purposes is distinguished from parking and storage. Display would be permitted as accessory to the retail sale. Parking or storage would not be permitted. The sale of new or used automobiles is prohibited, as is the sale of used boats or used recreational vehicles is prohibited. Residential development is limited to 2 of the parcels. The property is owned by 2 separate property owners. The one property owner was interested in retaining the ability to provide residential development. The residential development would continue to be permitted consistent with the existing Ag 5 zoning. So it would require 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres for density. The policies provide for some development standards: 25% minimum open space, but that open space excludes stormwater facilities, so it's a more generous open space standard than applies generally to the PNRD zoning district. All development must be served by centralized water and wastewater. Any outdoor light light industrial activity must be screened and buffered from adjacent properties and roadways. The maximum floor area ratio of 0.5, maximum building coverage of 35%, maximum building height of 40 feet or 3 stories. If a hotel is proposed or a motel, the board may, in its discretion, approve something taller. And that was the idea of maybe trying to accommodate a 4-story hotel or motel. And that best dark sky lighting practices are required to help protect the rural feel for the people in the neighborhood. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing in July of 2025, and they adopted a motion to recommend to the board that this amendment be approved. In December of 2025, this board voted 4-1 to transmit the proposed amendment to the state and regional reviewing agencies. So it was transmitted, and we did receive some comments from some of the reviewing agencies. The Florida Department of Commerce made clear they have no objections related to adverse impacts to important state resources or facilities. They offered for technical assistance that if a data center is proposed, that would the county please notify Florida Commerce so it may have the opportunity to provide technical assistance while the use is being considered. And they reminded us if comments from a reviewing agency are not resolved, they could form the basis for a challenge to the amendment after adoption. So the other state agencies had no comment. Florida Fish and Wildlife, no comment. South Florida Water Management, Florida Department of Education, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Florida Department of Transportation, and Florida Department of State have no comments. The Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, I apologize in the staff report, I might have called it planning organization, planning agency, I wasn't consistent. It's the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council. They did submit comments to us, and they indicated that adverse effects on regional resources or facilities and extra-jurisdictional impacts have been identified, and particularly Midway Road and the Midway Road and I-95 interchange. They recommended that coordination with Port St. Lucie, Florida Department of Transportation, and transit providers on transportation issues is encouraged. They encouraged coordinated multi-jurisdictional transportation study regarding approved and proposed development being needed, and additional sub-area policies may be needed. They further said, Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council said that it's unclear how the board can make the required affirmative finding regarding the comprehensive plan policy that says that the property under land use amendment application is adjunct to or within no more than 1/4 mile of the same or greater type of land use classification, and they opine that it does not appear the addition of sub-area policy relieves the commission of this obligation. So the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council was responding primarily to comments that it received from the city of Port St. Lucie. The city of Port St. Lucie identified concerns, again, about Midway Road and I-95, that development that has already been approved for Midway Road, or excuse me, in the area that's going to send trips to Midway Road, that it already exceeds the capacity of the roads, that the trips that are already going to be generated from approved development going to require 8 laning of Midway Road, that there's not funding for that. The 2045 Long-Range Transportation Plan provides for developer-funded improvements. We have a brand-new 2045 Long-Range Transportation Plan. I think it was just adopted in February. And it provides for developer-funded improvements to Midway Road between I-95 and Wilder Parkway, but that's a short area, and then it's the rest of Midway Road out to Okeechobee, as I understand it, is not identified for any further widening. Anyway, so in the staff report, we offered a lot of options to the board, and maybe some combination of these various options might be what is best. So one option is for the board to adopt the future land use map amendment along with the specific use activity area policies as it was transmitted. The policies incorporate Florida's transportation concurrency system, which we frequently rely on and which requires local government to approve development if the developer contributes its proportional share of needed transportation improvements. This system, the concurrency system, does not permit the local government at the rezoning and site plan stage to ensure that the transportation improvements will actually be in place when the demand is present. Option 2 is to adopt the future land use map amendment and the specific use activity area with amendments that, 1, eliminate the proportionate share cash contribution option for mitigating transportation impacts, and provide for FDOT and the City of Port St. Lucie's participation in approving mitigation plans for Triangle Farms transportation impacts. Option 3 would adopt the FLUMA and specific use activity area policies, but with a floor area ratio limitation below the 0.5, which was transmitted. So the 0.5 FAR allows something like 1.6 million square feet on the site. So we have another, the Arcosa, I believe it's the Arcosa mixed use area. They were approved with an FAR of something like 0.18. So a lower FAR could be considered. Option 4 is to provide for reduced development capacity for a period of time, a specific period of time, or to tie the limited development capacity until such time as certain transportation facility improvements are made, such as, for example, Midway Road being 4 lanes from I-95 out to Okeechobee Road. Option 5, for the board to provide staff and the applicant direction as to what policies or strategies are in the best interest of St. Lucie County, and continue the public hearing to permit further work on those proposed policies. Or 6, of course, the option is always to deny the adoption due to inability to make the finding required by Comp Plan Policy 1.1.2.1. So that's a lot of options. I think that some combination would be staff's recommendation that we might look at a couple, like perhaps eliminating the proportionate share cash contribution as an option, provide in the sub-area policies that FDOT and the City of Port St. Lucie will have an official seat at the table in approving mitigation plans for any transportation impacts from this development. Providing for a reduced FAR might be appropriate, especially a reduced FAR until such time as there are further transportation facilities available. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, ably assisted by my boss, Corey Benton.
All right, thank you, Irene. And the applicant is here. I assume they also have a presentation. Any questions of the team right now? Okay. Good evening.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Zach Cicera with Cutler and Herring in Jupiter. Certainly a pleasure to be speaking in front of you tonight. I've been working with the property owner, Dean Decker, for the last 2 years or so on this project, and we're very excited to be here at the adoption phase, hopefully, of course. But I would like to provide some clarity on Irene's fantastic presentation. Now, over the past 2 years, the board did make a decision to expand the urban service boundary to this property. I think that was done intentionally, and certainly for a reason, understanding that the fairgrounds could be utilized at a greater intensity sometime in the future. So it's setting the stage for the future in this surrounding area of the fairgrounds. Now, Irene did mention that the fairgrounds is occasionally utilized, however, it's fairly quiet. So I certainly don't think that's a life sentence. It is true today. But should this be adopted and amend our land use to MXD, our site will be fairly quiet as well tomorrow, because we won't be able to come in and develop this site until we submit to you a PNRD, which needs your approval. And then MXD is appropriate to promote innovative development. That's part of the comp plan. I will say that, to define innovative in this sense, that really means that it gives you all the flexibility and the increased governance of what options you could have for development. Of course, because we do need your approval again. So I guess I'll ask, are the fairgrounds at its maximum intensity? Is that a greater intensity than what we could propose on our site? Now, we have 88 acres at MXD with a portion of industrial and commercial land uses. That is a fair amount of intensity, but that's what we're being judged on here at the land use level, is the greatest intensity, which really isn't realistic, especially with South Florida water management standards being so restrictive and limited as they are now. So of course, we do have the commercial land use across the street. So I know we've spoken to a few commissioners that, our development plans could include a warehouse, a very small warehousing operation for contractor supply. Now, is a warehouse more intense than standard commercial uses? It's certainly less traffic, but those are things to think about. We're being judged on the greatest intensity. So we do wish to develop this piece incrementally. I know that the property owner has relayed that to myself multiple times, and to the county, that he does not want to build this out all in one go. He does want to provide a master plan, and of course we will be working with you all over the next few years to hopefully develop a plan that suits your needs and expectations of not only you, but the county in general. Given all of that said, we do respectfully ask for this to be approved and adopted as transmitted. I think we made a fair amount of concessions with our sub-area policies. I think they're very appropriate for this site. So going down to reducing the FAR, it simply doesn't work, especially with the South Florida water management standards. And of course, we do need to present a plan for your approval later in the future at the rezoning level and the site plan level. So if there's any concerns after this, we can certainly address them at that time. So of course, here, myself and Mr. Dean Decker are here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, any questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public hearings. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, I'm going to come back to the board for discussion or a motion. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cosby?
Planning staff, could we elaborate a little bit more on mixed-use area policy number 7 and the standards of review, page 13, referring to the comp plan 1.1.2.1 and how development wouldn't be allowed until that's satisfied? Is that typical?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Clasby, so that link and reference, as it's found in the comprehensive plan, is typically an evaluation point that the board would be making at this stage for a future land use assignment. As was discussed in the report and by the applicant, we do have land uses adjacent that on one hand could be argued to be of similar intensity, not necessarily of the same scale as the pockets of commercial. That node is probably 2.5 acres versus the 88 acres that's being considered before you this evening. But of course, our county fairgrounds is plus or minus 250 acres and can certainly generate activity, traffic volumes, and expand hours of operation, and we have not tapped its full potential. So that said, the approach and why it's been crafted this way is to allow allow the future land use map to be updated to allow this mix of uses with some limitations, and some of those limitations are requiring a planned non-residential development rezoning, which includes architectural standards, access point consolidation that reaffirms the approved site plan, and considers the anticipated development in the area. So we identified where the city of Port St. Lucie limits is to the southeast. There's various planned unit developments and communities that will be progressively coming online based upon market factors on the south side of Midway Road. And so the anticipated crafting or the anticipated outcome based upon the crafted sub-area policies is to allow for a rigorous rezoning process, to allow for coordination and consideration of specific traffic impacts when we have a site plan, when we have specified uses that are within the parameters provided by this MXD, but also have some limitations where the board can consider those future PNRD proposals in reflection of what's established nearby. Is there compatibility? Is there a use of similar intensity functioning and actually in place? So basically it puts some brakes on what could be proposed in a PNRD on this property until that development is present. And why staff's been supportive of finding a custom crafted MXD for the site is when we see those new communities come online in the city of Port St. Lucie, and we know that there's essential services, whether it's that AC company technician, the plumbers, the flooring company, or other specialty contractors. We think about those light industrial nodes that are in the city of Port St. Lucie, the unincorporated county, or the city of Fort Pierce, and what are the travel distances to be able to respond to and support new residents as they come online in the area, that travel distance, any traffic congestion. And so having those services in proximity and those options through a legitimized zoning district and land use, we see as an enhancement for that area and addressing some of the planning challenges. But also what we've observed is where the market's trying to pivot and accommodate those demands, folks will often look at a prime piece of agricultural real estate and see that, their vision of how they can make that the home for their contractor trade business or other reuse. And so this provides a market approach in an area where there's paved roadways, where there's public facilities like utilities, but also protecting the corridor through architectural review, looking at consolidated access points, and providing the board through a public hearing process with, of course, community participation meetings, the ability to find compatible non-residential development for this site in the future.
So I mean, a lot of people have reached out to me, and people that reached out to me consider this still to be west of town. And I mean, I consider most anything west of 95 still to be west of town. However, before I got onto the board, the urban services boundary was moved west. And as such, I think it's appropriate to rezone properties that are now in the urban services boundary to a new future land use. As I said at the previous first reading on this, I support this, and I think I support it a little bit more now reading the mixed use area policy number 7 that says no development on Triangle Farms MXD area requiring rezoning to PNRD may proceed without demonstrating full compliance with comprehensive plan policy. So with that, it means at this point, what would be allowed? Only Ag 5 uses?
So, Commissioner, that's where it's subject to evaluation by staff, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the Board of County Commissioners. But I think it would be a consideration of what's established within a quarter mile. So we have the commercial general node to the northeast. It's at 2.5 acres in general size, just above that, I believe. There's some light retail, but that zoning district would allow for a Starbucks in theory, a Wawa on one of those corners on the north side of Okeechobee at Shin, and then of course the fairgrounds. And so if someone proposed a 7-Eleven on one of the portions of this, we would be presenting comparative data for hours of operation, for traffic, for building size, and those various factors. So the Board of County Commissioners can make an informed decision of whether it's comparable, whether the time is right, if it's compatible, and at that time the board could grant the rezoning or deny the rezoning, saying that the applicant has not demonstrated that those provisions are met.
So, could be a longer discussion if we're not in agreement of what is allowed there under this MXD area. But as far as just the public watching, any development on this site would have to come in for a rezoning if it wasn't an Ag 5
That is correct,
proposal.
Commissioner. Yes.
Okay, and at that time, we would look at traffic impacts, because we've had this issue at the county before where City of Port St. Lucie assesses their concurrency at a different stage than the county. Is that what we're looking at here as well?
Essentially, in that Port St. Lucie shifted to the mobility fee and that mobility structure, whereas the county still seeks to maintain concurrency and balance that with background traffic and newly proposed projects with our multimodal impact fee.
Okay.
So yes, we would be evaluating those details and specifics at the time of rezoning through a full-fledged public hearing process.
Thank you.
You were leaning forward, Commissioner Lee?
No, I was just going to make a comment, with the fairground being there and the thoughts that we all have shared on potentials of the fairground, I think the MXD is an appropriate zoning change for that, and hopefully it will be a benefit to the fairground and help us get something going out there. My personal preference, I'd love to see a coral sky out there. Traffic and the roadways obviously would have to be improved, and where that money would come from, I don't know, but the fairground can be another, quote, destination area for our citizens to go in and to enjoy rather than traveling way north and way south. So I do like the idea of the MXD. I will say the data center did have me a little concerned out there. As much as I'm a proponent for those, I'm not sure that's the appropriate place for it, but that would be a conversation for a later time.
So I'm, Commissioner Clasby, glad you asked that question that you did, because in terms of what the process would be at this point. And so what I would ask back to the commission then is, if they can still come forward as is, then why are we putting a developer project sort of shovel ready on the shelf for them when it doesn't meet our comp plan? So I want to just go back to the one that you asked about, the 1.1.2.1. The county commission shall make the following findings supported by the other elements of this plan prior to taking any approval actions granting an individual amendment to the future land use maps. There's two. The first being it has to be adjunct or within no more than a quarter mile of the same or greater type of land use. It doesn't meet that requirement. It does now meet number two, because since we met last and fast forward to now, the lines are in the ground and they're at their front door as far as water and wastewater. I agree 100% it's in the USB. I agree MXD is probably the way to go with this, but we're not there yet. This is going to create urban sprawl. It is going to go against objective 1.1.5 at this point. Also, Corey, can you try to highlight the two parcels that they're contemplating for residential too, just so we can see that on the map? Because we're talking a lot about sort of the industrial commercial side of things, and I want to make sure that we understand we're also talking about squeezing houses on here with some of the potential uses that they've got on here. I just think it's a really bad precedent to approve something without a plan. You kind of just said it yourself. You're going to come to us with a plan in a couple years. You should be coming to us with a plan now so I know what I'm approving. When I met with you guys, I didn't have any extra comfortability afterwards. Again, I left that meeting with you don't have a plan. And Mr. Decker literally told me, I'll put up a warehouse. If that doesn't work, it's easy to tear down and put up something else. That does not give me comfort. I would love to see us postpone this. I would love to see them come back with an actual plan so we know that what we are approving. Quite frankly, if we go back, right, Mr. Hernandez, the development he's in, that builder was supposed to build the roads. Right now, part of his jam up is that back in 1975, we agreed that at some point this individual was going to build the roads and then everyone can build their houses. And guess what? Houses got built, no roads got built, and here we are today. So that concerns me, that those are a lot of things to juggle. Within the USB, it's appropriate again to be developed, but developed when this board understands what is going there, what their intentions are. I just have to reiterate that to everyone, just to make sure I get it. I feel very deeply about this. We really need to understand what we're approving. Sorry, Corey, let me switch my screen. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members
Thanks,
of the
Corey.
board. There are 2 parcels that are not owned by Mr. Decker. I believe they total roughly 21 acres. The sub-area policies as presented would limit residential density to the current agricultural 5, 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. And so between those 2 parcels of 21 acres, we would see between 4 and 5 units as opposed to an uptick. The MXD without sub-area policies or particular use area standards would have the ability to pursue up to 5 units per acre or up to 9 units per acre or up to 15 units, depending upon if it's a low, medium, or high. But one of the built-in policies would keep the current 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres as being the standard for this Triangle Farms. So that's one protection. And reviewing the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council input, that was one to highlight in response that cap was already built in, and a point of advocacy for our staff. As outside of a residence that is an ag estate or accessory to a light industrial use as a security quarters or something, we weren't imagining that we would have a full residential community at the convergence of these arterial roadways. Of course, a potential hospitality venue in the future, something like an equestrian hotel or boutique hotel that plays off the activity at the fairgrounds would certainly be something that the staff could envision there, but not much more than the 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres that the Ag 5 currently allows.
And see, we can talk about what we imagine and what we want out there, but that's not our property. So once this is approved and if it's approved, if it fits, they can come forward with it. So again, that's just, I think it's premature, and that's where I'm at with it. I have not changed my mind on this one.
So, Madam Chair, I have a
Commissioner
comment.
Townsend?
The proposed sub-area policies clearly states that this has to come back to us for the PNRD. We have a say in what's going to happen. It also clarifies that the PNRD shall not be approved until the development exists with that intensity within a quarter of a mile. It is in the urban service boundary, and the prior board, and I think you and Commissioner Leet were on the board also at that time, we looked at this as an entertainment district, and we wanted something to go out there as a hotel, and there are, every single weekend there's something at the fairgrounds. And so there has been a need for what is being put forward here, and I know that Mr. Decker has been looking at this piece for a long time to get this through. The hotel is one of the main things that has been discussed there. Also, like Corey just stated, it's acre lots. So I'm in support of this. I think that we have a little bit of leeway because anything they do is going to have to come back to us when the PNRD comes forward. We have to look at it. If we don't like it, we can say no or whatever. I'm I'm kind of also leaning towards letting the DOT and Port St. Lucie have some say in this and buy-in into this. But I think we need to be mindful that this was a targeted area for exactly what he's doing from the prior board. And I, again, don't recall if you and Larry were on the board at that time because it's been a couple of years. This is something actually that Franny Hutchinson championed. And she started this a while ago, and so I am in support of this moving forward.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clausby?
Corey and Irene, could you go to the allowable uses? PNRDs allowed, Ag 5's allowed. What else is allowed under this proposed change? So like what zoning areas would be allowed? Is there its uses specifically?
When the planned non-residential development proposal comes forward, that's at the time when uses would be identified. This one specifically calls out light industrial and commercial uses. The only exception for residential is for the 20 acres.
Like, I guess what I'm asking is, any proposed use there other than Ag 5 would have to come in for a rezoning, or you're saying we're also allowing light industrial?
No, it would have to be rezoned.
It would have to be rezoned, and at that time, we would check for compliance with 1121 and other traffic concurrencies.
Yes, sir.
And if they don't meet those, we would be probably at a staff level not even bringing it forward, I'm assuming.
Correct. There are some limitations to a local government's ability with regard to transportation. The way the concurrency system works now, that there's the pay and go, so someone can pay their fair share of a roadway improvement, but that share might not be adequate to make the roadway improvement occur. So there's a little bit of a risk with that system. And some advocates are saying we need to deal with transportation sooner, like at the future land use map stage. So that might be one reason to support a slightly reduced FAR or to tie the FAR to some 4 lanes. But planned non-residential development, they have to establish concurrency, which includes the pay-as-you-go, pay and go, or whatever you want to call it. They have to meet our standards. It has to come to this board. It has to be development standards and uses that you think are consistent with our policies and our laws. And
Right, and so I'm just thinking out loud here, but let's imagine they don't go with a PNRD, right? Because it's not ours, we don't know what could happen. They are still allowed today, Ag 5, and if this is approved, they're still allowed Ag 5, which would allow housing. How many lots could they theoretically replat this to that would conform to an Ag 5 neighborhood? Like how many units would they ultimately be able to get out of this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Clausby, I think they'd be in the ballpark of 16 to 17 residential units with the opportunity for a guest home on each lot.
And I think in my conversations, I don't know that that's their intent with this, but I'm just, so that way we can understand what would be allowed today by right, and then the protections that are in place moving forwards. And I don't want to simplify it as much as this is just changing a color on a map, but it kind of is at this point because there's a lot of other hoops that have to be jumped through to do anything different than what's allowed today, which is what brings me more comfort to this. And moving forward, it's separate from this, but I'd like us to do a new updated Western lands study of some sort where we can have an overlay to kind of map out where we anticipate things going, so that way we can kind of have the higher level conversation to see where this plugs in at that point. But I think that I'm still in support of this at this point. I can't say that, I definitely can say that I'm not an automatic approval on rezonings in the future. But as far as this goes, I think this doesn't guarantee any additional rights today.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
I also want to say that the traffic, they don't know what's going to go there. They don't know what it triggers. The traffic studies are done when the PNRDs come in. Something that is going to be a warehouse versus a hotel is a different traffic. So you don't do a traffic study until they come in for the PNRD and they actually know what is designated or trying to go into that space. So that's also where we have a say when it comes forward, because they have to present the traffic study at that time whenever they're bringing us, letting us know what is trying to go in on that parcel.
I'm just not interested in moving growth westward without us having a plan, and that's exactly what this does, because now lands within a quarter-mile west of this now get lit up for potential LUMAs, because now they'll be within a quarter-mile of something that's approved. So, but, all right, so we have some recommendations. Where is the board?
Madam Chair, I just, one more thing.
Yeah.
So item F on here, a data center. It's kind of a hot topic these days. It's a data center as a conditional use. Does that allow, and I don't know that they're going to apply for a data center, but just to talk it through, as a conditional use, does that give us the absolute right to deny it if we don't want it, or would they have a pathway to getting their conditional use?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Clasby, so with any conditional use, there's the consideration of the scale, the intensity, the compatibility, their capacity to present that they have not or that they will not cause adverse effects on public facilities. So that could be a consideration, whether it's a 50,000 square foot building versus 150,000 square feet, what their demands on water and power consumption are. So where the board, in considering those standards of review for a conditional use, does not find its consistency with our land development code or the surrounding area, the board has the latitude to deny a conditional use permit. Okay. And for instance, you know, with any of the uses, hotel being probably the key exception, you know, if there's a conditional use that's established under the PNRD or eligible under this, the board has the ability to set hours of operation and other reasonable conditions. So, you know, that could limit some of the intensity and scale.
Let's talk about the hotel for just a second, actually. So we've talked overall density, but densities for hotels and motels are typically treated a little different. Could you elaborate on the maximum hotel that could potentially be authorized under this?
Yeah, so Commissioner, unless the board wants to prescribe a particular limit now, typically 36 units or hotel rooms per acre is considered viable within a hotel resort consideration.
So how many stories would, talk to me about that?
So that would be part of the PNRD, where the board could set height limitations, you know, 3 stories, 4 stories, considering adjacency and compatibility. As the building is taller, the board could support greater setbacks and separation from property lines. So there's a lot to consider. The board, again, through this future land use map amendment, identified as one potential option for adoption is to prescribe maximum floor area ratios. Those could apply broadly to any use proposed in the future, or apply specific to anything but a hotel, allowing for some greater flexibility for hotel. The board could also prescribe that the hotel is a conditional use to afford the board now or in the future that additional level of scrutiny.
Madam Chair, if it gives the board also a little bit more security, you can strike any of these that they're not going to be allowed. So if data center is something you would not ever want to see there, you can strike out, and that's not going to be an option. Because I hear a couple of you referencing that. So if that's something that you wouldn't be comfortable putting there, then this can be approved minus line F.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lowry.
if I remember correctly, I think that wasn't going to be an option for the applicant anyways, so that might be good to cross through if we're all in agreement.
I'd be
Is
in
there-
favor of that. Madam Chair. Also, I mean, just theoretically here, right, because I'm still learning. What benefit does it give us if we make a hotel or motel a conditional use? Like what difference does it make in the PNRD process, PNRD, whatever?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Clasby, oftentimes when a planned non-residential development is routing through the current process, this body would see a preliminary plan And some applicants have a very, very detailed preliminary plan, as we'll see this evening with Indro Groves. And then others provide much more of a bubble plan where they identify kind of a future building footprint, where storm water is anticipated, typical buffering sections, but they haven't gone through the specifics of architectural design, specifics of height, other than putting a maximum cap. So let's take the PNRD over where Wawa is situated at Midway Road and Selvitz, where there was always the gas station with specificity, but future out parcels. And over time, some of those out parcels are considered for car washes or self-storage. It's the conditional use that, for instance, that self-storage facility within that PNRD gave specific architectural designs, gave height, provided building square footages, provide quantity of parking spaces. So the conditional use definitely demands a higher level of detail because, as we know, not every hotel is designed, built, and delivers the same presentation in public services. So that's something to consider.
So, I mean, it doesn't, I don't know that it adds that much more because I would expect to have a more detailed plan to begin with. But because it has to go through a rezoning process anyways, it's not like it's a by right. They just come in with a site plan. They're going to have to rezone to a hotel anyways, if they were to do such a thing.
That is correct, Commissioner, but the PNRD could have a list of uses, including a hotel. I will make note that the commercial general district, that straight zone district today, hotels are a conditional use, so it wouldn't be outside of the realm of appropriateness to classify it as such for this district.
I mean, I think a hotel deserves more scrutiny, so I would like to have that as a conditional use. Not that it would be prohibited, just that I would want a higher level of a plan.
And we're certainly committed to doing that. We can classify a hotel as a conditional use, and we can prohibit data center if you all would like.
That you get to find here.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. So we have some recommendations. What is the will of the board?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Townsend.
I mean, I think to clarify before somebody makes a motion is to say that the hotel would be a conditional use and the data center is struck from it. And that cleans up some of the language.
And then I feel like we're reading a
Yep, there's 6 options.
draft environmental assessment or something from the federal government here. Does staff have a recommendation on one of these 5 or 6?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Clasby, I think given some of the input from the Regional Planning Council and the City of Port St. Lucie, but also some of the what I would call successful MXDs that we've had achieved. And again, we referenced earlier where Arcosa was developed for the Cassins MXD. That MXD was established in 2009, and it wasn't until recent years, approximately 2022, 2023, in which that PNRD was achieved, and it was developed to support a targeted industry. So we had over a decade and a decade and a half until that was fulfilled. I think the floor area ratio limit, given that we have 80 acres here, is reasonable. I think that we would most likely want to exclude hotels from that floor area ratio limitation because usually it's a more compact form and vertical. So I think that's definitely what's on the top of staff's list. What that does is it limits the quantity of square footage within each of those sites in the future. But let's take an example of a 7-acre site. At a floor area ratio of 0.25, that would allow about a 76,000 square foot building. And again, so staff is simply providing one example. 0.2, 0.25 may be perceived as being too restrictive, but the board can certainly explore options.
Madam Chair, so Corey, are you saying option 3? From
Option
everything
three
you've heard
with-
from us, option 3 is what's going to get us there and give everybody comfort and let stuff come back as planned.
I think that's where staff, our starting point would be. I think there's value, given the discretion discussion this evening, to hear from the applicant, whether they've explored a floor area ratio alternative to 0.5 that might fit some of their marketing and potential future development approaches, if hotels were to be excluded from that limit.
So I'm going to ask the applicant, with the striking that we did with the data in the hotel, are you okay with option 3?
Thank you. We'd like something a little less restrictive, given that this just simply restricts the options that Dean will have and you all will have going forward. I know if someone is interested in leasing the land from Dean to build something, a lot of these developers, especially with a gas station and a hotel, those developers, they don't want to take on the risk. So to amend that later, if needed, would be very difficult. So we can come down from the 0.5, but just to provide us the flexibility, we request 0.4.
So are you saying that option 1, with the limitations coming down to the 0.5? Is that?
So option 1, our request would be option 1 with the conditions for the hotel as a conditional use, prohibiting data center, and then bringing the FAR from 0.5 in our sub-area policies down to 0.4.
Okay, I'm good with that. So I'll make a motion to approve option 1 with the 0.4 and the change of the language for the data center and the hotel.
Madam Chair, before we move on from there, I just want to make sure everybody's clear here, because not everybody knows what an FAR is. If we could just clarify, what exactly does an FAR 0.4 imply? And also, I think that Corey was saying that we should exempt a hotel from the FAR requirement as well. So if you could just tell us, like, how many square feet of buildable area are we talking about with 0.4?
Absolutely. So the floor area ratio would apply to the overall acreage. In this instance, we can take a look at the entire MXD area, approximately 88 acres. With a floor area ratio of 0.4, we would take the overall square footage of the 88 acres, multiply it by 0.4. That's going to generate the potential across this entire district of approximately 1.53 million square feet. Now, as we divvy that up into individual parcels, because the site has previous site plan, a plat on a portion of it, when you have that 7-acre piece of land, that is, of course, one example at a floor area ratio of 0.4, that would allow a future commercial or light industrial user or through the PNRD to propose up to about 121.9 thousand square feet.
And so with that's just the box of land they can propose something in. You still have to do tree preservation,
parking,
stormwater,
access, stormwater,
open
exactly.
space, that sort of thing.
That limits the floor area on the property, and so if they go 2 stories, we cut that number in half. If they go 3 stories, we cut it in thirds. And so the building footprint then would be approximately 40,000 square feet, but 3 stories. And the considerations behind that are the floor area typically is what correlates to employees and correlates to traffic impacts and different scale of the project.
If I could just add in, a floor area ratio, if you had a floor area ratio of 1 and you had a 1-acre property, if you could build lot line to lot line, you could build 1 story at 43,560 square feet. So you can't build lot line to lot line. So you build on half of that lot. You still get your 43,560 square feet. But if you made it two stories, your footprint would be, 23,000. You take that floor area ratio is like 1 story, if you have 1, floor area ratio of 1 is your whole parcel covered by 1 story. So if your floor area ratio of 1, if you cover half of your parcel, you get 2 stories. You cover a third of your parcel, you can get 3 stories. So with a floor area ratio of 0.5, you can build 1 story on half of your lot. If you take that 1 story on half of your lot and make it 2 stories, you get 2 stories on a quarter of your lot.
Okay, and with option 3, if you could show that one more time. I mean, staff asked in that specific one an option of below 0.5. Of course, 0.4 is below 0.5, but was there a specific reason you put 0.2 and 0.25 on there? Because those are much lower than 0.5.
Commissioner, I believe it was partly in response to the terminology and approach that the commenters provided. In past instances, when the county's adopted MXDs, we've utilized floor area ratios to alleviate some of the concerns from the Florida Department of Transportation or other commenters. Considering some of the numbers and the ability through a PNRD to provide greater limits if public facilities design simply aren't there to achieve the full 0.4. I think 0.4 is a fair approach. Staff presented those as options. Of course, over in Cassens, it was 0.1825, but they had essentially one link to Midway Road because Favorite Road was never going to continue east to Selvets Road because of residential development. And so I think that was a reasonable cap there, and we're trying to derive the most reasonable cap here. I think 0.4 overall is reasonable, with the caveat related to hotels as a conditional use.
Would the applicant consider a 0.25 FAR if gas stations and hotel were exempt from that? Or
Well, I just heard from the owner. Of course, he said no, but I will say, I mean, this is really for flexibility. I've done a lot of these PUDs, PNRDs across the entire state. Almost every single time they come back and we submit at a lower FAR. The reason we're asking for 0.5, which really isn't restrictive, is we still have the height limitation. So of course, you can add height. Irene's example of 1 acre, a 1 acre building, you can add height, but we can only go to 3 stories except for a hotel, and that's subject to your approval in addition to the scrutiny for the conditional use. So we're limited with the height, we're limited with the setbacks, we're limited with the landscape buffer. We have a sub-area policy that stormwater lake areas cannot be counted towards open space. And of course, the drainage retention that we're required now since the beginning of the new year with South Florida Water Management, we have a lot of projects that we have a lot of open space, a lot of green space. So it's really for the flexibility, so we have more options to present to you in the future. That's all it is. So we're still at 0.4 with that answer.
Okay. Commissioner Townsend, would you restate your motion so I can hear that?
So my motion is option 1 with the limitation of 0.4, striking the data, hotel becoming conditional use. And I just want to also, like on option 1, it also addresses that they have to have the transportation improvements in there as well. So basically, the data center is struck, not going to be a consideration. Hotel will be conditional use, and the limitation will be below 0.4.
Well, can we talk, Madam Chair?
Commissioner Crosby.
Can we talk about option 1? I mean, just reading it, it says adopt the FLUMA and specific use area policies as transmitted. These policies incorporate Florida's transportation concurrency system, which requires local government to approve development if the developer contributes its proportionate share of any needed transportation improvements. The state transportation concurrency system does not permit at the rezoning and site plan stage the local government to ensure the transportation improvements will actually be in place. I mean, that's a lot of words. Does that mean something I don't think it means? I mean, could you explain that to me?
Commissioner Clasby, I think staff wanted to qualify that that would be our standard approach, as opposed to anything exclusive or above and beyond. I do think that there's value in some of the sub-area policies and verifying that future PNRD proposals will include direct coordination with the Florida Department of Transportation and the City of Port St. Lucie, which we anticipate to occur either way. We're very proactive through our Development Review Committee in reaching out on any project that's going to impact FDOT facilities, even the City of Port St. Lucie, keeping them in the loop as we did this evening with outreach of this evening's meeting. So I think that, again, a hybrid, we were asked the question of which option. I think we're trying to provide the appropriate blend. I think of 1, 2, and even 3 with the introduction of a more restrictive floor area ratio from 0.5 down to the 0.4 that's been discussed.
And Madam Chair, option 2, I'm not okay with because I want them to have to pay the proportionate share. So this option 2 eliminates that. I want them to have to be accountable for that, which is why I did with the option 1.
Corey, on the option 2, to clarify the proportionate share cash contribution Commissioner Townsend just pointed out, is that you saying that they have to actually build the improvements versus pay the proportionate fair share? Is that accurate, or is that incorrect?
Madam Chair, that's essentially the direction. I think that we'd have to, through the rezoning, explore those specifics of how that would be approached to leverage and specify what improvements. That's typically not our protocol, but definitely something to consider for a site that's has a blend of facilities that are being impacted by development in the City of Fort Pierce, the City of Port St. Lucie, and even unincorporated county with the cross jurisdictions.
So, Madam Chair, so to make this clear, it would be option 1. With taking out if the developer contributes, it would say eliminate the proportionate share cost contribution option, and then the data, and then the hotel. That way it is stating that they have to do their fair share.
Commissioner Clasby, were you done before? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Lowry, did you have a question?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Corey?
if I may, thank
Yes.
you for being recognized, members of the board. Just for further discussion of the floor area ratio, here's a light industrial site within the LTC Ranch area, not too far to the southeast. This overall development site is about 15 acres in size. The building square footage, I believe, is in the ballpark of 150,000 square feet. Let me specify that. So it is definitely a little bit lower floor area ratio. It's 161,000 square feet. If we were to apply that same floor area ratio of 0.4 to that site, it would allow an additional 100,000 square feet above this facility, just to provide context of how that applies in a real life example. Now, this particular site, you can see that there's a series of collective stormwater areas, so not the entire stormwater facility is on this particular parcel, so that could affect the overall floor area ratio, but wanted to provide that as an example.
Thank you, Corey.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clasby.
While you still have that picture up, Mr. Benton, you're saying that's a floor area ratio of what?
Let me do that math. It's under 0.4. 0.4 applied to that parcel would allow for up to 261,000 square feet, and that building is at about 161,000 square feet. So under the 0.4, they'd be able to basically add 100,000 square feet.
So 0.4 implies that you can develop 40% of the parcel?
Essentially, yes. With buildings, now obviously this site, you can see the concrete loading areas and tractor trailer parking. So the building itself is 161,000 square feet.
It may be my eyesight's just not that great, but the building ends at the line just under your cursor, is that right? Or is that a white parking lot?
That's concrete parking
Okay.
and loading.
I thought that was a rooftop at first.
So the floor area ratio of this building, based upon the blue parcel boundaries, is right at 0.25.
So that's what I was saying. I've had a learning process with FARs. I mean, FARs don't typically include the asphalt or concrete.
That's correct.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second for it? Hearing no second, motion dies. Would someone like to propose a different motion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Crosby?
So one more time, you said this is a FAR of what?
It's approximately 0.25. Specifically looking at the blue outlines, again, there's some storm water capacity that appears to be jointly utilized. So that could be a light asterisk or variable, but the numbers are right at 0.25. The building size in relation to the blue outlines of the 15-acre site.
All right, so board, what didn't we like about the motion? I think we should try to talk this out. Was it the FAR? Was it a use? Is it just the overall?
You know my reasoning, so that's why I'm staying quiet. So Commissioner Leader, Commissioner Lowry, would you like to?
Quick question for the
Sure.
applicant. So staff was recommending closer to 0.2 or 0.25. Would the applicant be willing to go to 0.3 and meet us in the middle?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will say, and yes, I think we can come to an agreement on that, but I will say that FAR is separate from lot coverage as well, too. So it seems like that has a lot of impervious area on that graphic that you're looking at. We would just naturally have more pervious area due to the sub-area policy governing lakes not being counted as open space. But all of this we'll figure out at the site plan level. And we'll dictate those standards and ask for your approval on that and, you know, that whole process. But if you're more comfortable at 0.3, with the exception of the hotel and gas station, because the hotel requires a lot of parking, then, yeah, we can come to an agreement on that.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair, so let me, did you go ahead?
Okay, no, go ahead.
So Commissioner Lowry, what you're stating is option one, no data, conditional use hotel, and it be a 0.3.
Yep, and keep the hotel.
Conditional
exempt.
use.
Yep.
Commissioner Lee?
I can get behind that.
So I make a motion to approve this.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion for number one, taking also no data center, hotel, gas station being conditional uses, and the fair share, the proportionate fair share removed, they have to build it.
Correct.
Does that cover everything?
I don't know that we said the gas station would be conditional use, but
Just the-
I'm
it was
also
just the
not
hotel.
opposed to that.
Just the hotel? Tell me.
Well,
I'm just clarifying the motion.
Yeah,
so-
my motion is what, it's not the gas station, it's
Okay,
the
the
hotel,
hotel.
but no data center, 0.3, and they have to do the proportionate share of the road.
Right, the proportionate share, yeah.
Which is option two was. That was my motion.
And I
second it.
sec-
Okay. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Me? Okay. All right. Motion passes 4-1.
Great discussion.
All right. I was asked for to take a quick break before we go into the next one. So let's come back at 8:35.
Madam Chair, can I just request something?
Absolutely.
I need to get legal on this. I'm going to be abstaining from the next item, so before we take a break, could I go ahead and abstain from that now, Catherine, or do I need to wait till we come back?
It's the chair's pleasure whether you want to handle it now or you want to wait until after the break, since you've already sounded like you've
Commissioner
taken a break.
Townsend can go,
Okay.
can go now if she'd
All
like.
right, so I just want to, I have a close personal relationship with the attorney of this item coming up on 11C4 and 5. And so to assure that there's a fair proceeding free from the bias and the prejudice, I'm going to be abstaining from this at this time. And I do want to say thank you to Tess for spending the day with me. You've been a great role model, and she is wishing to stay to continue the meeting with you other four. So have a great night. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we'll see you guys back here at 8:35.
Just come up to the big chair.
ahead and resume. And we are going to start off with Indrio Groves, the rezoning to PUD. This is quasi judicial, so Commissioner Clasby.
I have spoken with members from the public, the applicants, the county staff regarding this application.
Oh, sorry. Wrote it all down. Ben, Corey, Irene, staff, Maite, multiple times on this project. Definitions of a hamlet, explanation of it fitting the TVC, general site plan. And then also with Robert Raines, Leslie Olson, district planning, applicant, Lennar Homes.
All right, thank you. And I have met several times with our team, Ben, Corey, Cynthia Angelos, Leslie Olson, Bob Raines, Dave Canfield, and Greg Pettibon, talking about the project, the site plan. Commissioner Lee?
I have spoken with staff, Leslie Olson, with the applicant, Bob Raines, Dave Canfield, Greg Pettibon, and Troy Holloway, and we discussed the development and specifically a lot of discussion on the ag part of the development, which is very interesting.
Nice. Okay. All right. And Ms. Barbieri, at this time, or actually, I guess, Bob, at this time, are you going to do the swearing in now, or are you going to wait for staff to do their presentation? How would you like to do that?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Bob Raines for the record. Yeah, if we could just go ahead and do the swearing in of our team and the staff, if it's amenable, that would be great. And I think that solves it, and then I'll ask a couple questions later on before I bring some other folks up. But if that works for you.
That works for me.
Thank
And then
you.
I will also say, if there's anyone, this is a public hearing item, so if anyone does plan on speaking, we'll also need you to stand and swear yourself in as well. This is slightly different, so, okay.
Are we supposed to stand? Is that us?
No? Okay.
No, you're.
It's gonna say.
And it doesn't count for attorneys either, because we can't swear.
Everyone else was doing it, I figured I would too. All right, we are ready.
Am I doing the swearing in?
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
because I wasn't
Yes.
told. Anyone who would like to give testimony today, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. All right, Irene, you have the floor now.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Chair Fowler, members of the Board of County Commissioners. Irene Settlemyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is a public hearing that was continued from March 3rd, 2026, regarding the request for the Indrio Groves Hamlet PUD, a request to amend the official zoning atlas and a preliminary development plan. This meeting was properly noticed because the meeting was continued to a date certain. The public notice that occurred for the March 3rd meeting suffices for this meeting. We mailed to some 97 owners of property within 500 feet, including 13 in Indian River County. The advertisement was published in the St. Lucie News Tribune, and two signs were posted on the property. Staff received one telephone call in response to that notice. Additionally, the applicant hosted 2 community meetings at the Lakewood Park Community Center. I think we're all familiar with the site. It's at the north of the county, sharing a boundary with Indian River County to the north. To the west, it shares a boundary with Spanish Lakes Fairways, Spanish Lakes Boulevard, along the southwest portion, and to the west of Cobelgard Road. The site's 1,027 acres. It's currently zoned Ag 1, Agricultural 1, allows 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. It has the towns, villages, and countryside future land use designation. You can see most of the area is Ag 1. There are a couple PUDs, the Spanish Lakes PUD, this PUD, 2 planned country subdivisions. To the south is the Bedner Farms planned retail workplace land area. They're requesting the PUD zoning district for a hamlet TVC, Towns, Villages, and Countryside Hamlet PUD, up to 3 dwelling units per acre. So in a snapshot, this is the preliminary development plan. 1,027 acres. They're proposing 3,081 dwelling units. Single family will comprise 83%, townhomes about 7%, apartments about 10%. Open space is something like 41.5% of the land area, 426 acres. They're dedicating or proposing to dedicate 24.4 acres for a kindergarten through 8 future school site. Just under 11 acres will be dedicated right-of-way, and they are allocating 9 acres for commercial development that will include a child care center. So this Hamlet PUD is proposing to increase the density from 1 dwelling unit an acre to 2 dwelling units an acre by providing 9% of the dwellings dedicated to workforce housing, as is provided in our comprehensive plan and our land development code. Then they are applying to increase the density up to 3 dwelling units an acre by, in addition to the 9% of the dwelling units being dedicated to workforce housing, they will provide a daycare center on site. The comprehensive plan and the land development code enable an applicant for a Hamlet PUD to reduce the minimum open space from 60% to 50% by having a mix of residential, civic, and common open spaces, and having active and passive recreation within a quarter mile of a majority of the residents. And then the minimum amount of open space can be reduced further by providing for at least 1 local store that can help meet the daily needs of the residents. So this is the preliminary development plan depicted graphically. And one of the things we mentioned to the Planning and Zoning Commission, it's quite a large site. It's 1.6 square miles, so presenting it on one PowerPoint slide certainly doesn't depict anywhere near the scale. It's about 1 mile from east to west, 1 mile along the northern boundary line. If you measure it from Cobelgard Road, it's 1.25 miles, and it's almost 2 miles from north to south. This triangle down here is part of the proposed PUD. So the different colors, well, before I get to the housing, here's the school site, 24.4 acres, so it will be convenient for the residents, future residents of this site, and to other residents who may come in the vicinity. North of that is the commercial node that will allow for the child care center and other commercial uses, the local store. Again, that would be convenient to these residents, but also in the future, to other residents that may be in the vicinity. So the different colors of the parcels depict the different types of residential lots. So the green up here, these are the 70-foot wide lots. And there are some 3% of the total dwelling units are proposed as 70-foot wide, about 93 lots. The white areas are 50-foot wide lots and 60-foot wide lots. Those will be 6,500 to 7,800 square feet. And that's about 1/3 of the dwelling units, all these white areas. Also, the multifamily apartments are shown down here in white. That's going to be 328 apartments on approximately 34 acres. The yellow is front-loaded 35-foot and 40-foot wide detached single-family lots. All the yellow is 35 and 40-foot wide detached single-family lots. The lot area ranges from 3,850 square feet to 5,200 square feet, and they represent about 1/3 of the lots. The pink area here are detached single-family lots, 40-foot wide, rear loaded. The garages and driveways will be accessed from rear alleys. So you can see here, the rear alleys that between the parcels. Those rear-loaded detached single-family houses represent about 11% of the total dwelling units. The orange over here are the 50-foot wide lots that are called the cottage lots. The garages and the parking will be accessed from the front, from the public street, but the garages are set back from the front facade of the house. The minimum distance between the front of the house and the front of the garage is 7 feet. The graphic depictions of the lot typicals show a greater distance, and that you could maybe have 2 cars, maybe 4 cars in the driveway. We'll have long driveways, but the minimum will be 7 feet. It's the cottage style lot. And then the brown area here is the townhouses, and they are all the parking is rear loaded from alleys. And townhouses are about 7% of the total dwelling units. You can see an extensive flowway system around the perimeter of the site and many stormwater lakes. So the site proposes 41.5% of the land area as common open space. That's 426 acres. This is how that common open space is allocated. And then here it's the, lakes as a percentage of the total site. The 164 acres of lakes equals 16% of the total site area. It equals 38% of the common open space. So you have lakes, you have landscape buffer with path, landscape buffers without a path, parks, greens, and pocket parks, 76 acres, other open space, 90 acres. You have amenity campus and the community green. I should have pointed that out. Let me go back. So there's one of the very nice features of the proposed development is, I think it's about 35 acres of an amenity campus and community green in the center. One of the things that's noteworthy about this project is while the streets to some of the individual neighborhoods are gated, and so cars won't be able to go in if they don't live there or visit there. But the sidewalks will be open and anyone can walk on the sidewalks or walk on the trails. This neighborhood, I forget, I think this whole neighborhood D and C, that these are not gated. Oops. We have pictures, yeah. Anyway, just wanted to orient to the whole site. Next couple slides are about the individual lots. These are the detached single-family lots. Again, 35 and 40 foot in lot width, 50 and 60. And I know I should have color coordinated it with the preliminary plan. I did not. 50-foot wide lots, 70-foot wide lots, and 40-foot wide lots. And the area in square feet, again, the 35 and 40, they range from 3,850 to 5,200. The 50 and 60-foot wide lots, which have a depth of 110 to 130, that's 5,500 square feet to 7,800 square feet. Again, the 50-foot wide lots, 5,750. The 70-foot wide lots have an area that ranges from 6,600 to 9,100. The 40-foot wide lots, these are the rear loaded lots, 4,600 square feet. 83% of the proposed development, proposed residential development will be detached single-family houses. These are the setbacks proposed for the different lot sizes. They all have a 15-foot minimum front setback, a 22-foot front setback for the garage. The side setbacks are 5. For an accessory structure, the side setback is 2. If you're on the corner, your side setback is 15 feet. The rear setback is 10 feet. For an accessory structure, your setback is 3 feet. I think I'm sorry, this, I think I'm missing some of my heading there. This was if you're, if the lot is adjacent to a common open space. So if your lot, if the rear of your lot abuts a common open space, you don't have a minimum rear setback, you can go right to the rear lot line. Similarly, on the side, if your side lot line is abutting a common open space, well, it's the same here. Okay. So the townhouse lots, they range in, the lots range from 16 to 20 feet for an internal unit. If you're an end unit, it's 21 to 25. If you're a corner unit, the lot ranges from 21 to 35. The lot depths range between 80 or 125. What the lot typicals provided in the plan indicate that 125 feet is the typical, but it also provides for an 80-foot minimum. And that's what causes the differences in the lot areas. It's depending on the lot width and depending on the lot depth. The townhouse lot could range from 1,280 to 2,500. Again, for an end unit, from 1,680 to 3,125. For a corner, 2,480 to 4,375. And townhouses represent about 7% of the units. The internal street network is set forth on this slide. The proposed streets are consistent with the towns, villages, and countryside zoning in terms of sidewalks on both sides of the street and nice tree lawns in between the sidewalk and the curb. So there'll be nice shade, tree-lined streets and sidewalks on both sides. There's a variety of street types proposed. 110-foot right-of-way is the main boulevard-type roadway coming in. That will not have any on-street parking. The 100-foot right-of-way, which will serve the school and the commercial area, will have parking on both sides. You have the 80-foot right-of-way. These are the streets that are open to the public. This yellow, the pink, the orange. This 80-foot right-of-way will have parking on both sides, or will provide on-street parking. The green will provide on-street parking, and then through the neighborhoods, there's no designated parking, but it's a 50-foot right-of-way. People will be able, guests will be able to park on the street. Other people will have to yield and travel. So this is showing some of the connectivity, internal connectivity and external connectivity. So the 3,081 dwelling units will all connect to the exterior street network by two roads. The outlet here at Cobelgard Road and the outlet here on Spanish Lakes Boulevard. There is a proposed future access point here when Cobelgard Road gets constructed up at that point. These are represent gates, so cars will be blocked from going into these streets. These are the gates to the residential streets interior. These are emergency access only, so an emergency access that will benefit both these residents, but Spanish Lakes Fairways will have an alternative access to and from their community in the event of an emergency. And staff, this is the area connecting Neighborhood B and Neighborhood D and Neighborhood D and Neighborhood G, where currently there is proposed a pedestrian link and a golf cart link for those neighborhoods. Staff recommended at the Planning and Zoning Commission that these be open to vehicular connectivity, and staff suggests again that this additional vehicular connectivity would be beneficial to the overall circulation of the development, especially given the limited connectivity to exterior roadways. You know, I use as an example like the school. If I lived here and I was going to work and dropping my child off at school, if I had to come over and through here and up here and around to the school, and then in the evening to come back, that adds about a mile each, a mile in the morning, a mile in the evening. So it's a little bit of unnecessary transportation or vehicle miles traveled and time. It puts extra cars on this nice round roadway going around the park. We would advocate that it would be beneficial to have vehicular connectivity in these two locations. Also, in the future, when Coblegarde Road hits this site, if for people who are traveling to the north, some people would be able to travel that way instead of all the traffic being directed onto the outside street network. There's no ability to make any additional connectivity to the west. We have a developed community, Spanish Lakes Fairways. There's no ability to put additional connectivity to the north right now. There's a large canal, and then 25th Street in Indian River County. So that would be jurisdictionally quite difficult and expensive to build a bridge and connect to the other county. Along this way, because there are no roadways yet along here, there's no ability to have external connectivity because the roadways don't exist. But with the developer's presentation, they will show many potential future access points that they will be planning for when and if there are roadways in this vicinity, that this community will be able to connect to them. So this is again the external roads. A roundabout is proposed in approximately this location off of Spanish Lakes Boulevard, and that will serve this community and this community. A roundabout here on Coblegarde. The developer is proposing to construct Coblegarde Road from their project entrance down to the canal. If this road is not yet constructed here, they may have to bring it down a little further, but the plan is to bring it to this canal. They are also committing to building Russos Road between Coblegarde Road and Johnston Road. That would help create an east-west route. So maybe people taking children, I'll use children going to school again as an example. If they're going over to Lakewood Elementary School, they could go over to Johnston or go over to Emerson and avoid this intersection here that's going to become quite busy, Indrio and Coblegarde Road. This is the trip distribution. This is the traffic impact analysis that included the Russos Road link, and it has not been fully studied by our third-party consultant or our Public Works Department. But it shows when that link, Russos Road, from the project over to Johnston Road, some 14% of Indrio Grove's trips will head that direction. Most of the trips will come down Spanish Lakes Boulevard or down Cobelgard Road, and then disperse from that point. But the measurable impact all the way over to US 1, the Indrio Road link between Kings Highway and US 1. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on this petition to rezone and approve the preliminary development plan and voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the rezoning and the preliminary development plan, subject to the following recommended conditions. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that townhome lots should have a minimum width of 25 feet, that front-loaded single-family dwelling lots should have a minimum width of 45 feet with a minimum side setback of 7.5 feet and a minimum rear setback of 15 feet. A green break should be provided after every 15 single-family homes in a row. That vehicular or golf cart connection from the southern neighborhood to the school should be further explored, and that the civic space on Spanish Lakes Boulevard should be developed as a park that can accommodate youth athletics. Let me quickly go. This is the area here that is the potential future civic site. So staff is recommending approval and recommending conditions of approval. So they're somewhat lengthy, and it's my understanding that the applicant team has agreed to all of the staff recommended conditions of approval. So one is that the final site plan or development agreement shall provide for detailed phasing plan for the amenity center, the central green, landscape buffers and walking trails, the child care center and local store. That the child care center should be at least 4,000 square feet and the local store should be at least 1,500 square feet, and they should be constructed before the certificate of occupancy for the 2054th dwelling. And then there will be an annual report required for operations to show that child care center is actually open and handling children, taking care of children, and that the store is open. The final site plan shall provide a detailed phasing plan for the workforce housing. It has to be built and CO'd prior to the 1,682nd market rate dwelling. That's in the code and the comp plan, that the workforce housing must be available and have a CO, certificate of occupancy, before 60% of the market rate housing is constructed. The roadway improvements, the vehicle trip threshold for Russos Road, as it's provided for in the development agreement or the final site plan. The Spanish Lakes Boulevard roundabout needs to be constructed before 1,000 daily trips. Indrio and Kings Highway intersection improvements must be available, be completed before 1,465 trips. You know, generally about 9, a single family dwelling, you normally assume about 9 trips per day. So 1,000 divided by 9, it's, you know, somewhere. I'll say 1,000 divided by 10, it would be 100 dwelling units. So the Spanish Lakes roundabout is going to be needed somewhere around 100 or 150 dwelling units. Indrio and Johnston Road intersection improvements must be completed before 7,481 trips. Cobelgard Road must be completed with 2 lanes, curbs, drainage, sidewalk along the western side, and pedestrian scaled lighting before 8,601 trips. And the interchange of I-95 and Indrio Road improvements must be completed before 21,296 trips. The final site plan for multifamily neighborhoods shall comply with building spacing formula must provide passive and active recreation, and in addition to a swimming pool and a clubhouse, an outdoor recreation area of at least 1/3 of an acre in one spot. All final site plans shall comply with the flowway standards, including pedestrian and bicycle trail system, the width and design of the littoral zones, and the native upland edge vegetation, and navigability by non-motorized vehicles. Final site plan shall provide for vehicular connectivity between neighborhoods B, D, and G. That's the ones in the vicinity of the school and the commercial area. The final site plan shall provide landscape block breaks at least 25 feet wide. And that's in addition to the current block and green space areas. And they must be provided at least every 15 lots for lots that are at least 45 feet wide, and at least every 10 lots for lots that are under 45 feet wide. The identified detached single-family lots in neighborhood D shall be modified to provide rear-loaded off-street parking. So in the staff report, there were a few blocks of single-family houses that the applicant has agreed to make rear-loaded. And prior to final site plan, revisions to the landscape plan are required. Prior to the final site plan, there must be a provision for phased conveyance of the common open space to the future owner, such as the Property Owners Association. Prior to final site plan approval, potential future transit stops must be identified in proximity to the project entrance on Cobelgard Road and in proximity to the multifamily site on Spanish Lakes Boulevard. Prior to final site plan approval, certification of a revised traffic study, including Russos Road, is required. Prior to final site plan, compliance with tree mitigation standards is required. And then code compliance, the general compliance for an updated endangered and threatened species surveys and removal of native vegetation. Those are standard code requirements. That concludes the list of staff recommended conditions of approval. You know, staff has also identified a couple of issues just to draw the board's attention to. Again, that the preliminary development plan identifies 35-foot wide lots and 40-foot wide lots the same on the preliminary development plan, and 50-foot wide lots and 60-foot wide lots are also depicted the same. And if the board wishes to ensure a certain percentage of these lots are, you know, the larger size or a certain size, this is your opportunity to do so. Right now, you know, we're expecting it would be a mixture of 35 and 40 and a mixture of the 50 and 60, but it really could be, it could be all 60 or all 50. It could be all 35, all 40 foot. So that is, if the board has strong feelings about that, it should voice those now. For both the detached single family and the townhomes, the preliminary development plan provides for typical lot depths and widths and minimum lot depths and widths, and resulting in varying lot areas. So again, if the board has concerns about the smaller lots, then this is the time to address that. You know, the different lots, on the one hand, you say, one could say, of course, the developer would like flexibility. This is a community that's going to be built out over many years, and they need to preserve some flexibility to be responsive to the market. It also diversifies the lots and the houses that are available to the people looking to buy a home in the community. So there's pros and cons. If we need greater certainty, now's the time to do it. So staff recommends approval of the Indrio Groves rezoning and preliminary development plan, subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Of course, the applicant team is here and ready to present as well.
Absolutely. Before I bring up the applicant, any questions of the team at this point?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
On page 9, you had mentioned, or there was a line in there, 9% other open space. Can you explain that?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Lee, could you repeat that?
On page 9, yeah, there you go. The other open space.
You know, I think we better best ask the applicant to explain that.
Okay.
There's a lot of little miscellaneous green spaces. If you don't mind, we'll ask the applicant to discuss what that is.
It's the second largest open space,
Yes.
so. And then the other question I had, the interconnectivity between the different subdivisions. I'm assuming they're going to have gates going into those since they have gates going into the other. And how, if not, how are they going to be, well, with the gates, how are they going to be interconnected? Are they going to be able to get through the gates to get to their friends and family into their subdivisions, or how does that work?
It's my understanding that, you know, Neighborhood A has access to Neighborhood A, and Neighborhood C has access to Neighborhood C. Now, we have requested that Neighborhood A and Neighborhood B be interconnected so that both Neighborhood A and Neighborhood B can both use that future exit when it becomes available. But generally, but again, we could ask the applicant to confirm that.
I was referring to the suggestion that you have for the interconnectivity where, I don't know what page we have right in there.
Yes, like B and D
Right.
and G and D. Yes, that we are suggesting that they be interconnected, and it could be, there's different ways it can be handled. It could be just sort of generally open, or what I think was more likely is that Neighborhood G would be able to leave their site without having to go through a gate. So in the morning, they could just get out. In the afternoon, if they wanted to use this, they may have to go through a gate. Similarly, Neighborhood B, they may be able to depart their neighborhood this way without going through the gate, but in the evening, or when they're returning home, they would have to, you know, put in their number or use their card. That's how I expect it, but the applicant would be in a better position to address that.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Lead, if I may, and we can have it up on screen in just a few moments, again, echoing the option of the applicant to weigh in on it further. Within the overall packet, there is a open space plan and exhibit for this project, and those 90 acres, they are partitioned throughout the proposed community, and some of those areas are along some of the proposed flowways and lakes around the perimeters. They have, again, different categories depending upon which portion of the community it's located within. So for instance, this box shading here, which would be part of the upland buffer and some of the segments between blocks. And again, this perimeter of this flowway link along this flowway edge, those areas which are likely to be planted with littorals, upland buffer, native vegetative plantings, and even along some of their major roadways leading up in and around the roundabout. Those are all shaded in a manner that's part of that category of other open spaces, even, you know, strips here along the north side adjacent to the landscaped area around the walking trail. So we can have the applicant provide greater detail, but that's the legend that's part of the agenda packet.
You know, general terms, and it sounds like it's the borders of the open, or the
a lot of the flowways and intermixed in different areas along streets, creating that boulevard effect where street trees and different sidewalks might be situated.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. All right, at this time, the applicant, good evening.
Yes. Right. I think this.
I'm not even allowed to have technological stuff at the office or at home, so bear with me as I do this. For the record, Bob Raines with the Gunster Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening regarding this project. We think we have an extremely exciting project that's going to bring the TVC to fruition finally, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but I'll go here real quick. This is some of the other folks that are here this evening, our consultants and our team. And in a moment, I'm going to have a couple of our consultants come up, and I'll ask them a few questions, and then they'll make a short presentation to you and give you a lot more detail about what we're doing on this particular project. Real quick, obviously, this is where the site is. I'm just going to go through this very quickly and get to a timeline that I'd like to get to. You know, when we come before you, I'll talk a lot about, this has been a long time in coming, a particular project, and I'm usually talking about 2 or 3 years. In this particular case, you can see here by this timeline, Lennar bought the property, in 2004. And at that time, in 2005, they submitted a DRI for 3,000 units and major site plans and had a whole project planned. And then in 2006, the county came along and came up with the concept of the towns, villages, and the countrysides. And of course, there was a lot of debate and charrettes, and Lennar was heavily involved and participated in those discussions. And in 2007, they withdrew the development applications at the request of the county and said, let's look at this and talk about TVCs. So during that whole process over the years, they worked on a TVC and had discussions on what could be done in there. And then in 2022, they came forward and brought in the concept of the hamlet. And at that time, the county again asked us to kind of stand down, that they wanted to look comprehensively at the TVC and not just bring in the hamlets. And again, we hit the pause button and we're a part of those discussions. And then in 2024, the hamlet was finally adopted and we came forward with our project. So Lennar has been heavily involved in this property since 2004 and had a lot of input and participated in the TVC and paid attention to what the county's vision is for the TVC. And so we're here today, and we believe we're bringing forward a project that not only meets the intent and the spirit of the TVC, but also follows the rules and the regulations for both the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. Typically when an applicant comes forward with a PUD, they're usually asking for relief from the development code and certain things. In this particular case, we're doing a PUD because it's required as part of the TVC. But even though we're doing a PUD, we're meeting all your rules and your requirements of both the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. And in a moment, I'll have Troy come up and he'll go through a presentation. So at this time, let me ask two of our consultants, Troy Holloway and Brian Good, who are going to speak. I'd like to just have them come up, ask them a couple of questions, qualify them as an expert, and then I'll continue on. So let Troy go. Troy, if you could, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Good evening, Troy Holloway. I'm a partner with 2GHO. We're the land planners for the project.
And can you, can you give us a brief description of your educational background and your work history?
I'm a landscape architect, graduated from Ohio State in 1986, and I've been working in South Florida since then as a land planner and landscape architect.
Okay, and you've been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, and Brian, if you could just real quick, same thing, if you could introduce yourself, sir.
Brian Good with Kimley Horn.
And can you give us a brief description of your work history and your educational background?
I'm a licensed consulting engineer in the state of Florida for 29 years.
Okay, and you've been sworn in?
I have been.
Thank you. Appreciate, Commissioner, your patience there. So at this time, I'd like for Troy to come back up and he can make a presentation, and then we'll run through it.
Thank Okay, good evening again. Okay, this is the overall preliminary master plan. It is 1,027 acres. It is our Hamlet PUD preliminary master plan. This was carefully designed and developed utilizing both the TVC and the Hamlet PUD sections of your code. We've done this in very close coordination and collaboration with your wonderful staff over the last year and a half to 2 years, at least with this plan, to get us to the point we're at here tonight. This proposed mixed-use community does provide for 3,081 total units, including 277 workforce housing units as permitted by the Hamlet PUD. It does provide for a mix of front and rear-loaded single-family cottage homes, townhomes, as well as apartments. As you can see, I just want to kind of go over this plan before we get into the individual kind of quads of this. This project is bisected by several east-west canals ranging in 80 to 90-foot right-of-way widths. So it does kind of break the project up into literally 4 different quadrants. We'll look at both of those. We'll look at all of those closer, but I just want to kind of give you that before we get into those, so you have some sort of reference of where we're at on this project. To begin with, on the east side here, which is this is the entry, the east entry into the project from Kobelgard. We've got a commercial village at this east end, which is it's placed there to allow the expansion with future development to the east, hopefully, as other projects do come in the future. We do have the 2 civic set-asides. We'll look at those closer. We've got the school, the 24-acre school site, and then we've got the county-dedicated future development there, the south triangular parcel. And centralized to the development, we've got 35.2 acres of a central amenity campus and community green. And then surrounding virtually the entire project is the flowway system. It's the water management system. Linear parks will provide for upland plantings, littoral plantings. It'll be definitely a really prime place for the residents to walk around as well. This is the north. Let me go back and show you. Basically, the north section is neighborhoods A and B, and then we have 2 quadrants in the middle there. We have C, D, and E, and then we have neighborhoods F, G, and H, and at the very bottom we have the triangular piece. So we'll first look at neighborhoods A and B here at the north section. In the northwest corner here we have an emergency access, which will go into the Spanish Lakes community. This was requested specifically by those residents. It kind of gives an emergency ingress and egress to their neighborhood, which was very important to them. It's hard to see on the plan here, but we do have a pedestrian trail system. This will be along all of the flowways surrounding the property, pathways 6 feet and 8 feet in width that will go all the way around so people can walk around the lakes, they can fish in the lakes, have nature walks. We do show here the new golf cart connection. Again, this was done after P&Z. This will now be a vehicular connection as well. And again, throughout pods A and B, we have front-loaded single-family homes in both of these neighborhoods. We do have some alley-loaded single-family lots, which are, I think, the pink lots there in the center. And then we do have active and passive recreational spaces interspersed throughout this community. Nice. We have some big open spaces, and we do have some smaller pocket parks that are interspersed throughout. And we do have then an additional gated vehicular access point, which would be up in the northeast corner, which would connect to the future Kobelgard Road. These are some images of this of these neighborhoods and really some of the green spaces throughout. You can see the size of the green spaces. We have a lot of the green spaces around the multifamily. This shows some of the alleys and a lot of the linear roads and sidewalks and pedestrian systems, pathway systems, and then a couple typical photographs of what the project may look like in the future. This is the next parcel down, next quadrant down, neighborhoods C, D, and E. This section of the neighborhood of the project was really developed more of a TND style, which has a lot more alleys, rear-loaded homes, on-street parking. We have the townhomes with some of the larger green spaces around the townhomes. And then, of course, we have the centralized amenity campus and community green in this as well. This is the entry roundabout from Cobogard Road. It would come into the project, and when you first come in, we have a commercial village, which will be on either side of the main promenade, the east-west promenade, be a divided median road with some parallel parking on either side of that street. And as you come down that street, that main area there, that would all be the townhomes, all alley-loaded, rear-loaded townhomes. Some of these would be facing onto the greens. Some of those greens are really wide. They're about a little over 200 to 300 feet in width, so they are very big. And again, the larger green spaces around kind of the most dense area of development. Here we've got some alley-loaded single-family at the bottom, which is the pink, and then we have some front-loaded single-family, which is the white around in these neighborhoods. And then we also have some front-loaded cottage homes. I think, as Irina pointed out, it's hard to tell the color there, but that is in neighborhood C. And then, of course, they have the large linear greens and parks. Most of the largest ones, again, are around the multifamily, where the most density is, to give them the most green, open spaces. We also have a tree preservation park. We'll look at a little bit more detail of that, but that's the north-south linear tree preservation park. It provides a nice separation, nice buffer between the residential, the school, and the commercial. Makes a nice, they'll have some nice nature trails and walks through there as well. And again, we have the flowway system along the east and along the west boundaries, in addition to the lakes on the interior as well. These are the two golf cart connections. We'll have also the vehicular connections, providing the access and interconnectivity between neighborhoods B and D to the north, and then D and G to the south. This yellow that we just dropped in, that is all of the on-street parking that would be available in these quadrants. That will provide approximately 800 on-street parallel parking spaces, in addition to all the parking that the units have, the townhomes. And again, the pedestrian trail system that would follow along all of the flowway lakes and through all of the perimeter buffers. And all of those trail systems also come into the project from those perimeter buffers, and they interconnect into all the sidewalks within the development, which are on both sides of all the streets. And again, the golf cart connection there in the northeast corner, connecting to neighborhood D, that would get people to the school and the commercial center. And again, our flowway systems that are around the perimeters and then the interior lakes. We have a lot of passive parks, again, a lot of pocket parks. We have some big parks, we have some small parks, a lot of green in these neighborhoods. We do have the front-loaded single-family. There are no alley-loaded lots in these three neighborhoods. These are all front-loaded single-family lots. And we also have provided a 8-foot path that will be provided along Spanish Lakes Boulevard, from basically connecting to the Spanish Lakes neighborhood, and then we'll go all the way to the southern limits of Indrio Groves. And this is the southern triangular portion of the project. That's a very southern piece. This would be the 14.8 acre civic park site. We'll have some enlargements of that in a minute. This would have two proposed access points, one main access point from Spanish Lakes, and an eastern possible access on the eastern side that would connect, that would attach to, I think there's a 50-foot right-of-way there. So they could potentially have some access to the east, connecting over to Cobogard. The multifamily site would have two access points, both gated, one on Spanish Lakes and then the other one on the north side, connecting to the future Russos Road. And the multifamily apartments would have a 100-foot buffer to buffer them from Spanish Lakes Boulevard, but more importantly, I-95. And that would also, so the 80-foot path would continue south all the way to the southern limits of the property. These are the two entry roundabouts that we have, the one on Cobelgard, and then we have the one on Spanish Lakes. The Spanish Lakes roundabout is a little bit different than the one on Cobelgard. It was specially designed by Kimley Horn. They had met with the Spanish Lakes folks, and the Spanish Lakes residents were concerned about getting in and out and accessing and navigating a roundabout. So they specially designed this. The red arrows would be specifically for Spanish Lakes. So when they come in, it would just be an easy access loop around the roundabout, kind of separating, so there's separate traffic. The blue arrows would be for the Indrio Grove residents coming in and out, so they wouldn't really have to interact much. And when they come out, they don't even go in the roundabout, they just go straight through and out to the south. This is a map showing all of our internal streets. All of these yellow streets, these are all publicly accessible roads and alleys throughout the project. And then all the red here would be all the private roads, which would be gated. And then, of course, those are the proposed golf cart connections, and we'll be making those vehicular as well now. These were the kind of the details we were showing for the golf cart connections. But again, we'll be modifying these for the conditions of approval, but these were designed to show a 10-foot cart path, and so it could be a combined cart path and pedestrian path both. And this path does go through that tree preservation park, and so that was just a little shot, a little image of what it would be like driving your golf cart down through that tree preservation park. This is a map showing some of the internal pedestrian connections. We do have meandering paths and walks within all of, along these main 80-foot, we have 110-foot, 100-foot, and 80-foot right-of-ways. We do have, these would all be 6-foot pathways and walkways going through these roads. And then we have all of our 50-foot right-of-way internal sidewalks, which are 6-foot walks on both sides of all streets. And then, of course, we have a lot of open space paths and walks that go along the perimeters, through the pocket parks, and all throughout the development. It's very tons and tons of pedestrian connectivity in this development. And again, we have the 8-foot path all along Spanish Lakes Boulevard. All of the paths and walks in this development, we have more than 50 miles of interconnected paths and walks. So there's a lot of places for people to walk. They could actually walk or run 2 marathons through the community if they wanted to. This is the blow-up enlargement of the emergency connection point here to Spanish Lakes, the ingress-egress point for the residents, kind of for their security. This is a map of off-site connectivity. That is just showing the vehicular connections to existing and future off-site roads. We do provide for 11 existing and future off-site connections, as well as the connection there to the future Russos Road over to Johnston Road. And then this is all of our pedestrian connections. We do have 13 external pedestrian connections that will provide connections to the external roadways. This is the plan showing all of the open space, parks, and green areas. The plan does provide for a total open space of more than 427 acres, or 44% of the site. The community open green spaces, which does include all the buffers, parks, greens, pocket parks, amenity campus, and community green. There's 263 acres of common open green spaces. And what I would like to point out there is the way your code identifies common open space is anything contiguous 1 acre or more. So that is 263 acres of contiguous 1 acre green spots. So anything less than that, we have a lot of pocket parks that aren't contiguous to that. So there's also a lot of other open green space in there. I mean, green spaces within the right-of-ways, within the lots, anything smaller than 1 acre as well. And also part of that green space is the community lakes and flowways, where we have 164 acres of those. And again, I'd mentioned that we are going to be providing littoral plantings and upland plantings, which will provide beautiful habitat for the wildlife and the marine life. It's going to grow up to be wonderful. The picture on the bottom right there is a project we did which had the same requirements, and that is about, I think, 10 or 15 years later, and it has grown into, and that's a man-made lake, and it just grew into be absolutely beautiful. It's great fishing. We just want to blow up a couple of the neighborhoods, just to it's kind of hard to see from the scale when you look at the overall plan, so you can kind of see the amount of green space that there really is there when you start bringing it into a little larger scale. There's tons of green space with the buffers along the flowways and the pocket parks. And so there's just there really is a lot more green space than it looks like on the 1,000-acre site plan when you look at it at such a big scale. And this is then neighborhood G, same thing, just kind of bringing it in and also providing for the green break every 10 to 15 lots is what the condition of approval is. This is some of the shared backyard here, which is the parks, greens, and pocket parks. Again, just showing some of the large green spaces that this project will provide, particularly around a lot of the townhomes. Those are anywhere from 220 to 310 feet wide, I think. A lot of green space, and then the image there on the top left, that is the amenity campus and community green. That 35.2 acres will provide for an agri-hood community farm, which we're really excited about. Community gardens, dog parks, putting greens, pavilions, amphitheater, aquatic center, sport courts, community buildings, a gym for the residents, a mail center, and children's playgrounds. And this is just a sketch and a rendering of the agri-hood. This will have some orchards around along the perimeter. We'll have community gardens. Will be managed by a farm manager. It could have some green markets. They could be selling produce here. This is really exciting. This is just showing some of the buffers. The red here are our 100-foot proposed buffers, and then in the green are our 50-foot landscape buffers. And then we have 40-foot landscape buffers along all of the canals. This is a west buffer section from our community over to Spanish Lakes, just kind of giving you an idea of the separation from the Spanish Lakes homes to the Indigo Grove homes. It's over 700 feet, 773. It's probably almost 800 feet from home to home. And then, of course, that's a section of the 100-foot landscape buffer, the berm, with vegetation on the top of that berm, and a fence as required by the residents of Spanish Lakes to keep people out of their golf course. This is the tree preservation park I had mentioned earlier. This is the north-south tree preservation park, 250 foot wide. It's actually 14.4 acres, provides a beautiful buffer between the school and the residential. This will have single-family homes facing this green along the west side, and then some on the east as well. It does provide for natural buffer, from the school and the commercial uses. There's actually, our environmental, Ed had said that there's over 1,060 trees that will be preserved in this park. Laurel oaks, live oaks, cabbage palms, and slash pines. So it should be really, really beautiful. This is our commercial village that you come into when you come in off of Cobogard Road. You would access and you would see. It's sitting along a tree-lined boulevard, fronting with a commercial. It has a landscape median and on-street parking on both sides of the roadway. This commercial center will provide up to 40,000 square feet with a daycare center. It is strategically placed next to Cobogard, kind of hopefully to begin a commercial node for future area development. It'll create intensity separation from the existing Spanish Lakes neighborhood as well. We didn't want to put it on the west side because they had voiced their concern for getting too close to their neighborhood with any commercial. And also the internal trip capture is increased with this commercial. The commercial village does present a traditional Main Street design where the commercial storefronts and cafes would face the street. They'll be close to the street, probably a 15-foot sidewalk up to the building. Convenient shopping and retail options would be close to home. Generous, comfortable pedestrian sidewalks, low lighting, convenient parallel parking on street in front of the stores. A lot of colorful protective awnings would look, really pretty from the street. And on any of the large parking fields would be placed behind the buildings, out of view from the roadway. This is where I hand it off, I think, to Leslie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Commissioners. This project creates a lot of off-site community benefits, and we're just going to run through those. Like we said, it was going to be a 10-acre commercial parcel, but as a result of the good feedback from the planning board, Lennar is dedicating all 14.8 acres to the county. They are extending water utilities up to Spanish Lakes development so that they can be on St. Lucie County utilities. An emergency access. They're building Russos Road, dedicating 24 acres for a school site. The school board does want this site, and they're looking forward to receiving this. Multiple roadway and intersection improvements. And again, the school site is here. There's the park. We'll go into that a little bit more. Here it is. So one of the things that a planning board member mentioned was that they really felt like there's a real need for additional ball fields for team sports in North County and in the county in general. And one of the conditions of approval was that you need to incorporate not only a wonderful amenity campus, but a community park as well. And so this considers what the county could do with this dedicated land. So we had talked about building on the AgriHood concept by creating a 4-H, basically a North County 4-H farm area here, and then also a community park. And not only is Lennar going to dedicate this, they will build the barn for the 4-H and the parking associated with it. But for the rest of it, it is whatever the county wants to do. The school site is here behind the commercial with good access both to the site and off-site. And the roadway improvements. Brian.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Now for the exciting part. Off-site roadway improvements. As you can imagine, an application of this size has a fair amount of off-site capacity-related improvements, and I'm going to quickly just run through those for you. That's all of them. I think it's all of them. So in no particular order, we have intersection improvements at Kings Highway and Indra Road, which are capacity improvements. We have capacity improvements at Indra Road and Johnson Road. We also have capacity improvements at Indra Road and I-95 southbound off-ramp and on-ramp. We have the construction of Cobelgard Road for approximately 1.5 miles as a 2-lane road that meets county roadway standards, as well as the applicant has agreed to construct 0.8 of a mile of Russos Road between Johnson Road and Cobelgard Road as a 2-lane road as well. In addition to those capacity improvements, the applicant is dedicating right-of-way for the future extension of Cobelgard Road to the north, aligning with Kings Highway in Indian River County, which could be an additional north-south arterial connecting the adjacent county to the north, as well as dedicating right-of-way between Spanish Lakes Boulevard and Cobelgard Road for the future extension of Russos Road. Real quickly, there's utility improvements consisting of a 12-inch water main extension, approximately for 1.5 miles up Cobelgard Road to provide potable water service in the community, as well as a 16-inch water main along Spanish Lakes Boulevard to the west, providing a looped potable water service. Leslie mentioned that the applicant has agreed to extend the potable water main approximately 800 feet to the entrance of the Spanish Lakes community, should that community ever decide to connect to county potable water service.
There's been extensive coordination with Spanish Lakes and outreach to adjacent neighbors. In addition to all of the community outreach, there is an educational website with project details, FAQs, and an ability to ask questions. We went beyond the required 1,500-foot notification, reached more than 1,500 households, and it included a fact sheet, benefits, amenities, and answers to community concerns, multiple open houses, hundreds of people attending, both in 2022 and in 2025. The public benefits to St. Lucie County are that this is really a mixed-use community, and it also integrates both the traditional neighborhood design that's called for in the TVC with a more typical suburban design, which some people want. And so you can have either one in this community, and that's a really nice option. It's nice to give people choices. It's designed for long-term growth and infrastructure needs. We've got the new roundabouts, the intersection upgrades, the 1.5 miles of Cobelgard, Russos Road, land dedicated for future road expansions, the emergency access, the improved response and evacuation routes, the new water main to Spanish Lakes. That just happened. Sorry. Properly sized sewer connections for St. Lucie County Utilities. Over 440 acres of open space, 145 acres of active parks and greens, 50 miles of walking paths and biking paths, wildlife corridors, 24 acres for the school, 14 acres for the civic site, $31 million per year in property tax revenue once it's fully built out, nearly $100 million in fees paid to the county, and it supports schools, roads, utilities, and public services. 277 workforce housing units at a 9% of the density, a variety of housing types and sizes and options, accessibility for people who don't make as much money and who do, and lots of choices within all of those. We're building the infrastructure before it gets bad, right? We have our thresholds. We have land dedicated to reduce future public costs, and it's a balanced approach to growth, conservation, and community needs. You have a lot of shared backyard for people to share and congregate and get to know one another and be neighborly. We agree with all of the conditions of approval. Those are all the conditions of approval, and they're all green. Thank you so much, and we're available for all of your questions.
And before we go to that, if I could just have Troy come back up, just a couple of follow-up questions for him, and then I'll wrap it up, Commissioner. Troy, you're familiar with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan, the TBC elements in the Land Development Code?
I am, yes.
And in your professional opinion, sir, does this project meet all of those requirements?
Yes, I certainly hope so.
Thank you. Thank you, appreciate
Thank you.
it. Okay, that does conclude our presentation. Again, we want to thank staff too for all the hard work they've put in on this project. They certainly drive a hard bargain, and we listen to them, and we enjoyed working with them as always. And we've appreciated the comments we've received from you all over the time, and we've tried to incorporate some of that. But we're again happy to answer any questions. We believe we have a project that meets what this area was intended to do, and it's been discussed for 20-some years. So we appreciate it, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, before I open it up for comment, any questions to start?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Lee?
I am excited about the project as far as the green space and the farming and so on and so forth. My only big concern is not getting, apologize to Port St. Lucie up front, getting another tradition with the density and the traffic issues that has. Do you anticipate this to be as dense as tradition have traffic issues, or can you give us some type of comfort feeling that we're not going to be hearing that down the road?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. I don't know the density of tradition off the top of my head. I do know that at 3 units per acre, this is not a particularly dense development. There's a lot of units here because there's so much land. But if you'd like, we can, while we're going through the questions, we can try to figure out the density and tradition question.
That would be helpful for the constituents because they all have the same feeling as obviously where I'm getting a lot of it from. But the plan is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I hope it turns out as beautiful as the pictures, and hopefully the traffic won't be like Tradition or St. Lucie West.
We'll see what we can find.
Okay.
If I may speak to that, Greg Pettibon, I'm with Lennar Homes. Prior to my 7 years with Lennar, I was actually one of the early employees with the builder that purchased Tradition, Mattamy Homes. I left Mattamy about 7 years ago and joined the team with Lennar. So I do have some level of very involved understanding of Tradition and the Port St. Lucie Southwest annexation area, just because I did underwrite that acquisition and work on that acquisition of the property. One of the major differences is just the magnitude. The Tradition, what we think of as Tradition, is actually 3 major DRIs. I believe, and I'm thinking back through the lens of time, I believe that between those 3 DRIs, there was something to the tune of around 15,000 homes, and then a significant amount of commercial and other uses. And then bolted onto that, you had, I think it was something to the tune of about 25,000 units that were approved in the Southwest annexation area. So there's just an entirely different order of magnitude to that project versus this project, where a little over 3,000. So a large number, but nowhere near the magnitude of Tradition, the 3 DRIs, the Southwest annexation area with GL and Apple Homes and all the other builders that are out there. So just perspective. I'm sorry I couldn't help myself because I had a lot of late nights, underwriting and trying to understand, the 25 years of that project and getting it to the point that when I wore that Mattamy uniform to purchase that. So I hope that answers the question. It's just a very different order of magnitude. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clasby?
So for me, a giant portion of this project is contingent upon the developer's agreement. And I believe that's why we continued it from the last meeting to this one. Unfortunately, I requested an updated copy of the developer's agreement and got it about 5:30 p.m. today. and our meeting started at 6. So just given that, I'm going to be asking that we continue this to the next meeting so I have more time to review that. There's a lot of things, even in staff's comments, that reference the developers agreement. And I think that we all need to have ample time to consider the changes that have been made from that, to compare the 3 that have been published, and also for the public to have access to the agenda published Thursday before the Tuesday meeting with what we're actually discussing. So, I mean, I think that, you know, I'm okay with engaging in conversations about it, but I would think that we need to continue this at the end of it, along with the next item, the developer agreement, because it's that important to the whole project. I don't know.
Understood. Well, yeah, correct. So this item, if we approve it tonight, it's approved. The developer agreement, tonight would just be the first reading, and then it would still have to come back before us. So it's a valid point to combine them this way. Everything is approved together.
Yeah, and even in staff's conditions, they reference the developer's agreement. You know, there's certain thresholds that are mentioned, and then Russo's Road, for instance, says it'll be discussed in the developer's agreement. Well, you know, there's certain reasons why we need to have this all approved at the same time, and that the public would have access to it with the amount of time we allow the Thursday before the Tuesday meeting.
Well, I think we should definitely get our comments out there, get our concerns out there this way in case there's something they need to add into that developer agreement. So I think we should definitely continue the conversation, but I would be comfortable with putting these together and making sure they're approved together. I have a couple quick questions for our team, Corey or Irene. Gates, are they allowed in the TVC technically? I know the last board, we made some changes. I can't recall if that was something that we changed or not.
So in private gated streets are an option that the board can approve in the Hamlet PUDs. There is a PUD policy cited in the staff report that says, you know, no private streets. And but then in the comp plan and in the LDC with regard to the Hamlet TVC, it provides more flexibility and says that that gated or private streets may be approved. So some in the Hamlet. So this is a hybrid. Some of the streets are open to the public. All the sidewalks and the walking paths will remain open. So they're not gated, closed communities, but they'll be the streets will be closed to the public unless you have a legitimate reason to visit.
Okay. And then I don't know if I missed it, but the apartment component, that's sort of the most southern piece of this other than the park. Is there connectivity to the rest of the development without them going out onto Spanish Lakes and then back in? I didn't see that, but I just want to make sure that that's accurate.
There is a proposed future connection to the proposed future Russos Road. There is a canal separating the multifamily site from Neighborhood H. Thank you, Corey. So Corey just pointed to there's a proposed future access when Russos Road, when and if that stretch of Russos Road is constructed. That might be one of the last places that, I'm not a transportation engineer, but the road's going to have to gain some elevation to get over I-95. So I don't know how close you can get to I-95 before, the road is raised off the ground. But the engineer's opinion was that there's ample room to have a connection there, but there's no proposed pedestrian bridge or roadway bridge across the canal from the apartments to Neighborhood H. They'll come. The connection will be along Spanish Lakes Boulevard.
So as currently proposed, children within the multifamily have no way to get to school other than by automobile, essentially.
Well,
Because it's within 2 miles, so school bus service isn't going to.
Right, or, there will be a very nice sidewalks, sidewalks separated by nice tree lawns, so the sidewalks are not up on the curb. The sidewalks have good 6 and 8 foot wide landscape street trees that will separate the streets from the sidewalks from the cars, so maybe as the older children would be able to walk or ride their bicycles, that would be hoped, that they would be able to do that. But there is not a direct, or it's not as direct as it might be. When Russo's Road is constructed, when and if Russo's Road is constructed, that will be a little more direct between the multifamily site and the school.
Okay. Those are my questions for right now. Commissioner Cosby, did you?
Yeah. I'd like to talk with planning staff in regards to setbacks and lot widths. Where in this where in the Hamlet portion of the TVC code does it discuss what appropriate setbacks and lot sizes?
It does not.
It does not.
Just like other PUDs. It's a PUD proposal, plan unit development.
So we fall under the standards of review with orderly and logical development patterns?
Yes, and no.
So we would maybe go to a map and zoom out perhaps and see the lot sizes of surrounding neighborhoods?
That would be
like Spanish Lakes, for instance?
My apologies, Commissioner. We have a very touchy mouse. So if we were to...
What are the typical lot sizes in Spanish Lakes, which we all know to be a pretty compact neighborhood?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Clasby, there are a variety of lot sizes within the Spanish Lakes Fairway community adjacent, but one of the predominant lot widths or site widths is 52 feet for a portion of the community, and then we do have a portion platted with a 55-foot wide lot. We understand when this overall community was initially established, there was approximately a 14-foot building-to-building side setback minimum. Over time, that was gradually shifted to a 12-foot separation, or the equivalent of a 6-foot side yard setback minimum.
So do you think that this lot configuration would be more appropriate for a neighborhood adjacent to this?
So, members of the Commission, Commissioner Clasby, the consideration of an orderly and logical development pattern can take into account a variety of factors. So the petition site is outside of the urban service boundary, but through the TVC policy can pursue the hamlet. As we've talked about, the hamlet doesn't have specific prescribed lot types, so that can be part of a negotiated process, a PUD, and you can consider how that pattern is established with the overall community design, how they are approaching buffering, stormwater areas acting as buffering or open space. You can look at that community to the west, and of course those lot sizes, and they have their own built-in buffering on the east side of the golf course, but also into Indian River County to the north, where we have various agricultural estate type lots. And then we can certainly look at what's anticipated or planned to the south. Although these lands are inside of the urban service boundary and held a mixed-use land use category prior to adoption of the TVC, the Bednar Farms community has a variety of housing options, 50 and 60-foot wide lots here, and some more compact single family, but that's immediately adjacent to the interchange, adjacent to what could be up to 420,000 square feet of commercial. So definitely a transition from the site outside of the urban service boundary to one inside.
Is the hamlet a zoning district, or is it a PUD?
The Hamlet PUD, it's basically a segment or a category of a planned unit development. So it in and of itself, it's exclusive to the towns, villages, and countryside. It's exclusive to lands outside of the urban service boundary, and the development itself has to have a minimum of 500 acres. So within a minimum of 500 acres, you can explore an array of different development patterns, if you will. You can consider different provisions for buffering and lot sizes and how the community is laid out. In this instance, they are proposing, albeit you could argue modest, different lot sizes on the north, closer to Indian River County. So in addition to the larger lots on the north side, there's the flowway and prescribed minimum buffer from 25th Street, kind of transitioning toward that more traditional neighbor design core. But then as we see in neighborhood F, G, and H, simply based upon the shading, that's where we would have the front-loaded single family ranging in the ballpark of a 35-foot wide lot up to 60-foot wide lot.
So basically, the closest thing to this would be Spanish Lakes as far as lot sizes go, even though they're larger. What about setbacks over there in Spanish Lakes? What are their front and rear yard setbacks?
So Commissioner Clasby, the front setback, and they don't have, in some of the segments, they don't have platted streets as Indro Groves would propose. So I think the front setbacks are quite comparable. Where there's not a garage, it's roughly 15 plus feet. I think it started at a 20-foot setback, but with some design provisions where there's not a garage up front, I think they have the option of a 15-foot setback. But the side is distinguished, whereas I noted it began years ago, and that project dates back to the 70s, and the PUD approved in 1987, which allowed for different redevelopment options, even changes in 1996 and 2012. We have approximately 1,500 units in that community.
What did you say their side setback? Like, what is the spacing?
It was originally 14 feet building to building minimum, and that has transitioned to a 12-foot minimum.
So 14
building
and 12. And how would you describe the Spanish Lakes neighborhood? What type of buildings?
It is compact. They are single family. It's been a progressive conversion from mobile homes to single family CBS and on-site built. And let me make one quick amendment. So this is a much older exhibit for Spanish Lakes, kind of highlighting how some of the mobile home community, when it was originally the 1204.
That's kind of what I'm getting at here. So a mobile home community had rear setbacks of 12 feet and front setbacks of 10 feet. And remind me what we're looking at for this development?
It's variable, but predominantly a 5-foot side setback building to a property line, and then the rear setback is 10 feet with the ability to reduce much lower on specific accessory structures, or if there's a rear loaded garage.
So they're essentially 6 feet setbacks, I mean, with that kind of terminology, because 5 and 5 would be the building spacing.
So for Spanish Lakes, the equivalent of a 6-foot side setback, Indro Groves, the equivalent of, they're proposing 5.
Okay. And then as far as, if we could go over to the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations real quick.
Absolutely. And just for a qualifier, there's plus or minus 1,500 dwelling units in Spanish Lakes, and that's an overall aerial.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Clasby, just I sold a lot of homes in the Spanish Lakes community. The majority of them prior to them converting over to the CBS homes were double wides. That is one of their newer parks, and the reason I say that is the older double wides were 12 foot each, 24 foot wide. The newer ones, which the majority in here are, were 13 feet units, double wide, obviously 26. And then they would typically put a carport off to the side, which is roughly 12 feet wide. So to give you an idea, and then if I had to guess, I would guess there's 5-foot setbacks on the sides. The back, I don't know. But if that helped clear you up a little bit as far as...
I'm just trying to paint a picture and comprehend a 35-foot wide lot and compare that to the surrounding neighborhoods. And, you know, as far as townhomes, minimum of 25 feet, I'm looking at Planning and Zoning's comments now. I feel like that seems reasonable. Front-loaded single-family dwelling should have a minimum of 45 feet and a minimum side setback of 75 feet. So 7.5 feet, where do you think they got that from?
Commissioner Clasby, that is the minimum side setback within our standard residential zoning district, RS4, for instance, which allows for up to 4 dwelling units per acre. 4 dwelling units per acre, of course. That requires a minimum 7.5 foot side setback.
So you need 7.5 for 4 units per acre.
Yes.
But we're approving 3 units per acre. And so, I mean, at one point, we said a trailer park could have 12-foot building spacing. And we're being proposed here this evening closer than that for not a trailer park.
Commissioner Clasby, that is what's before you this evening. In considering the 2 different communities, the one proposed, the one established, and our standard zoning districts, there's a lot of factors regarding common open space, designated green spaces, amenity centers, and flowways and master stormwater systems that go into it, stormwater requirements over time, transition and change, but definitely some figures and facts to consider.
So the comment about a green break should be provided every 15. In the staff report, you guys are saying 10, right?
So Commissioner Clasby, we have explored that variable depending upon the compact nature of the lots. Here's a particular exhibit, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have 2 exhibits kind of intending to display what that would be implemented based upon in staff's opinion. So the applicant does have various pocket green spaces and things intermingled throughout the community, but when you begin the residential block, when you have compact lots, let's take 35 and 40 feet in width, where the setbacks are standard and buildings are only spaced 10 feet building to building. You run out of real estate to be able to plant larger trees or create some decorative breaks and open spaces. So the thought in recommending that is to take what would be a standard block like this, or just one example of a block, or what could be multiple blocks at about 1,700 linear feet here. That would provide the opportunity for 40 plus smaller compact lots. And the goal would be to ensure that there's a minimum 20-foot, 5-foot wide area with landscape plantings, kind of breaking up the repetition of facades, garages, driveways with cars parked, to provide, again, some visual relief, some open spaces, some shade, pockets and travelways for breeze and air to flow through. And so transitioning what could be a linear block like this, presenting those pocket greens with landscaping, just to provide for some differentiation. So if somebody, again, is walking a dog or walking with their family members, might find an area to pause in between some of the rows of homes, where they don't have to worry about a car backing up, or somebody thinking that they stopped in their front yard, providing that relief if they need to send a text, or sit down and tie a shoe, or kneel down and tie a shoe, something like that.
I watched the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting a couple times, and I don't recall them saying a width, but in watching the meeting, and if I didn't hear this, just my understanding of watching the meeting, it sounded like they wanted the width to be the size of a lot, like basically delete a house every 15 units. I mean, they didn't say that, but that's what the flow of the conversation seemed like to me. And then can we go over what was submitted in this proposal for workforce housing percentage-wise? And that number that you proposed, was that 60% of the market rate COs?
So it's 9% of the total dwelling units will be workforce housing, and the workforce housing needs to be ready for CO, or get the CO prior to like 61% getting CO for the market rate.
And
by
then
60%. It's kind of a funny, like, 2 things happening at the same time. But the workforce housing must get its CO before 60% of the market rate housing gets its CO.
And so I'm to understand, I think,
Yes.
that Lennar Homes will be building the majority of the neighborhood, but the income restricted or affordable housing portion may be done by a different builder. Do we have a calculation from the county as to what there'll be rentals, I'm assuming, what they would rent at?
The rents will be dependent on the household income between the 80% and 120% of the median household income. It has to be affordable, which means, there's calculations, 30% of the household income can be devoted to rent and utilities. So there'll be some variation.
Do we have a range of what that could be?
It's not as cheap as you might think.
Right.
No, I don't have that calculation readily available.
Okay.
When we went through the land development code, we went through that extensively. It's area median income, and it depends on household size, which one of the funny things about it is they assume households like with 4 children, with 4 people can afford more rent than households with 2, as if those 2 6-year-olders are generating.
Right.
Anyway, well, you need a larger apartment, so the apartment rent goes up based on household size.
And
median income changes by household size.
Right. As far as the multifamily open space requirement, do we have that on the presentation?
Commissioner Clasby, not spelled out, but as was presented in the specific condition of approval and the presentation that we had put in the record, it would be a minimum of 30% allocated for the multifamily site plan in the future, with at least a 1/3 of an acre green or pocket park co-located with the amenity center or intermingled within the community.
So I think we just set a new precedent earlier this evening as well with requiring stormwater to not count as open space. Did we do that this evening?
Commissioner Clasby, that to my knowledge was
Triangle Farms. We did that for Triangle Farms on the basis of the rural surroundings.
Yeah.
Would you classify the surroundings of this neighborhood rural?
Not to the west, but everywhere else, yes.
Okay. And then as far as the littoral shoreline goes, what are they proposing on that?
Commissioner, based upon staff's recommendation and feedback, it would be adhere to the land development code prescribed requirement with a 60-foot wide littoral for the aquatic areas labeled as a flowway, with the areas designated as lakes, which are more interior. That would be our standard split of littoral and upland buffer plantings.
Let me
And
just
Irene can
chime in. Yes,
qualify that
It's-
a little further.
Yeah, it's in the flowway, the littorals are required to be 20 square feet per linear foot of shoreline and 20 square feet of upland edge vegetation per linear foot of shoreline. 25% of the shoreline is supposed to be designed as a wide littoral with 60 feet of littoral. So it's 20 square feet per linear foot. Our normal standards for stormwater detention basins is 10 feet per linear foot.
Okay.
And the flowway requires more.
And just to finish through my 9 points here, with this being, I believe, the second largest development project in San Lucie County, is that right?
Commissioner Clasby, as far as projects considered and approved in the unincorporated county, that's my understanding, that it would rank right there as the second largest.
Given that, should we move forward with it, I would like to see the final site plan and any deviations from, any major deviations from site plans come back to us for approval. I was given part of the code earlier that says we have that ability. Is that right?
Commissioner Clasby, we understand there's that opportunity as part of the Hamlet PUD for the board to request that with the concurrence of the motion.
So kind of laid out some of my thought process there. and just to, talk to the board here, I don't think the Planning and Zoning Commission's requests are unreasonable, including side setbacks and rear yards. Given the surrounding area, I think there's justification to make a request or to make a push for some of those things.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lowry?
Just want to chime in for a minute here. Looking at, and maybe you know this offhand or not, but Neighborhood E, do we know approximately how many acres that is without the daycare and the commercial? Like in the top portion where we have, you have a lake there and those townhomes?
Plus 10. They're on the preliminary development plan.
trying to
There
find
is a table, I believe, for each.
Provide a calculation. Commissioner Lowry, you're looking for area east of the vegetation, north of the commercial, and including the flowway, or just the
Yeah, the whole area, approximately,
including the commercial?
excluding the commercial.
Excluding
for
the
everything
commercial.
behind it,
Just
yeah.
that little,
Like on average.
I'll say,
Go.
if you include the flowway, 40 acres, I'm
Okay.
guessing.
Couple things. Commissioner Fowler brought up a good point, talking, if you can scroll down to where the, all the way down to the bottom of the
Yeah,
property
school
where it says
section.
county, yep, future county community park. One of planning and zoning's recommendations was considering sports fields. And to me, this is really important because as a growing community, especially with something this large, this plan is 2 miles from top to bottom. It's going to make it very difficult for parents that have kids at the top of this neighborhood to travel 2 miles to go practice football or baseball. Consideration for me looking at acreage size would be, if you went back up to that neighborhood, that space in there would be a much more realistic position for sports fields where all three or all sections of these neighborhoods could access. That's a thought. Secondly, I'm with Commissioner Clasby on the setbacks. As far as proposed 5-foot setbacks to the side, in the staff report, it mentions it's typically considered narrow for detached single-family dwellings, and if the side yard is fenced, it's even difficult to get a lawnmower through.
With the accessory.
Yeah, so that's concerning to me when we're, I love the concept of an agri-hood. I know other counties are doing that, but other than just sticking a barn on there and some 4-H space, which I think is amazing, I think we really need to consider the setbacks. And I feel like we should be doing this in conjunction with the development agreement because it's new. And I spent a lot of time going over this the past day, and I feel like I need a little more time to make some really good decisions.
Thank you. Commissioner? Okay. Okay, so a couple comments. Had a really good conversation with a representative from the school board today. Just because I think I know what we need up here, I wanted to hear from someone from the school board directly in terms of what they know they need up there. One of my concerns was how far the closest high school is, which is Westwood, 11 miles away. I've been assured, even though that is the closest high school, capacity remains very open, and they actually also have an ability to build an additional building to add capacity on that site. So, because I asked, why another K-8 site? There's already a K-8 site, dedicated south of Indrio, north of Indrio, and quite frankly, clearly that K-8 demographic is through the roof, and we really need K-8 schools. So, that being said, the 4-H site, just like Westwood has their 4-H site and barn and everything at the school, I like that you guys came up with it, or however you came up with it, but I do think that 4-H site should be next to the school. It just makes more sense. This way there's no disconnect between the kids, the animals, just like in Westwood, they walk out the back and there's their barn and all their stuff. This would open up, and depending, because it sounds like there's one commissioner maybe talking about moving that park up, but if this were to remain, the park, then I'd want to see, with the 4-H gone out of there, more multi-purpose fields, football, soccer, lacrosse, because there's actually 2 high schools that do lacrosse now as well. So, if that could be taken into consideration. The other thing, we also had a lot of conversation about the daycare. I sort of hit pay dirt with this phone call. So, one of my concerns was the daycare, but we've talked through that, alleviated it. But the person I talked to said, have Greg call the school board, because they foresee a partnership between the school system, maybe Children's Services Council, and maybe the Early Learning Childhood Coalition for a partnership for that daycare. So I'll throw that out there at you guys as well. I'm hearing my commissioners on the size and everything of the setbacks and the lot sizes. I've been pretty upfront that I wasn't going to try to totally zone in on that and just look at the whole picture, what's being provided. I will say there is a line in here that does hurt you guys pretty bad, and it's on page 26, and it says that 97% of the lots are likely unable to accommodate a detached garage or a backyard workshop, is an indication of a lack of housing variety. So I think you're going to have to just maybe take a look at that, maybe that comes into perhaps what Commissioner Clasby and Lowry are bringing up, but I think that does hurt you. I think we need to see a little more variety then. I've come to the conclusion that all 4 of us are different. All 4 of us would want to live a different way. And the same is true for everybody else. I keep pointing out, I look at my parents, they're aging. They cannot do what they used to do. My dad could fix anything, do anything. He can't do it anymore. And that's a reality as this county continues to age. And then you have the young adults just moving out of mom and dad's house who probably don't really know how to maintain, repair things. Maybe they never mowed a lawn or don't want to mow a lawn. So I do understand having a variety of housing. What I would like to have the applicant consider, I would like to see this go up to 10% workforce housing versus the 9 to get that extra density. It just makes me feel more warm and fuzzy versus, again, the unknowns of the daycare like we talked about. And this would be a team question. I would love to see those additional workforce units. I don't know if we can. If we can, I would love to see those additional units put preference to seniors and veterans. Again, I know we'd have to look and see if we can do that. But I think more workforce essential housing for our vulnerable populations is something I'm willing to sort of take as a concession. This area does butt up to 95. Literally just south of it, as Corey pointed out, Bednar Farms, 450,000 square foot of commercial, higher density. Of course, the comp plan allowed for the higher density, but I think we're really close. We knew this was going to be coming in at some point. This is, as Mr. Raines showed the timeline, they've had this for a really long time. They brought it forward, stopped, brought it forward, stopped. So this has been out there for a while. We've known it was coming out there. So overall, I'm supportive. But again, there are just a few more concessions, but overall, I am supportive of the project. I do, and Corey, I'm so sorry, one last thing. Will you and I know site plan, I agree. Technically, the code allows us to skip having the final site plans come before us, but I think because, again, of the sensitivity, this is the second biggest project coming out of the county, and technically probably the first one really being built in the TVC, even though you've got the I-95 and Indrio approved down south. It's been approved for years and hasn't been built. So it's my general consensus.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Clasby?
whenever you say you want to bump up the 10% to 10% on the affordable housing, workforce housing component, are you envisioning increasing the multifamily or increasing single-family homes?
I would like to see it be a mix of home styles.
So maybe the applicant could comment on what product type will be their affordable housing component, because I believe in my conversation it was mostly or 100% multifamily. If I could be wrong, they could.
Let's clarify. Can you guys, someone clarify? I do think they were all being proposed in the
workforce
apartment.
housing is all multifamily. But Commissioner, I'm sorry. I want to say when you heard that 97% of the lots are likely unable to accommodate a detached garage or backyard workshop. That the townhouse, the rear loaded, that's not. Even though I wrote this, that's a little bit off because the rear loaded townhouses can have detached garages. So that figures a little. So I apologize for that. It's going to be less than that.
Okay.
Maybe 90%.
Hi, Greg Pettibon. I'm not sure if it's the appropriate time to possibly respond and speak to some of these points. Again, I would like to point out that, Lennar and our partners have been patient for a very long time. And, there's no, obviously, we would have preferred to have come through here today. It's been a tremendous amount of work. It's been a tremendous amount of collaborative effort with staff, with the P&Z board, with yourselves. So if we need a little bit more time to get everybody comfortable, again, we understand the size and the magnitude of the project. We also understand a lot of things kind of coming relatively new at us on the board's considerations. So we remain committed to engagement with you and staff to craft something that is very amenable to everybody. There are a couple points that we may be harder to accommodate than others. Again, the comment about the setbacks, I think that's something that we'll look incredibly hard at. And I think that was something that was reiterated by several different board members. So we'll look very hard at that. I would point out some just tough realities that we have to try to balance. And on one hand, we're talking about the need for affordable housing, and Lennar and many in the builders community are actually genuinely committed to that. But one of the components of affordable housing is obviously being able to actually allocate some of the massive costs that come with a project of this nature, right? So we have incredibly expensive costs for off-site roadway construction, the site development, the utilities, all these different parts and pieces of the equation of developing these sites. That we'll just have to really try to balance some of those things because, again, if we do modify setbacks, that is something that bites into the density, that bites into the unit count that we can then amortize the significant cost of off-site development and other costs against, right? So there's fewer units that we can amortize those costs against. And it's the inverse of affordability. So it drives up our cost. So it's kind of a dynamic and home building that's not always considered. Understand absolutely the comment about the location of the park. We will have to do a density study to look to try to accommodate that, and certainly something we're capable to look into and to take seriously. We are going to try to be relatively guarded. We're going to try to make as many of these accommodations as we can, and we do remain, and we are going to remain collaborative, and also just thankful for the opportunity to bring this project forward. We are relatively hopeful and somewhat inwardly confident that we will be able to secure everybody's yes vote, and so I'm not sure if I touched on everything or if there's anything in particular that we might want to speak to tonight, or if I've hit all your questions, or at least from an initial response.
Yeah, for the record again, Bob Rains, I think to add to that, if we could get some timely comments on we took notes, we got some of them, right, the side setback, the affordable housing, but any other comments so that, we can, if we're going to be moving this thing forward, be able to respond in a timely manner so that we're not up against the clock at the next hearing. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then the other question I would have with respect to that, and maybe staff can pipe in on this too, if we still have the ability to move forward with the first reading of the development agreement tonight so that we're going to the second reading, and obviously there'll be time to make some changes if there are, but so that we can bring them both forward at the same time, so that we're not continuing the DA tonight and then having to go to another step.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that is the intent of the evening, and as to, depending on whatever the board's discretion is on this item, whether it be the continue it or whatever the case, that we would still do the next item up, which is the first reading, so we can keep the pace going. So that it has been the intent of the evening. And just as a subtle reminder that you can yell at me later, we still got to do public comment for this item.
No, I know. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And again, it as much feedback as we can walk away with this evening, the better we'll be able to reach back out with you on the next go-around. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Clausby.
I have a question for the board members. Has everybody received the developer agreement we're discussing here this evening? Because I didn't get it till 5:30. It's not the one that's attached on the agenda.
No, I do not.
So that's why I'm not comfortable with approving the first reading. I mean, we really got to get on administration about, we have to have the agenda in its final form the Thursday before the Tuesday.
If I may, Chair, the item that's before you has been published. It was the development agreement submitted by the applicant as well as the staff's version. We have had further discussions. There is no secondary development agreement yet. You've received the staff copy. We were just going to go through those edits so that if you were amenable to them during the second hearing, you would get the updated development agreement.
There's various trip counts and other things that have changed in it that I haven't had enough time to contemplate approving a first reading this evening.
And if I may, just one more time, it has been advertised for a public hearing, so even if you wanted to continue it, if you chose not to, you still need to open it up because the public hearing has been advertised and noticed.
Well, right now, we're still on the rezoning PUD, so let's, just so it doesn't get muddy, let's hold our comments for that one. Any more discussion before I open it up for public hearing? Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item? Good evening.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and offer my support of Indrio Groves. My name is Nick Kramer. I was born and raised in St. Lucie County, and I've had the chance to watch our community grow tremendously over the past few decades. Today, we stand as one of the fastest growing communities in Florida. I'm here today in support of Indrio Groves. After reviewing the project, I see the plans offer a strong balance of housing diversity unlike the numerous communities around. The community offers great options for its residents with a community building, amphitheater, and many sports amenities. I believe what really struck out to me was their effort to incorporate a large community garden and nature trail system. They have truly captured a strong opportunity for growth for this area with a community that will be glad to call this place home. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. I'm Charlie Canginelli, resident of St. Lucie County, former St. Lucie County building official, and a resident of St. Lucie County for over 10 years, and I've been in Florida 50 years. I enjoy construction, that's my life. And I've been watching developments over the past 20 years come and go. And when I saw this one, it hit home. It's a development that has everything that you need within it. And it's not huge, it's compact. And it gives the residents, again, it's from the housing for the employees that are needed. The gentleman that got up earlier this evening, you need workforce housing. And this has everything within it, a whole community. And I just see it as being beneficial to St. Lucie County. It'll develop the market, the market for housing, and I see it in Port St. Lucie, and it's nothing like that. This is something beyond that. It's a development that is offering everything from the families, the young families, to the older families. Like the chair was saying, you know, as people get older, they don't want big yards. They don't want, believe me, I don't. And even in the young families, it gives them an opportunity to start somewhere and get started. And I see this having everything that you need. It's something that's needed in this area, and it's a perfect spot for it. It's got the transportation. You hop right on 95. If you work south or north, it's right there. And I think it's something you really should consider. I know we talk about setbacks. You know, again, when you really look at it, you talk about a foot or so. But there's so much green area in this development. It's giving you so much. Everything's so wide. It's not like you're trying to put 10 pounds of feather in a 5-pound bag. It doesn't work. They're giving you so much. And I know you're up there and you're looking at it, but I see that in some areas, you see that the developers are just trying to squeeze everything in. Look at this. They're giving you everything. And I just think I know you want things, but again, they're giving a lot more than I've seen a lot of developers give. And I just think you should consider that when you're looking at the overall picture. And again, they're looking for approval tonight, so they can go forward at number 2. At number 2, you can beat them up, but at least give them the opportunity to start moving forward. And that's my personal opinion, for whatever it's worth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Good evening.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, wasn't sure I was going to talk. I feel kind of like I'm sneaking in because I live about 8 miles away from this, across the county line, Indian River County. But I work, and my office is in Port St. Lucie. So I'll be driving on Indrio and passing these folks as my neighbors in the community down there as we're going to the Buc-ee's. But I think it's a fantastic, well-planned, thoughtful, smart growth opportunity. And I say that because I've seen areas that aren't smart growth, and I've seen areas like Tradition. I've seen areas like Tradition down there where it is packed, and I can't imagine having a Tradition here. This is not that. This is way less than that. So I think it's, and as a father, I'm jealous of the families that are going to grow up over there, because all of those walking trails, the community garden, anything to get our kids outside nowadays, because I tell my son every day, better outside than in, is a fantastic opportunity. But, you know, if you want to take everything down to the grassroots level, it's beautiful, it's well thought out, it's not too crowded, and I like that they've taken the opportunity to talk to their neighbors about the impact that they're going to have. And I'm thrilled about the interchange and the road improvements that are going to help bring smart growth development into this area. And I think this is a fantastic example of that. And thank you, commissioners, for taking the due diligence and time to look at this. Commissioner Clasby, thank you. It's great to get all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. But I'm thrilled. I can't wait to see this hit the ground. Thank you for your time.
Sir, before you leave, can we get your first and last name for the secretary?
Thank you. First name Frank, last name Sakuma, S-A-K-U-M-A.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me come down. You can.
Anyone else wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, I'll close public comment and come back to the board on this.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clasby.
So with this, given that the parameters are kind of open-ended, a hamlet, as this board, before I got it approved, I believe with this same team that's now applying, to get density, you need to be innovative, right? And so I recommend watching the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting because I thought they had a lot of great points. And I would like to get as close to their recommendations as possible while also getting the staff's recommendations followed as well. And I think a portion of this that has been punted over to the developer agreement does involve Russos Road. But since that's in the next one, I don't think it's really worth commenting on at this point. But and even to that point, I haven't had enough time to kind of look at the changes that were made to that. So that's one of the reasons I was asking for a continuance, and I see them as being together. Another thing to kind of keep in mind is this is outside of the urban services boundary. You know, the hamlet basically allowed this to happen, and you know, you guys just got to keep in mind, what did you anticipate a hamlet being in outside the urban services boundary when that was approved? You know, this is the westernmost portion of the TVC. The question calls to my mind, where does the countryside element fall at that point? Because I wouldn't particularly classify any of this as countryside other than the agro-hood part, which is pretty cool. I don't really understand how it works, but I like the idea that we maintain some element of agriculture in the area. You know, lot size is big for me for long term, you know, but we're talking about today affordability. The market may crash, right? It all may become really affordable. So we have to make sure we're building communities that will last 100+ years in St. Lucie County. My family's been here a really long time, and I don't plan on going anywhere. I don't want to change the general character of St. Lucie County. If you have time, go look at a Google Street View image of Melbourne, and just take a look at that and know that I don't want to be that. I don't want to be Broward County. I want to be St. Lucie County. The TVC is a very unique area. I think that I'd like to get rid of the TVC, but you know, because it allows things like this to be proposed, and I'm not convinced that we as a board would want this neighborhood in this location. I don't know, I could be wrong, but I do think that there's more room for negotiation in this to get to a place that we can come to an agreement. But I would like to see you get as close to the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations as possible. That's basically my comments.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any other comments? Commissioner Lee, you thinking about it?
Well, yeah, let me make a couple of comments on it. You've heard this before. The two things that you hear most about are taxes and traffic. And this one, I think, is more around the traffic issue than the taxes. And if you look at St. Lucie County and you go, how are we going to fix these issues? And the way that I can see it, you need basically more destination areas. We've got 3 destination areas that go in St. Lucie County: Tradition, St. Lucie West, and Fort Pierce. Both of them, you can't find a parking spot in the weekends, and we need more destination areas. We have Oak Ridge Ranches that's hopefully is going to take some of that pressure off of St. Lucie West and Tradition. This particular project, along with Buc-ee's and the other developments that are considering in this area, I can see as becoming another destination area for people to go shopping. Obviously, there is going to be growth in our area. I have been elected in here to have that become responsible. I do think this is a responsible type development. For all the reasons that everybody said, it's got a little bit of everything in it. It's got some ag in it. But we need to get something going as far as this development and getting a destination area in here and getting that going. I don't see the county going in the Tradition or St. Lucie West development type up in this area. I see more of these and maybe even less dense. I've always said, if it's under 3 homes per acre, I'm pretty much good with it. If you look at the standard Port St. Lucie or even Fort Pierce, they're 4 and 5 homes per acre. So this is 2 homes less. And when you go to the standard Port St. Lucie area or the old Fort Pierce, you have no green area, you have no walking area, you have none of this that this particular development is offering. The issues that were brought up, I do agree that the park, I'd love to see it relocated someplace where it's a little bit closer for the kids. I don't see how that's going to happen. I'm glad it's there. And I think it's going to be a definite benefit, especially if this community gets off the ground and starts filling up quickly, because it's designed for young families and children, and I'm hearing a lot of screaming for baseball parks and soccer fields and activity areas for the younger children. How we can work those out, I don't know, but I am for the project, and if we have to continue it for another week to iron out some of your issues, I don't have a problem with that. But as far as a community as it is, I could go with it as is, and work out some of the smaller details in the developer agreement as we get to that. But obviously, I'm only one of 4 here, so those are my opinions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lee. Did you
I
have
just,
some com-
if I could just take
Absolutely.
one opportunity, I'd be remiss if I've been doing this for almost 30 years now, and I've been involved in, God, I can't even count the number of projects, and some of the most controversial ones all up and down the Treasure Coast without question. And I'm struck by the fact that we're talking about a project that is, this size and magnitude, and we have 3 people from the public come and speak about it, and it's positive. And I think that speaks to the character of what we're doing here on this project. And so I think it speaks volumes as to where we are. And it's not from a lack of transparency, because we had tons of meetings, which obviously helped. And but I think it's just really important to note that a project of this scale has hardly anybody here tonight, and the people who spoke are in support. So I think it shows you that this is a great project.
Madam Chair, I would have to
Thank you.
agree with that. It's the first time I've had 3 people come up and actually compliment. It's always been negative. Exactly.
Wait till you see online. Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I may, as you get closer to your decision point, it might behoove you to to ask the developer, or Mr. Raines, what he thinks would be a reasonable time, if it is a continuance that you're looking for, what that date would look like, and their point for them to have time to address the comments that that the board has given them. Because if we set it too early, then all we're doing is having to continue it again. So I'm just wanting to, see we have the April 7th meeting, the April 21st meeting. So, just from my perspective, after hearing some of the comments, April 21st might look like a better option, but it's not my call, it's your call, in whatever they think is appropriate.
Well, thank you again. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on that. Again, what we were hoping for tonight is, if we're going to have a continuance, that, again, we get the first reading of the developers agreement done tonight, and that we come back on April the 7th if we can get any other comments that you may have. We already have quite a few of them that, we can work on between now and the April 7th, and hope to do both the development agreement and the PUD then at the April 7th meeting. And again, even with the DA, and we can get to that in a little bit, there really weren't that many changes between, I don't believe, from what was originally submitted in the packet. So we can talk about that when we get to that point, obviously. But our hope was to get to the next meeting. We think we're close enough on this project that we can address some of the comments we got. If there's any other comments, the sooner we get them, the better.
Got it.
So that would be our request, is to
First meeting in April then.
First meeting for DA tonight, second reading DA, and the PUD on April 7th.
Okay.
Because we're already scheduled for the April 7th for the second.
Understood.
I was just going to ask, and if at all possible, I know everybody has very busy schedules, very, constraints on everybody's time. We're going to try very hard to evaluate each and every one of these points as quickly as we can. And, we might ask, if it's at all possible, for as much latitude as you guys can provide us to come back in, get certain things in front of you. Like I said, some of the things I think we can find really strong opportunities to hit, probably with real precision. Some things we may have to hybridize or compromise on, but I think that most of the points brought up are things that we'll put our collective thinking caps on to try to find solutions for, so quickly.
Thank you. All right, so so again, we're on item 4 of the rezoning. What's the will of the board? Are we going to be pushing this out so that it can be heard at the same time with the, sorry, I'm going to try to take number 5 out of the equation. Would we like to not vote on number 5 and hold off on number 5 at this point?
Remind me what number 5 is.
The rezoning to PUD and TVC Hamlet.
You're speaking of the agenda
Oh,
item.
it's number 4, I'm sorry.
Yes, number 4.
Number
What you're on,
4.
the item you're on right now, if
Sorry.
the consideration of the board is to continue, you need a motion with a date of continuance.
Understood.
If somebody would entertain that.
We have any other comments?
I have none.
I don't. You have comments?
Yep, no, I'll make a motion to continue till next meeting for item number 4.
April 7th? Okay,
At 6 p.m. or soon thereafter?
you got
6
it.
PM or soon after.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now we're going into number 5. This is quasi judicial. Commissioner Clasby?
My disclosures are the exact same as the last one.
Understood.
Same as well.
Likewise, same as previous disclosures.
And likewise, same as previous.
Okay. All right, and so Commissioner Clasby, just, I didn't quite understand your comment. So I did read the backup for this agenda item. I misunderstood you and thought you got something totally fresh and new that wasn't on here 30 minutes ago. So when I said no, I didn't have it, I wanted to clarify. Yes, I did. I have read what's been attached to the agenda item all this time. So, all right.
Good evening.
Good evening again.
Chair Fowler, members of the Board of County Commissioners, Irene Settlemeyer, Senior Planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. This is the public hearing on the Indrio Groves PUD proposed development agreement, and it has been continued from the March 3rd meeting, and therefore the advertising and public notice that took place for the March 3rd meeting, because it was continued to a date certain, suffices for this meeting. The only difference is you're not required to put up a sign on the property. So quickly, the project, the development agreement, addresses the roadway improvements and the timing of them and other obligations and rights that come with the development. The roadway improvements are a big part of the proposed development agreement. This is a trip distribution from the traffic impact report that's under review. So generally, development agreements, they're provided for in state law and our county land development code to provide assurance to a developer that upon approval of the proposed development, it may proceed in accordance with existing laws and policies, subject to the conditions set forth in the development agreement. It memorializes the developer's rights and obligations, and they are intended to encourage capital facilities planning, to ensure adequate public facilities for development are available concurrent with the impacts of that development, and encourage efficient use of resources and reduce the economic costs of development. The staff draft, in the agenda packet, there was two draft development agreements. One was called the staff draft, and one was called the developer's application. The staff report mostly addressed the staff draft. It sets forth the uses and densities and height, the 3,081 dwelling units, so many detached single family, so many townhomes, so many apartments, 328 apartments, of which 277 shall be workforce housing. Up to 40,000 square feet of commercial space, including a local store and childcare center, at least 426.5 acres of common open space, and dedication of 24.4 acres for a future K-8 school site. Development agreements are required to specify maximum building height. So this draft did for the detached single family, 2 stories or 35 feet, townhomes up to 3 stories and 40 feet, multifamily 4 stories and 50 feet, any other structure 4 stories and or 50 feet, or is what is proposed. The terms of the agreement are that it will cover 10 years. It will be valid for 10 years. It can be extended at the mutual agreement of the parties, meaning the county and the developer. No single extension may exceed 5 years. That's what this is what our land development code provides. And the certificate of concurrency has a 3-year lifespan. So on some of these two, state statute does provide for longer periods, like the state statute provides that a development agreement can be for up to 30 years, but because our local code is more conservative, that's what we're bound with. It provides that there'll be a child care center constructed prior to the 128th dwelling, and it addresses the roadway improvements. The roundabout at Spanish Lakes Boulevard is required before 1,000 trips. Coblegard Road is required before 8,601 trips, or the certificate of occupancy for the 1,028th unit. Coblegard Roundabout is, this is Coblegard and the entrance to the project before 11,633 trips, and the intersection of Indrio and Johnston Roads The improvements there include change signal timing and lengthening of turn lanes. That's required before 7,481 trips. Improvements to the intersection of Indrio Road and Kings Highway that include lengthening turn lanes. Those must occur before 1,465 trips. And lengthening of turn lanes southbound off of 95 and southbound onto 95 before 21,296 trips. Regarding Russo's Road, it provided that the developer shall initiate and document efforts to acquire right-of-way before 20,024 trips, and potentially sooner. With the phasing, the developer intends to dedicate 14.8 acres to the county for fire, library, park, or similar purpose. Such use to be determined by the county. It'll be subject to a separate agreement. Impact fee reimbursement may be available pursuant to county code. If the county declines to accept this dedication, the property may be sold or leased for civic use or uses as civic use is defined in our land development code. No timeline or development threshold was identified for this dedication. The staff draft provide for impact fee credits. Consistent with the code, the impact fee credits are available for the capacity that is being provided that is not being consumed by the project. So the developer is entitled to 39.7% of the cost to acquire the right-of-way and to design, permit, and construct improvements for Coblegarde Road. Impact fee credits equivalent to 80.3% of the cost to acquire the right-of-way and to design, permit, and construct improvements for Russo's Road, and 50% of the cost to design, permit, and construct improvements at Kings Highway and the Indrio Road intersection. So now that was the development agreement that was circulated previously. So some proposed alternatives to that include the following. One, specifying a minimum size for the child care center and a minimum size for the local store. So 4,000 square feet for the child care center, 1,500 square feet for the local store, and before issuance of a building permit for the 2,054th unit. The idea was that for the child care center to be viable and the local store to be viable, there needs to be sufficient rooftops, there needs to be sufficient residents in the vicinity to support the child care center and the local store. With regard to the roadways, the Coblegarde Road and the Coblegarde Roundabout need to be completed before 8,601 trips, or the 1,028th dwelling. So roundabout was added to that timing. So more detail is being proposed as for your consideration, more detail with regard to the Russo's Road item. So what is being proposed for your consideration is that the developer shall initiate and document efforts to acquire the right-of-way for road and stormwater prior to approval of a site plan that exceeds 1,027 dwellings. So again, that 1,027 dwellings is tied to the base density of 1 dwelling unit per acre times the acreage. The developer is authorized to offer up to 150% of the appraised value, including attorneys and consultants' fees. If the county and the developer agree that the developer is unable to acquire the right-of-way, the developer shall pay to the county 150% of the appraised value. Within 24 months of receipt of those funds, the county shall acquire the right-of-way. If the county successfully acquires the right-of-way, the developer then shall complete the final design, permitting, and construction of a 2-lane rural road and reimburse the county for all costs associated with acquisition. If the county does not acquire the right-of-way within 24 months, the developer shall pay to the county 115% of the engineer's cost estimate to construct the road and thereby satisfy its obligation regarding Russo's Road. Upon payment to the county of 150% of the fair market value of the right-of-way, that's if they're unable to acquire it and they pay the county the 150% of the fair market value, the Indrio Groves development may proceed up to 2,054 dwellings. Only upon acceptance by the county of the completed Russo's roadway improvements or acceptance by the county of funds equivalent to 115% of the roadway construction costs, development may proceed past the 2,054th dwelling. So here again are the comparison of the what was published in the agenda packet and as alternatives that we are presenting tonight. So with regard to Russo's Road, it had provided that Russo's Road would be designed, permitted, and constructed between prior to 2024 trips or potentially sooner, daily trips. And now the timeline has been moved substantially earlier, so the right-of-way must be acquired prior to approval of a final site plan that exceeds 1,027 dwellings. If the county and the developer agree that the developer is unable to acquire the right-of-way, the developer shall pay to the county 150% of appraised value of the land. The county shall acquire the right-of-way within 24 months of receipt of the funds. If the county successfully acquires the right-of-way, the developer shall construct the 2-lane rural road and reimburse the county for all costs for acquisition. If the county does not acquire the right-of-way within 24 months, the developer shall pay to the county 115% of the engineer's cost estimate to construct. Upon payment to the county of 150% of the fair market value of the right-of-way, development may proceed up to 2,054 dwellings. Only upon acceptance by the county of completed roadway improvements or acceptance by the county of funds equivalent to 115% of roadway construction costs, development may proceed past the 2,054th dwelling. So staff recommends that the board explore and evaluate the development agreement and any appropriate refinements and adopt a motion scheduling the second public hearing on the development agreement for April 7th, 2026 at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter, and the motion to schedule the second hearing and guiding any suggested changes for further consideration.
Thank you,
That
Irene.
concludes my presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Klasky.
I have some questions for the planning staff and potentially public works staff. There's a couple different numbers used in here just to start with, right? There's units and then daily trips. Are the daily trips directly tied to number of units?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Klasby, yes, there's a correlation between the Institute of Transportation Engineers' average trip rates on a per unit basis. We tried to link it to single-family detached units since that is the predominant percentage of unit types that they're proposing. So when you read 1,027 units or let's take the equivalent of 8,600 daily trips. That's the correlation.
So what's the point of using them interchangeably and not consistently?
The Institute of Transportation Engineers, of course, those are observed averages, and there's a lot of different variables, in traffic patterns, movements of cars, household sizes. So it really could capture both. Of course, it's more timely and easier to track quantity of units. We can run reports of building permits and understand specifically how many homes are physically on the ground.
That's kind of my point here, is why are we using traffic counts? I mean, and where are we measuring the traffic from if we're using traffic counts?
Typically, there's strategic points and best practices to put the count strips on the roadway.
Are we able to just use unit counts? Because that seems like a more concrete number.
That's certainly guidance that we'd look for the board, and that's an acceptable option.
So, I mean, if that's legal and kosher, I would prefer to just standardize our developer agreement to have unit counts, because that's something that I can understand as a Fort Pierce resident. And also, so we have 8,601 daily trips. That represents basically one, right? That's how many units per acre there is today. So that's 1,028 units. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so then we have 2,054 units. Am I to believe that that's related to the 11,633 number?
There's a different correlation there. If we were to do the math, the 2,054 is the 2 dwelling units per acre, one of the tiers of asks as part of the Hamlet PUD. The 11,000 trips and change, I believe, was recommended by the applicant's traffic engineer as to a particular threshold.
Okay.
Commissioner Clasby, if I can just chime in, once we get into when we're up around 2,000 units, there will be a mix of townhouses, maybe multifamily, single family, and they do have different trip generation rates.
Right.
Right.
Well, I mean, so we could distinguish between townhouses and single-family residents to account for that in the developer agreement, right?
Well, I didn't realize the trip counts were going to be based on actually counting roads. I thought we were going to be using, townhouses times 8.5 trips and single family times 9.5 trips. So that's a detail that maybe we should address.
And this is one of my points as to why I think that we need to continue this specific thing, because there's not clarity as to what we're counting. And then the term initiate and document efforts, what does that mean?
So, Commissioner, I think that would correlate with them providing willing seller notices, outreach, certified letters to adjacent property owners. Once it's clear and defined the best route for Russos Road, the geometry where it would traverse nearby properties, and to actively pursue that from those landowners.
Could initiate and document efforts be sending an email?
I don't believe that could be a component of it, but initiating appraisals, understanding what the value offered to those adjacent property owners would be. I mean, it's more comprehensive than simply a 2-sentence email saying, hey, would you like to sell a portion of your property?
There's another portion in there that mentions 150% of appraised value. What is that referring to?
That would be the appraised value of the right-of-way needed to achieve Russos Road. So if we accounted for a standard county roadway at a 70 or an 80-foot wide right-of-way, accounting for stormwater drainage as needed, it would be the appraised value of that quantity of land.
And I guess we should clarify this. Is Russos Road required for this development?
Commissioner, it's staff's perspective that it's essential to fulfill the intent and the Hamlet PUD requirements for ensuring that the development as designed is not adversely affecting the adjacent arterial and collector roads, or where it is that it's providing for off-site improvements to address those issues. And so when we have a community that's proposed of 3,000 residential units, when we talk about daily needs, fire emergency response, routes to and from the future school site, and being able to move vehicles around. Staff deems it to be essential for the longevity of this community. Also, to ensure that other projects that have either been previously approved or are pending and anticipated for this area, when those cumulative effects are on the roadway, that we have duplicity of roadway links. We often talk about level of service for specific segments of a roadway, from point A to point B, the intersections of two roadways. But the TVC has a prescribed future street network, and the intent is to provide interconnectivity of roadways, alternative options to get from point A and point B, so we don't experience the same congestion that we're often seeing in the state of Florida or in portions of the county, and making sure that we have more, for instance, more two-lane roadways instead of relying upon one 6-lane roadway like Virginia Avenue or Crosstown Parkway. And so having those relievers, those additional east-west networks, roadway corridors that are parallel to Indrio Road is going to be critical as the North County area grows.
Let me ask you this. How many units would they be able to build today with the zoning that they have right now? I mean, theoretically.
So the maximum density would be 1 dwelling unit per acre, or 1,027 units. When you factor in the dedication of roadways, potential stormwater systems, we would see those numbers potentially decrease marginally absent a PUD. But so let's just for discussion's sake say 1,027 units.
Given what you just said about the application before us requiring Russos Road, would you think that if they built the number of units they're entitled to today, would that trigger the need for Russos Road?
Commissioner, I think that staff would be advocating for it as part of a major site plan, but some of the standards of review aren't parallel to that of a hamlet or a PUD, a hamlet PUD for that matter. I think that the applicant with past traffic analysis would be able to demonstrate that they meet the base concurrency requirements at 1,027 units at this stage in a preliminary setting. But one of the variables that I can't speak to 100% is when we run the full comprehensive test for concurrency, it's based upon what projects have approvals or vested trips at that time. So for this exercise, and if I could clarify a couple things, our agenda packet for the preliminary PUD had 2 different traffic studies from the applicant. One that was dated earlier in 2025 that did not have Russos presented and trips assigned to it, and one that was dated November 2025 that we received a couple of weeks ago that's out for evaluation by our third-party consultants, and it provided for a distribution of 14% on Russos Road. That distribution or assignment of traffic is part of our overall analysis. But both reports that the applicant provided, it assumed certain traffic related to other projects for background traffic and other background improvements. So if Buc-ee's is coming online, if a portion of Bednar Farms, those units are coming online during the build-out period or the timeline for this project, they are required to assume some of those trips or those trips on the road, but they can also assume some of those improvements that Buc-ee's would be making for the interchange or to the intersection of Indrio and Cobelgard. So if we looked at those reports, a portion of those anticipated projects are assumed, but there's other portions of nearby projects that haven't been built in. So we're at a stage pre-concurrency, preliminary traffic analysis based upon a preliminary plan, looking at estimated impacts, looking at estimated timelines. Where the rubber hits the road for a test of concurrency and final obligations is often with that final site plan when we know with certainty what projects have garnered approvals in the background, what projects are actually moving forward to building permits, and who's completing what on the adjacent roadway.
So would it be reasonable to believe that Russos Road would be required with units above 1,028 units or 1,027 units?
The constraints on the adjacent roadway and those impacts to the level of service definitely start to increase after that figure. Staff, I don't think, has a particular number of units where, a level of service were to shift from a C to a D or a B to a C on some of those adjacent impacted roadways. But for all those previously stated factors of additional traffic routes, avoiding congestion, public safety with roundabouts and multiple access points for fire, the sooner the better.
Would it be a
for that
reasonable
additional
request
link.
to have that as a trigger before you get beyond that number of units? You have to make Russos Road be accepted and permitted, constructed, accepted and opened?
Commissioner, as a professional planner, I wouldn't deem it to be unreasonable, but obviously the presented options of a timeline and unit thresholds are before you this evening.
A big thing is we can't let development outpace infrastructure in this county. And I feel like that is a strong, if you think that's reasonable, that's something that should be in the developer agreement. And then on top of that, is there anything, since you've said this road is required for the neighborhood, is there anything that would compel or require us to proceed with an eminent domain proceeding if all other options failed? Or do we have the right to not go through eminent domain?
Commissioner Fowler, members of the board, I think that the board as policymakers has that final say as to whether or not you guide staff, the county administration and county attorney's office to proceed with eminent domain. Obviously, terms of a development agreement kind of set the stage for this or future boards. As far as different parameters, we've documented that the site is outside of the urban service boundary, but the adopted policy, both in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan, allow for development to be pursued of this density and scale. We have a future street network in the TVC, both in our overlay as well as the TVC element of the comprehensive plan. But additionally, we have our right-of-way protection map, which was updated in 2024 to ensure that we are maintaining and identifying to the public where the county deems it appropriate to secure right-of-way as development occurs or seek it in the future to ensure that we have interconnected streets and we have alternatives to simply adding lanes and continuously widening select corridors.
I'm not, as a member of the board that would have to vote on it, I will just go ahead and say I'm not for the county implementing eminent domain to acquire land specifically for one development. This road's required because of this development, per what you're telling me, and I don't see it appropriate for the county to use eminent domain for that. That's not exactly a public benefit. In my mind, that's a private benefit for that specific development. So is it possible to craft the development agreement in a way that wouldn't ultimately rely on us using eminent domain as a means to satisfy the requirements in the developer agreement?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's option A. Right in front of you here. Option A is basically the developer has to take care of Russo Road all on their own, or they can't move forward past a unit count or a traffic count or a trip count or whatever you want to put in there. If you want to switch it to a dwelling count and legal, and Maite says you can switch it to a dwelling count, but that's option A. Option B would be if they make the attempt and it doesn't work, it falls to us, and then if we can't acquire it, then it either doesn't get built or you have to explore whatever means possible. So your safer bet, if the board's inclined to not want to do what you just said, then option A would be where you'd want to stick with on this, because that puts it at the developer's level and they can't proceed past a certain number of whatever you guys agree to, that they agree to, that says that they have to build the road. So that's why we gave you both the choices there and kind of showed you what staff's original recommendation was A, but after talking with the developer, we provided a option for you to consider, but that is, again, there's inherent risk with that.
Given what I just heard, it sounds like option A would be the option, but the number of units should be 1028, given that that's when it triggers the necessity for Russo's Road based off of what I've just heard.
Quick question. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Corey, quick question. In a perfect world, where would PDS be at for this road being built? I see in the developer agreement, developer wants to do it at 83% total build out, but then it refers to prior to 20,000 25 daily trips.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm not certain that I have a particular number or threshold that I would be offering for a recommendation. I think that's a collaborative approach between planning, this body, as well as the applicant and the county engineer. The county throughout this process has had the services of a third-party traffic engineer, Salman Rathore, who is tuned in via Microsoft Teams. We might seek some qualitative or quantitative input from him as to what a potential alternative recommendation might be as to a trip threshold or a unit total. But again, there's definitely that balance overall where if you have that experience of a car crash or other developments come online sooner than some of the development, that's where some of the constraints and impacts in close proximity to that interchange can be more severe. Therefore, having Russos Road, as I said qualitatively, sooner rather than later is helpful to disperse those trips, have duplicity of options, and allow additional mobility, especially if other projects do come online during the lifespan of a project of this scale.
And then do we know when the third-party review is going to be finished?
Madam Chair, typically we're in about a 2 to 3 week review period, and so that was provided just over a week ago to launch that review. We do look for additional input on occasion from the St. Lucie County Transportation Planning Organization, sometimes from FDOT if it correlates with any changes to how things might approach the I-95 and Indra Road interchange. So the hope is that within the next week or soon thereafter, we would have any additional input. But again, this is at the preliminary stage of the traffic impact evaluation, in which we don't know some of the timing of adjacent developments.
Okay. And you said we have our third party on Zoom?
Salman,
yeah, if we
good
can,
evening.
let's ask from their perspective what they would suggest.
Yes, can you kindly repeat the question? This is Salman Rathore with Calvin Giordano and Associate, third-party peer reviewer for the county.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, so the board is looking for a suggested alternate for the development of Russos Road. Currently, it's looking like the developer is wanting to do it at 83% of total build out, and I'd like to know from your perspective what you think would be a good alternative to offer.
Well, again, I mean, as it's been mentioned that we recently received this updated traffic impact study report, so it will be hard for me to give out a percentage, either 83% or say 75% without having the opportunity to review this recently submitted report. But once we have hopefully in next week or so have gotten the opportunity to review it, then I'll be in a better position to address your question at that time.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Thank you.
Commissioner, for the record, Bob Rains with the Gunster Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant. I would like to just point out, I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding, a little bit about whether Russo Road is needed for this particular project. We actually had other road improvements that were going to meet the requirements for this project. And we were asked, and I'll let Mr. Pettibon and Mr. Good address it a little bit more detail because they have more of the specific facts. But we were asked by the county to do the Russo Road extension as opposed to the other improvements that we were suggesting. So I think we're getting to a point where, for lack of a better term, it's kind of turning into, I'm afraid it's turning into a no good deed goes unpunished, because there's this belief that we need Russo Road for this project when we have other alternatives that we were proposing, and we can let Mr. Pettibon and Mr. Good talk about that, but Greg, start out.
And if I may, to Bob's point, again, we came in a very collaborative manner. Our traffic study, and I'll let Brian speak to the specifics of this, our original traffic study had us doing additional extensions and widening of Beauregard and Spanish Lakes to the intersection of Indrio, and then expansion along Indrio to 95, and that would have satisfied the requirements of this project. Again, we tried very hard to be very collaborative with staff. Staff had good recommendations. They believed, again, as did we, understanding their perspective, that the dispersal of traffic to the east over to Johnson's also would be a better scenario for the community and the county traffic system as a whole. Also, it would play into the exacts of what's identified in the county's right-of-way protection plan with that east-west roadway. So we, again, I might suggest and I might offer, again, and maybe in the spirit of mutual collaboration, if we do want to change this, we would need to insist that as an alternative, if we could not secure the right-of-way, and if the county is unwilling to secure that right-of-way through eminent domain, again, the eminent domain would have been something that eventually would have been part of the right-of-way protection plan and the overall network planned by the county for roadway, that I have the ability to revert back to my original improvements that we would have undertaken had we not, had it not been requested to find another way, and also had it not been suggested as a better option. So I would like to make that request, to have the ability to revert back if we're unable to do this. So.
And I would like, with your permission, have our professional consultant come up and just address that a little bit too, from a
Sure. I do have,
perspective.
absolutely, he can come up and whoever wants to answer, but, so just really quick, the most recent traffic study that was done by you guys, right? That was submitted, and it's your traffic study that showed 14% on Russos Road on this new study, is that correct?
Yeah, so, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you.
Brian Good, Kimley Horn. So a study was submitted to the county with the development as we've been talking about this evening. Never had Russos Road in it. Had all the traffic going down Spanish Lakes, Beauregard, Indrio. It had this project traffic, as well as it had the Buc-ee's convenience store, 75,000 convenient, 120 fueling station. It included Bedner Farms, 462 single family, 154 single family. It included Publix at Indrio, Cabo Rio Vista Resort, Sable Palm Grove, Indrio Woods, 4540 North Kings, Sugar Sands Apartments, Indrio SAG, and Alco Groves Mine, including plus background growth. And with that, and without Russos Road, we were able to meet the county's level of service standards for intersection operation and roadway segments. So I just want to be clear that the study that was submitted and reviewed by your staff and by your third-party reviewer never had Russos Road in it, and it was reviewed and approved as meeting concurrency.
So
And
your
again-
traffic study doesn't show 14% of your traffic going on Russos Road that you submitted to us. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not trying to double talk. There's a study that was submitted and reviewed and approved, never had Russos Road. It had 14% of our project traffic going down Beauregard, going east on Indrio, then up Johnston. The county, after that review of that study, the planning kept asking, it would be nice to have an alternative route rather than pushing everything to Indrio. The intersection of Indrio and Beauregard is just, there's a lot of demand there with the Buc-ee's, the Bedners, everything's being forced there. The applicant was amenable to it, was agreeable to, said, yeah, an alternative route would make sense. So what was done was that 14% that was going to come down, it was just pushed on to Russos, to use Russos to go over the Johnson rather than going south. So the study that was submitted to the consultant right now that's being reviewed is the exact same study. The only difference is that 14% is shown to go over on Russos Road over to Johnston. Because the original traffic projection that was reviewed by DOT, the county, the third-party reviewer, agreed on 14% of the project traffic going over to Johnston Road. So it's virtually the same study. That was the only difference. And the only reason that was done is, again, because the county asked for Russos Road, the applicant, to consider the inclusion of it. So we had to project how much project traffic was going over onto Russos Road.
Okay.
And the reason I think that's important was there were some comments made that, well, you know, our project couldn't move forward without Russos Road, and that, you know, for instance, we don't want to do we may not want to do eminent domain because it's for our project specific, right? Which is, we have alternatives. We have, you know, we don't need it, but we want to partner with you guys and we want to work with this. I just again want to make that point.
So aside from Russos Road, what were the other roadway improvements that you offered that the county said no
So
to?
in the study that was reviewed and approved, the additional improvement was an additional westbound through lane from Colbegard to the interchange of I-95.
So
That was the project that, with the inclusion of Russos Road, that project now came away because it wasn't required, because we were taking that 14% of the traffic and we were no longer sticking it through that intersection.
Gotcha.
So that the reason we preferred that is because it didn't require right-of-way acquisition. And as you know, the applicant doesn't have the ability to acquire right-of-way. You can ask, you can get appraisals, you can make offers, but if someone doesn't want to sell their right-of-way or doesn't want to sell their right-of-way for a market rate or a reasonable price, the applicant has absolutely zero ability to acquire that right-of-way. And it becomes a dead stop. With that as a condition, you can't move forward. And that's the reason why you see the conditions written as the way they are, is that, you know, we'll make all good faith efforts to get appraisals, to make offers, but if you can't acquire the right of way, you can't build the road, and the applicant doesn't possess the power to acquire right of way. And we're not talking for Russos, we're not talking a small amount. It will be approximately 14 to 15 acres of right-of-way acquisition through multiple owners to build that, to get a corridor that you can build that road. So we're not talking an insignificant amount of acquisition to get a county road that's identified on the roadway protection map, right-of-way protection map, is the Russos Road extension. So that's always been the applicant's concern, is that to assume a condition that requires the acquisition of right-of-way when they don't actually possess the ability to acquire right-of-way. It's not their property, and you can't force someone to sell it.
Thank you.
If I may. And again, I might just suggest that, you know, a lot of different ways to skin that cat, but again, we have the ability to revert back to our original study if we can't continue. We genuinely, in the spirit of strong collaboration, we looked at staff's position, we looked at what was suggested, and we believed in it, right? We understood that, and we thought it would be a better thing for our project, for the community as a whole, for that north end of the county. It would also let us, you know, take advantage of sending trips, and also would open properties east of us too for future development as well. But again, if we could, you know, maybe it's a scenario where if we get stuck on this point, that we could just agree in a high level concept, and I might ask smarter people than me to help me craft this statement, but that it's almost that we may be able to approve it tonight with the notion that we include and I'm going to probably misspeak, but some form of reverter, that if we can't secure the right of way for Russos Road, that we would just revert back to the original improvements that had us going south and making the improvements on Indrio to 95. I think that's a very fair situation to you know, offer.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Clausby.
So I don't want to take Russos off the table, but I think that we,
I mean, I think I've already established that I'm not comfortable approving the developer agreement tonight. I think that we need to standardize the language in it, first of all, as far as trip counts and units. And then we also need to wait for our third-party consultant's traffic analysis as well. So that way we can come to the table with what number would we be acceptable to, to trigger the construction and opening of Russos Road. Because at this point, I don't think that we have that number. We have their number, but that's not our number. So, I think that also the pathway to getting to eminent domain, that has to be an absolute last option. Like we need to see actual, offer letters and things like that, and negotiations happen, because to my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. And, these people ought to be given an offer because it's their neighborhood. They're the ones that have to live next to this wonderful new development. And, ultimately, if it did somehow go to an eminent domain, everything costs more when the county does it versus when private people do it. So we would really need to have actual costs covered, including attorney's fees and everything else.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Mr. Landry.
I don't want to split hairs on anything, but I just want to just kind of go back a second and just share with you that as their consultants were up there speaking, they talked about a previous approved traffic report. Now, in all essence, what they're talking about is they had a traffic report initially that they submitted before the second report, the first one that he was talking about. That traffic report was sent to our third party and was looked upon as a validated report. But when it gets to the approval process of this process, that still comes to you all. So it's not something that staff can say, this is approved and this is the only way it goes. So I just wanted to clear that up because they kept saying the word approved, and it was a valid and accurate traffic report on their initial submittal. So there's no disputing in that, but it was never presented up here at this level for you to see the old one versus the new one, because obviously when we switched to the Russos Road, this is what we've based all of this agreement on, that way. So I just want to clarify that, because I think the comment was an approved report that the county approved, and that was not the case. It was just a valid report that the third party did say was an accurate report, but then we switched direction. That's why you didn't see that report.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation. We're 12 minutes away from tomorrow, and I'd like to end this meeting tonight. What I mean by that, it's almost midnight. So, one of those things also, in addition to development not outpacing infrastructure, we can't be having meetings in the middle of the night. And I think that we ought to wait for our consultant to tell us when he can get a number for us, when he thinks Russos Road would be triggered, so that way we can bring our offer to the table of the developer agreement, because that's a negotiation. It's not hard and fast, and the developer agreement may be part of we tolerate for the site plan and other things, because maybe things that show up in the developer agreement make things make sense in the site plan. I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to there, but I feel like they go hand in hand. And I know that they do because staff's conditions reference the developer's agreement. So I think that we ought to hear from our consultant when he thinks we should continue this to. That way we can have reasonable time to have him finish his study, us present our offer, and we can go from there.
So I know we're all excited for the meeting to end, but because this is quasi-judicial, we have to make sure that we follow the due process. And so I need to make sure that I don't step on their toes and that everything is done appropriately. I hear you. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, but this is quasi-judicial, is a little different than our regular items. Now, I will say, Commissioner Clasby, I was not in agreement with you on moving this. However, now after hearing our third party hasn't finished reviewing it, and not saying they're different things, but the way my conversations went with the team and then with you guys, I'm feeling like I'm getting there's differences between what the team is saying and what you guys are saying. So now, while I was all for let's get the first reading approved and then come back for the second, I no longer have that comfortability. So I do think we need to have more of this wrapped up at this point, but that's just me.
Yeah, again, for the record, Bob Raines, a couple of things. One, first of all, we're in agreement with what's being proposed tonight. So, we're still okay with what is being proposed tonight, what staff was recommending and the language that we worked on. So I wanted to be sure that we're clear. We're not disputing that. We believe that works, that option. We're still okay with that. The only thing that we were pointing out and that I wanted to make clear was and you're right, if you take Russo Road out and you don't include the other improvements, then the project doesn't meet the requirements. But what we were trying to point out is that we can meet concurrency, we believe, and we have a report that shows that, should we not be able to get Russo Road. So that's what I wanted to be clear about and the point that we were trying to make. And that Russo Road wasn't necessary for this project, but it was a request that made sense with the county and we wanted to try to work on it. So I want to be perfectly clear on that. And again, we're not approving the development agreement tonight. You're only moving it forward to a second reading when all of this can be hatched out.
So Bob, you're saying that you guys are good with the staff development agreement or the staff development agreement augmented with your guys' changes?
Actually, it was the changes that were presented tonight we agree with. So it's the staff changes. We don't have any changes in the agreement. The changes that you're looking at tonight were proposed by staff and we agreed with them.
Okay.
We were fine. We submitted a development agreement. Staff came in, they made some significant changes. We accepted almost all those changes, and then there were some more edits that we received the other day. And part of it was dealing with this Russo Road issue, and that's when this language came in. That was proposed by the staff, and we agree with that.
Madam Chair, we can't approve a developer agreement with terms like potentially sooner. So that's why I think that we need to wait for the traffic study.
Okay. Any comments from?
I don't see why we can't change the potentially sooner to the unit number. Trying to figure out how to verbalize all of this. When it all comes down to it, Commissioner Claspy is concerned about the eminent domain, right? If they can't get Russo Road.
I really don't like using eminent domain, but
So that's all I need to know. So you don't like eminent domain.
If that's the only option, because I do want Russo's Road.
So do you? Okay.
You want me to confuse it some more for you?
So just so I.
So that would put you over at B.
No.
Well, if you want Russo Road, and there's no other way to get it but eminent domain.
So I want Russo's Road. If I just had to throw a number on, I want Russo's Road after 1,028 units.
Well, that's why I said we can replace that.
Right. So, but we need to have something that establishes why that's the number, because I don't know that they're going to agree with that unless they do.
We're agreeing with option B. Is that what we're? Because that's what I was just trying to get.
Yeah.
I know, and that's why I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just getting confused myself. So, and I want to consult with the traffic, but option B, and I want to turn it over to.
If I may paraphrase, I think Commissioner Claspy is asking for Russo's Road to be constructed by the 1,028th unit. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basing that off of what I've heard our staff tell us tonight.
So I don't know that has been presented or agreed upon by the applicant.
I agree.
And I would say I think we would have very significant challenges to execution of that, to be quite frank. To be honest, I've built a number of different significant offsite roadways. Think about county roads and municipal roads that you all have approved and built and that are being built by the county as well. The design, acquisition, and construction takes longer periods of time. We were accepting to what was presented here based upon the functionality of road construction and construction permitting and other things in general. It's going to be a very difficult thing to try to achieve that. And I, again, as a business coming here, we keep trying to collaborate and put our best effort forward, and be a partner. And to some extent, I would ask for that partnership back. And as we present it with B, I think we can achieve that. And would humbly request the continuation of this with an approval, as we've suggested with B, and as we've agreed to with staff. So, thank you.
Madam Chair. And so that's why I've said that there's a disagreement there with the applicant with what I'm saying. And I don't know what the number should be to replace 20024, but it definitely should be potentially sooner.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lowry, go ahead.
Quick question, because my brain is getting a little fuzzy for math right now. How many approximate dwellings is 20,000 trips?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lowry, typically, just for a round number, as a planner, I would take that number, 20,024, divided by about 9.6, and that's 2,085 units. Again, that's one iteration of ITE's average rate for a single-family detached home. They publish manuals every few years, and that upticks, downticks. You know, you attach the units, multifamily units, different, but it's right around 2,000 units before you factor in internal capture if they're heading to the school or to the daycare center. Commercial, should it be built prior, things like that, going to visit a neighbor. But
I definitely think the language, we should be, like Commissioner Clasby said, if we're talking about trips here and dwellings here, it just makes it a lot easier if we're using the number of dwellings. And like before, maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere there.
Maite, I was going to ask you a quick question here on this. How open-ended, if you will, can this be? How much, so let's just say we have 3 that say, yes, let's approve, and move on and give everyone time for the traffic study to be reviewed and all of those things. How much can the developer agreement change if it were to be approved? Let's say we approve whichever one, doesn't matter. We approve an option tonight. How flexible is it to change the parameters?
I believe as long as it's published accurately, people have an opportunity to speak, you are still the policymakers, so you can make adjustments between hearings. You may want to ask Catherine the same question, but that's my opinion.
County Attorney?
Yes, as long as we're publishing it and you're talking about it, and there's notice and they have due process, it can be changes made. Now, you're talking about after it's all signed, like in 2
No, like
years?
tonight, if we were
Between
to move
hearings.
forward
Oh, yeah.
under the first reading, it's going to come back for a second. We could at that point make trip
make-
count or dwelling unit changes or
Yes.
anything like that, correct?
Those items can be done, yes.
Okay,
And Chair, just as a reminder, this has a public comment as well.
yes, yes. I wrote it down this time. Okay.
Madam Chair.
More, Commissioner Clasby?
So, I mean, can we at least get a consensus among the board if we're A or B? Because I'm definitely A, and keep in mind, what we're looking at there is not the entire developer agreement. There's many pages and other language in there too. But if we were to go to A, I'd like to convert the trips to units tonight, because it's unclear to me where you count the units from. I'd like very precise and clear language.
So maybe we ask staff on this, because you know me, I look up everything and research everything. So from my understanding, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, Dwelling counts are an easier, more accurate way for municipalities to keep track. However, your trip counts are actually most accurate because they're accounting for all those extracurriculars. Stanley Steamer coming to clean, your rugs, Lyft, Amazon, whatever it is, it's counting for all of those extra trips that might not be accounted for in that 8.5 or 9.5.
I have to imagine if the applicant wants the trips, it's probably better to have the units.
I'm just sharing with you what I learned. County Attorney Barbieri, so you popping your head up?
No.
Okay.
But Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's one of the things that between the third-party reviewer that's reviewing everything, staff, the board, collectively, the consultant, that is something that could be discussed between now and the next meeting and have that ironed out. And obviously, it would be published before the meeting, well in advance, and then can be finalized in the final discussion that way. Obviously, it's the will of the board if you want to pick something tonight as well, just to continue it to the next meeting. You can do that as you have that prerogative as well. So you could do what Commissioner Clasby is suggesting, or you can have that as still a that has to be ironed out, in advance of the next meeting. It's one or the other. You have that autonomy.
But Madam Chair, I want to be clear because I want to put some of the cards on the table here. Option A, it just is not acceptable for us, and the reason is, as you look at it, again, it's the same point that we had in the problem and the reason we had the meetings in the first place. We're not in control of option A. In other words, if we can't get the right of way, what that's saying is we can't go any further. So how does it benefit us to go all the way down this project and get it so far down the road, and now we stop dead in our tracks and we can't move forward because we can't effectuate what needs to be effectuated to make Russo Road happen? That was the point of option B. The other option is what Mr. Pettibone was suggesting is, okay, or we can do option B. We're in agreement. We came forward tonight agreeing to option B. Or we can go back to what he suggested, which is to, some kind of reverter that gives us another option to do the other right-of-way improvements that we believe will address, the concurrency. But option A is just, if we're not successful in it, we're done. And there's a huge investment being made, and I'll let him address that.
And if I may too, one of the challenges again is trying to actually operate a business as a home builder, as a developer, as landowners. And we've owned the property for a very long time. We've paid an awful lot of taxes. We've it's a very challenging situation for us here. But option A is different. We had been progressing the developers agreement for many months actually, under a scenario that actually presented very close to B. And then that was changed. We had a meeting, we reconvened with staff, we came up with option B that tracked back to some of the things that we needed. So again, trying to progress this project and also to operate a business, it's again another example of very challenging positions that we consistently are being put in. Option B is what we've been progressing this project, something very similar to B, and I'd have to ask our attorneys, but very close, largely, that we had been progressing a set of discussions for many, many months on the developers agreement. It then was changed. We then that was our main sticking point on the conditions of approval, and on the developers agreement is we must have coverage relative to this point. We simply cannot assume the risk, the capital outlay, all those different parts and pieces without having coverage from the scenario where a seller won't sell us the right of way. And again, trying to operate a business and be a collaborative development partner, I need some assistance from this board. It's just, it's very difficult on this part to balance different parts and pieces and everybody's interest and efforts, which we continue to try to do. So,
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clausby.
So I'm a reasonable political animal here. Administration or attorney, when's the last time the county acquired right-of-way by eminent domain?
Commissioner Clausby, I'm not aware of us ever using the eminent domain.
So do we know that we would be able to acquire right-of-way via eminent domain in 24 months? Do we have a timeline on what that would take?
I do not. Like I said, I'm not aware that we've ever used it.
So, I mean,
these are items that if the board is interested in, we would need to do some research.
and that's, one more piece to the puzzle where I'm not comfortable approving this tonight. I could go with option B, but I need to know that we're not setting ourselves up for failure in this, and apparently we don't necessarily have a penalty unless we do. Do we have a penalty if we don't hit 24 months? We just get a check?
So if you see that language, if we can't acquire it, then they pay the construction. So they've already paid 150% towards acquisition.
Right.
If we can't acquire it, then they pay 115% towards that construction cost, which we have in our bank then to use potentially if we can ever acquire it.
Let's play that out. If we don't get the right of way in 24 months, they sign us a check and then they continue building. Is that right? So now we have potentially a failed roadway, not the other improvements that they're saying is an alternative, and no Russo's Road.
Potentially, but it is similar to state law with traffic concurrency and paying your proportionate share, where if a developer has a binding agreement, pays their contribution, they can continue building.
All I'm asking is I would like us to do some research on if 24 months is a reasonable amount of time to acquire that stretch of right-of-way.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't want to have them building out this development without the road.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, maybe an alternative thought process, hearing what Commissioner Clausby is saying is between now and the next meeting, if the board was inclined to move forward with that, but by the next meeting, if we don't have all the right answers or the right stuff we might have to amend this language to meet what that intent is or whatever the case may be. We could do that at the next meeting or before that for you, but it would give us the time. But I think over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to have the information brought back to you on what we think it would take as a worst case ultimate scenario of eminent domain that we would not be thrilled to do either, because that's just something that we all know we just don't want to do, but we could give you all that information and have that, and then if you're not satisfied with that language, at that time, at the next meeting, we can continue or punt it again until we figure this out.
In addition to that, the numbers used here, are these just arbitrary numbers that we're using, 150%, 115%? I mean,
So the
where do
150,
these numbers
the
come
150 is what we felt was a reasonable number on our appraised value. So we're going to be the ones that are determining how much that cost is, and then go 150 of that they would have to pay us, which would help encumber fees legally or whatever things that we'd have to do if we had to move down that other direction that we don't really like to speak about. And then the 115 was of our engineer's estimate of county of building that road. So it would be, if we were building it, as you suggested before, it's more money that we build, it'd be that plus 15% on top of that would help cost for any incidentals or anything like that along the way. So we're doing it all at our cost, not their cost.
Sure. And another suggestion is that from the time that's now until the next time we see each other, I think that it would be, we should ask the applicant to approach the buyers or to approach the landowners and see if they're willing to sell, because that's a handy piece of information to know if we have to go eminent domain or if there's willing sellers out there. You guys could buy the land irregardless of this hearing.
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done. And I don't think in the time frame that we're looking at that's a feasible time frame and the efforts that are going to be required on something like that. And again, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Clausby, about you don't want to be set up for failure. I get that 100%, but that's what option A is. Our concern is that's a setup for failure from our end of it too. So I appreciate where you're coming from. I'm not.
And
that's why I think the reverter of giving, again, if option B is not the great thing, then let us go back to what we were proposing originally in our original traffic study. That solves, we can build the improvements for that.
Exactly to Bob's point, but I might even offer something else again. And again, in a genuine spirit of collaboration, there's a lot of different ways to do many different things, right? If for some reason those property owners that we would need to approach that own the property along the Russos Road alignment, if they're not interested in selling the property to us, let me suggest option B with a reverter back to the original study and or an alternative east-west roadway other than Russos Road. There's an opportunity probably, you could drop south an eighth of a mile, a quarter of a mile. You may have an entirely different property owner, an entirely different section. Just because, again, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, just because Russos Road is identified in a right-of-way acquisition map doesn't mean that it couldn't realign or something along those lines. I think there's so many different ways to try to solve this, and I think that it also solved this in a way that's, again, a win for everybody in this, so that maybe we approve it with option B with the caveat that if we can't secure the opportunity for Russos Road under the current alignment, that we would have an equivalent alternative alignment, and if for some reason that can't be approved, we would revert back to the original traffic study, and we would satisfy this condition by the continued expansion of Spanish Lakes out to 95 on Indrio. I think that's a tremendously strong solution for all things, and I think that's fair. I think that covers our side from risk. I think it still keeps in the same collaborative effort. And genuinely, sir, I understand what you're saying about, well, it's a phone call, it's knocking a door. I think we'd actually have to have a certain degree of survey and somewhat of engineering to identify how much right-of-way is needed, how much sizing of drainage is needed. I don't think it's something that we could try to do at any time in the immediate time frames that we're looking to try to see this project come to approval. So I don't mean to be dismissive of that request, and I didn't mean to also seem like we were stalling. I just think it's, in my past, having secured, utility easements and other roadways, it's always a big production beyond what I might have always thought myself. So.
Sure. So yeah, I don't want it to. Hopefully, it's not coming across that I'm doing anything but trying to protect the taxpayers of St. Lucie County. But whenever we, administration, public works, planning, whoever, when we approved our right-of-way protection map, did we do any sort of, figuring out where the lines were going, or did we just kind of rough sketch a line on the road extending Russos?
Chair Fowler, Commissioner Clasby, there was quite a bit of research and consideration for those alignments, but there is compatible policy that allow for some maneuvering or deviation from those precise lines because they're not intended to be exactly precise in many instances where the right-of-way is not in place. For Russos, one factor in the value of that being a primary or lead option, but some backup options aren't too far behind. As you can see from the right-of-way protection snapshot on screen, this would Russos, that link would essentially be from Arterial A on the west side, or even beyond Arterial A. Let's call it close to Shin Road, north-south, traversing across I-95. Working around the south side of Indrio Groves, east to Johnston, east to Emerson, and then east to Fort Pierce Boulevard, the extension of Kings Highway, through Lakewood Park down to Turnpike Feeder, where things kind of converge behind the old Butterfield's Pharmacy.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a visual person. The folks watching the meeting and the public are visual people. This is the second largest development project in the history of the county, and I think that we've got to get this right, which is why I'm still unchanged as to I think we need to continue it until we have the presentation updated to what we're talking about, it noticed to the public. Like it was mentioned, there's only been 3 people in here. Perhaps people have an opinion on this. Perhaps the landowners would come in and comment whether they definitely don't want us to do eminent domain on their property. I think that's valuable information to me. I want to be able to have the chance to contact them myself, potentially. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but, you know, these are constituents of ours, just like you guys are, you know, I don't know if you're constituents, but it doesn't matter.
I actually am. but
Okay,
yes,
you're
I am a
constituent, you're
constituent,
applicants. I
and
mean,
many
we
people at
owe
TMR.
the people that put us here a fiduciary responsibility and to do the due diligence to make sure we're not just approving things to get it to the next meeting. I mean, we have to make sure we get this right because this is setting the stage for other development in the area.
If I may, and I don't disagree, again, I'm sorry to keep saying it, we remain collaborative on all these parts, right? I would again ask and suggest that we progress the development agreement, option B, with an equivalent and a reverter. I think in that scenario, I think the county has protections, and I actually think we have protections.
Madam Chair.
1 second. Greg, go ahead.
And that was just, again, a last appeal on that note.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Crosby.
Mr. Greger, is there a specific contractual requirement? Because we're still have to have 2 public hearings for the project itself. I'd like those to run concurrently with the developer agreement, is my thoughts on that.
I might ask Bob to help me answer on this, but again, and maybe it's, you know, the question is the urgency, right? And to be quite honest, I don't feel like we're exhibiting extreme urgency on this relative to the board. I think we've been amazingly collaborative and patient. I think we've tried genuinely in so many different ways to agree with conditions of approval, changes to development agreement, timelines that track back to 2004. We've exemplified a patient, collaborative partner in so many different regards. And I'm not trying to force the issue because I don't want to alienate people that I want to have earned your votes. But we do need to try to move this along. And I would just ask, you know, as a business trying to operate in the county and actually create an attractive, elegant neighborhood that checks boxes for everybody, you and us and others. I don't necessarily see the same level of risk to the county that you do under the scenario I proposed. And it does let us move the ball downfield. And again, I think I might let Bob help me answer some of that question, if I could, with timing.
Yeah, well, no, we only need one reading for the PUD, which we were hoping to do tonight, which we've continued to the April 7th meeting. So, and we need 2 readings for the development agreement, which we were hoping that's occurring right now, the first one. And then the second one would be on April the 7th with the PUD at the same time.
PUD only required 1 reading? I see.
Yeah, just.
Commissioner Lee.
I personally like your last resolution. I think that protects the county. I think that protects the constituents. And I think that protects you. It gives us gives you the option to try to get that property if they don't want it and we don't want to eminent domain. It gives them the option to look for an alternate. And if they can't find the alternate, then it reverts back to the original plan, which was already approved. And it protects everybody. It moves the project along. And we do have another meeting that we could fine tune it if I'm understanding that correctly. So I would make a motion to accept the.
We haven't opened it up to the public yet.
I haven't done a public hearing yet.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for
May I
interrupting.
add one other thing to that point, board, and I ask this very respectfully. I would ask from a procedural perspective, you know, if we move this in advance today, is there any legal requirement that, you know, the project approval, the community approval has to align the same night as the development agreement? So even if it takes another cycle or another session to fine tune those details, you know, to be very honest, I mean, if we were to come back 2 more times, right? If we're not pencils down and complete with the development agreement on April 7th, well, maybe it's that second meeting in April for the development agreement. either way, we'll have accepted the conditions of approval as we remain in acceptance of those conditions of approval. And at the end of the day, we really won't be able to progress the project until the development agreement is final. So I think the county has protection from that perspective too. We're open to that timeframe. So that's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Clausen.
So, good knowledge there. We're keeping everybody awake tonight. I was under the impression that we had 2 public hearings with the PUD. Given that we don't, I would be open to moving forward, but since this is a placeholder, why would we not up the numbers in this so that way they can actually be negotiated and we don't just get stuck with the same thing? Since it's just a placeholder to move it to the next one. Like for instance, why not move it to 48 months? Why not move it to 200%? Just so that way we can move it forwards.
So, I mean, I really want to hear the review from the third party. It's hard to, I'm not a traffic engineer, so it's hard for me to stipulate what is appropriate. The only thing that does concern me about something you said is you submitted one traffic report, now the new traffic report, and if that doesn't work, we're going to squash the new traffic report and go back to the old traffic report. Can we even do that? Is that a thing?
Well, I think the reason why, Madam Chair and Commissioners, from my understanding of everything, and I was a little late to the party on it, but my understanding is the initial traffic report met the requirement, satisfied the level of service. However, in negotiation with staff, in the right-of-way protection map that you've seen on there, we suggested to them that Russo Road would be a better alternative than just improving those intersections that they were alluded to, and they agreed to that with the understanding that we'd work through this developer agreement. And then when we got to this point, I think there's some concern of the acquisition of that land, and so that's why they are concerned and wanted to maybe revert back. So I think in their spirit of collaboration, as Greg, and I'd say his last name, but I just don't have it top of my head, but as he alluded to in the initial part, that they were trying to be collaborative with staff and trying to help us pick up an extra road on a right-of-way protection map, but then in hindsight of realizing that may be harder than it thinks, he then asked for some concession on that, and that's why we came up with alternative B. So I don't think his first traffic report wasn't valid. I think it was there. I think it was one of those, as we understood from our feedback that we hear from you all as we're trying to do development, and this being a big development, the more access points and the more roads we can get out of it, the better you are. So that's what the intent was, and that's still the intent, of it. So I don't think it was a bait and switch or anything nefarious. I think it was just straight up, here's an opportunity to maybe get another road out of it that we would not have got without this development. So we asked for it, and they played ball with us on it. So I think that's really all that it boiled down to. But I do also think that between now and the 7th, we can go over both of those with the board and hear from the third party and have all that. And if you're not satisfied with where we're at on the 7th, as Greg indicated, we can punt it again, and stuff, because we're still working on it. And one of your few times to talk in the public to have that conversation is at this next meeting coming up. So it might be a wise opportunity to consider that.
So, as it stands now, if Russo's were not to be constructed, we would have 7,000 plus people exiting onto 2 roads and then basically dumping onto Indrio. Is that correct?
That's the way it appeared. So they'd be doing significant improvements, from my understanding, to those to Spanish Lakes Boulevard and Colville Guard and the intersections there to meet that need.
But we're still dumping everything onto Indrio Road.
Correct, and that's why we looked at that alternative, and we thought the alternative would be better for you to consider the magnitude of the size of the development. We thought the Russo Road would be a better opportunity for all the folks in the north to have that opportunity, and that's how we ended up in that category.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I may add, not necessarily everything still dumping on Indrio Road if Russo's or an equivalent east-west is achieved. The traffic distribution from both reports has variable levels of traffic heading north from the site toward Indian River County. I believe it was 5% assigned to Colville Guard North to head up toward 25th, which is substandard. And then of the traffic headed east to Johnston Road, I believe 14% still heading north on Johnston Road to Indian River County. So definitely a percentage that would then be able to bypass Indrio to head to and from where they'd like to go. So helping to relieve that arterial road, where further east between Johnston and Emerson, east of Emerson is narrowed down to 2 lanes between Emerson and Fort Pierce Boulevard.
And then what we have, Buc-ee's was estimated at what, 20 or 25,000 daily trips somewhere in
Plus
that
or minus
neighborhood?
25 to 26,000, yes, on screen. We have some estimates from those various projects.
That's a whole lot of traffic for one intersection. Okay. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, close public comment. And come back to the board.
So let's have a discussion before a motion's made.
Absolutely.
All right, so first of all, what's the consensus, A or B? We've already heard the applicant say A is not a reasonable route because it could just stall the project at a certain number of units, which some might say is not a terrible thing. I'm not saying I'm saying that. The option B has a backup option that ultimately could end up in the county doing eminent domain to guarantee that it is acquired and built. I'm questioning on option B the percentages and the time frame because I asked administration and the county attorney if those were historically accurate numbers, and we don't know the answer to that. So that's why I think that if we were going to approve something tonight, we up those numbers to make sure that we are covering ourselves, and not approve what's on the screen, but increase each one of the numbers, except for the dwellings, and have them research between now and the next time we're hearing it. If not, continue it onto the next meeting and hope that they've made something happen between now and then.
Gotcha.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
What about if they can't get the seller to give up the right-of-way? Are we going to go back to looking for alternatives, or are we dropping the whole thing? That's why I liked his other suggestion. It gave us a whole bunch more options. We can look for an alternate Russo Road, and if we can't find that, we revert back to the original and put things out there and deal with it with another development or something coming. But I do believe that we are working with a applicant that is obviously working with us, and I think they would put their best foot forward. I think they see the concerns. So I really like the option B with however he worded it, to be able to look for alternates or revert back to the original.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Clausy, just a moment, because I wanted to speak,
Yep.
but I let Commissioner Lee. So this will probably not be the popular with the applicant, but given, right, there's a lot of unknowns, right? We're still waiting on information. So, in my opinion, the best thing to protect us, protect the residents, is to stick with staff's original recommendation, knowing that it can be changed and modified to whatever makes us and them happy as we continue moving this forward. County attorney has already verified that more or less this developer agreement can be gutted and rewritten to whatever suits us. Trip numbers, dwelling units, whatever percentage if we go down that route. I don't mind moving it forward, but I would want to maintain with A and allow the conversations to continue, would be mine. Commissioner Clasby, go ahead, sir.
So, Madam Attorney,
Can you walk us through what an eminent domain proceeding is? I'm just asking because I've only taught it in civics class. I don't understand what actually happens in the real world. But is there a grand jury involved in an eminent domain proceeding? Is a county guaranteed to acquire the land? Because if not, I think we should add as a circuit breaker at the end that we can choose to poll if we couldn't acquire the land, that we unilaterally could say they have to do the other option. They shouldn't get the option, but we should, if that's the way that works.
Commissioners, yes, in an eminent domain generally, as I said, I've never done one. You have to make a finding of a public necessity for it, and we have to give them at least 30 days notice. I'm sure it'll take much longer than that. Then we would file suit. It is a two-step process. We would probably ask for an order of taking first, see if we obtain it, and then if we can't come to terms with them on an amount, we would then be asking a jury to establish an amount for us.
So there is a jury involved, and so that's my point. If we were to go to option B as staff recommended, I would add at the end that if eminent domain proceedings failed for whatever reason, the county could choose to go with what they're calling their initial option, because we have to have capacity on the roadway. We can't just let eminent domain fail and then allow them to build out their community, because that theoretically could be a possibility.
So just to clarify, I believe what you're saying is option B, that if the county cannot satisfy it through eminent domain, the county chooses the original alternative for the other improvements, or the alternative east-west?
The roadway has to have capacity at the end of the day with their build out.
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's exactly the same, because I think they're saying if eminent domain can't occur, they also have the same reverter or an alternative east or west.
The difference is I don't want them to have the option of doing the first option.
It's only triggered if eminent domain can't occur. That's what I'm saying. I think we're saying exactly the same thing.
That's what I would suggest.
What? Can we get an option C?
I believe
Let's
he's
not.
saying option B with the reverter or the alternative east-west.
And if I may just clarify as well, and again, team, correct me if I'm wrong, but A is what the team originally put together. After the developer shared some concerns about it, is in the effort of collaboration, we sat down with them and came up with alternative B that staff was comfortable with. Would that be accurate, not accurate? Anybody? Somebody?
Yes, so this would be as in paraphrasing, this is the second go around of it, because as they stated in the original developer agreement long ago, many moons ago, in the original developer agreement with the original traffic report, that wasn't the case when we added the Russo Road, and then the traffic report came. This was the most recent collaboration between parties, but with the understanding that we would bring both options to the board, and the board was the final decision maker in the process. However, as you hear everything going on, if the board's inclined to, in all fairness, whether you picked option A or option B this evening, we still plan that there's going to be a lot of work to be done between now and the 7th for an actual real final development agreement that we think you'll all support and be behind, because there seems to be a lot of work that still needs to get accomplished. And if we're not ready on the 7th, we would let you know that, let the applicant know that. We would still have to come together, just ask for another bite at the apple for another date. But we could, so you have, anything you do tonight would just get us to the 7th, and at the 7th, if we're not there, we would go to the 21st or wherever thereafter. So I think we're kind of, in a sense, splitting hairs on something that we still got a lot of work to do before we actually get to a point where we ask you to finally weigh in on a finished decision, other than continuing it.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Cosby?
Tessa's getting her money's worth tonight. Just to throw another iron into the fire, I don't think that even if we go with option B, they shouldn't be allowed to proceed past the 1027 if that's truly the breaking point of the road. until we have the road, even if we go eminent domain. Like, just because we've established that process, it's unknown how long that takes, because we don't know. We don't know that 24 months is even long enough. Even if it was 24 months, imagine the road being broken for 2 years. That would be terrible. That defeats the purpose of infrastructure, or development outpacing infrastructure.
Great, 100%.
So, I mean, there should be a total stop until this road's acquired, whatever method that is. I mean, I think that that's a reasonable thing.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lee.
If we go back to his last proposal, or Maite's proposal, we're taking care of that.
But we could get caught up in court for 7 years or something, who knows?
Well,
Okay, so then if we're unsure about the eminent domain, then I would urge us then to go with A. That doesn't include eminent domain. It was the team's original directive. Again, knowing that this can be changed, but there are more protections for us and the residents in A, so.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you can move both of them right now with also the reverter forward. This is just the first of 2 hearings. All we really need tonight is a motion for you to move it forward to a second hearing. And I mean, and unless staff needs some more direction, I think we understand we have a lot of work to do between now and then, and they may have a feeling of what the board is looking for. So I just need a motion right now. Yeah,
We can make a motion to.
move it all forward with staff, with direction for staff to work with the developer. This is not a motion to approve anything tonight. It's only
Undecided.
first of 2 hearings.
You're not picking A or B tonight, you're just saying, staff, you got a lot more work to do, you heard us, and get what you
And
bring.
I think the developers heard us, we've heard you, and we'll work with them and check back in with you. And then second hearing, if they haven't gotten there, at that point, then that would be your final hearing, but you could set it for another date certain if you needed to.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to move this forward.
Have you
No.
passed the gavel? You're the.
I did pass the
Oh, I'm
gavel.
sorry, I missed that.
It's okay. No, thank you for checking. It's been a long day. So I make a motion to move the developer agreements forward to the April 7th meeting at 6 PM or soon thereafter.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Here, can I?
Madam Chair, the next item is Ben's administrative thing. It's very light. If you would like, for the sake of time, I could have him just email you those things and we could move along, because it's not, doesn't
I
require
think
an
everyone
approval, it
would
doesn't
like to see
require
their
anything.
bed, so if Ben doesn't feel slighted by not walking up here and I got the thumbs up, we are
They haven't
good.
banned the filibuster.
Yes, that doesn't require a vote, so we can email those out. and,
Fabulous.
You know, we can,
Thank
if
you,
you'd like
guys.
to, you can,
Sorry.
if you'd like to, we can do the meetings and the announcements, or you can skip it all and adjourn. It's your call. It's all been published anyway. And if anybody's still watching it this night, they got
There's 6
bigger,
people watching.
other issues to worry about than our announcements.
Very true. Eric, are you going to be upset if you don't do announcements?
No, ma'am, I'll live.
I have some commissioner comments.
You do? Okay. No commissioner comments, and one has already went for the restroom, so meeting is adjourned. Go get some sleep.